News today, we have two other games being played today as well. However, this is the only one. The games at Arnesville are the only ones that will be televised for the 2-day competition. Originally, it was slated to be a 3-day competition for the longer version. However, due to the effects of Hurricane Beryl in the region last week, things were postponed just a little bit with flight delays, etc. So we now have a 2-day format, which is not probably ideal, but given the circumstances, it's workable.
It is still an opportunity to see the players showing a bit of temperament in terms of trying to bat as long as possible. I think that is something that we have really yearned for from the youngsters at this level in terms of learning to bat long, spending some time at the crease, and ultimately their success would be realized. So it's good to have the 2-day format, and we're looking forward to seeing some of the youngsters on show.
Yes, additionally, there will be a 50-over competition following this one, where the players will play white ball cricket and that limited over format, which will test their skills in that version of the game as well. And today we have here in our first match here at the Arnesville playing field, the Windward Islands taking on Jamaica. And we have our umpires as well. Umpires Mokan and Blades will be officiating today. Mokan from Guyana, Blades from Barbados. And Jamaica, they have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. What do you think of that decision, Asnet?
As always expected, especially here at the Arnesville playing field. Reasonably early start. As I said, good conditions for cricket, a slight wind blowing across the ground. So I think the Jamaican team would just like to see how the wicket is playing. So sending in the Windwards, I don't think it's a bad option, really.
Yes, and for the Jamaicans, their team today, the following persons are playing. You have the skipper, Brian Barnes. We have Adrian Ware, Michael Clark, Tamari Wedwood, Jordan Johnson, Trevon Williams, Stephen Wedderburn, Kevondre Vogel, Deshaun James, Rion Edwards, and Odell Samuels. We have quite a few players from last year returning for the Jamaican squad.
Similar situation in terms of the Windwards. We have Captain Stefan Pascal, Aaron Joseph, Coston Murray, Court Murray, Lee John, Devoney Joseph, Courtney Franklin, the local boy, Theo Edward, Stephen Abraham, Orsino Fontaine, and Tariq Edward. So quite a few players there that form the core group of what we had last year for the Windward Islands, as well as the Jamaican team, something that we were speaking of about offline.
Yes, and if we could delve a little bit more into those two squads, what we're seeing here is that Orsino Fontaine, he was the captain for the under-15 last year, so he has graduated to the higher level in this competition, and he showed some very good all-round talent at that level. We also have for the Windwards, the skipper, Stefan Pascal. He will be looking to lead from the front. He has played first-class cricket. With that experience, he really needs to show that he has gone to a higher level than this level and really put the runs on the board, which his team will be yearning for. We have the Murrays. They are twin brothers, Kurt Murray and Kirsten Murray. Joseph, Devoney Joseph, the wicketkeeper. All of these have played last year, except Kirsten. We also have returning Courtney Franklin and Tariq Edward, and many others here for the Windwards. What about Jamaica?
In terms of Jamaican setup, they're quite littered with a lot of talent. None more so than Jordan Johnson. We've seen quite a bit of him for the last couple of years. Also, West Indies under-19 player for the past couple competitions as well. He has also played for Jamaica as well as the West Indies Academy as well. So he has quite a bit of first-class experience. He'll be hoping to show his talent here in this tournament. We also have Wedderburn, Stephen Wedderburn. He was also part of that under-19 setup. Deshaun James as well. And opener Adrian Ware. So all of these are experienced players at this level. And from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be hoping that they'll be putting their hand up here in this tournament and show their class.
Yes, and Pascal was the captain of that under-19 squad that played in the World Cup. Tariq Edward was also an integral part of that squad with his right arm off spin. So we'll be back shortly with live action here at the Arnesville playing field, where we have the Jamaica team taking on the home team Windwards in the first game here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars competition. Yes, welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field. We have our game here about to commence where we have the Windward Islands. They have been sent in by the Jamaican team. And we have the skipper, Pascal. He's opening the batting with Theo Edwards. And they will be doing battle here against Rion Edwards, who was very impressive in the last version of the competition, the last edition of the competition, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. So he tends to get the new ball to swing. But one thing we can see from his from last year is that he has a big heart as a fast bowler. He's not afraid to put in the hard yards. And he's somebody the captain can depend on to bring in and give a force, a second, and even a third spell.
Absolutely. And I think from the other end, although it has not been confirmed yet, that we'll see Deshaun James, who also bowled well last time around.
Yes, and he also opened the bowling for the West Indies under 19 in last year's tournament. So he has quite a bit of experience. So it's important for the Windward Island batters here to have a good start. Let's try and see what the wicket is doing. We were speaking off air as well about the wickets. Saw a bit of them during the ICC World T20 matches we had here. What's the assessment of the wickets that we saw?
I think they'll take some time before they settle down properly. I think that the process of relaying them and so on happened quite close to the World Cup. Ideally, they would have had more time to settle. And I think that as we go through this tournament, that we will see them playing a bit better. They are hard surfaces, but the base needs to settle just a bit for us to see that bounce and pace that we want to see on these wickets.
Agreed. I think they did offer quite a bit for the bowlers during that tournament. Fast bowlers, the likes of Nokia, we saw him getting the ball to go through at a reasonable pace. And of course, the spinners did well. Afghanistan, most notably, with their spinners, did very well on this type of these wickets. So it'll be interesting to see, as you say, how these bowlers go. And Stefan Pascal, the captain, he'll be looking to lead from the front for his team.
All right, so we're about to get started. Umpire Mokan standing at the airport end, the defunct airport end. And at square leg, we have umpire Blades. Stefan Pascal about to face Rian Edwards as we have the first delivery of the competition. This one is short. He's tucking it on the onside. Quick single. Good rotation of strike there. Able to complete it easily in the end.
Yes, very good start there from Pascal. A delivery short of a length. Just went back and walked it out to square leg there where Jordan Johnson came around, but just going to prevent the single. So he's off the mark. Windward Islands, they're up and running as well. One without loss.
Yeah, so Theo Edwards would be his first time in this competition. We didn't see him last year. So he'll be looking to get a good start, to build his confidence. Sure, his skipper would have had a few words with him before they went out, and also I'm sure that they will be communicating a lot while they're out there. Field 2 slips a gully, a man at point. Mid off, mid on. And just coming in at a fairly deep short leg. Deep square leg, and also a man down at fine leg boundary as Edwards comes in now to Edward. This one is wide down the leg side. Good take by keeper Williams, who was impressive last year as well behind the wicket.
Yes, very impressive, very agile, athletic behind the stump. Took some blinders, a couple of the games that we saw from him. So we'll be looking to once again give his bowler the type of surety that they need at any sort of opportunity that presents itself. He'll be able to make full use of it.
Absolutely. I'll get back to you soon with your thoughts on the field and what they're trying to achieve here. As this one is short down the leg side. So hasn't found his line just yet, but based on the field, what do you think is the plan?
Well, there's a deep square leg and a man there, deep fine leg. So it tells me at some point he will be testing the middle of the wicket. I'm not sure if that is the way he wants to go so early. Tend to get the ball to swing back into the right-hander. So maybe that's a better option for him in terms of starting with that particular mode of dismissal. But I'm not sure if he perhaps has other ideas. That's perhaps
driven nicely down the ground by Edward. That would give him a lot of confidence. It's close. They're turning for 3. That was very committed feeling there by James. Just below us here at the commentary end.
Yes, very good feeling. Managed to save one. That's the type of line we were speaking about. Just didn't swing as much as Edwards were perhaps hoping for it to swing. And a very good shot. Their confident start there from Pio Edward. That will give him the wall of confidence. We mentioned that he has not really played at this level in terms of in this tournament. So a good straight bad shot like that would really give him the confidence that he needs moving forward in his innings.
This one is short, extremely short. Wide actually called by umpire Mokan. This one was way over Pascal's head. It was closer to Renan Edwards' toes than to Pascal at the other end.
Yes, correctly so. Just fighting a bit of pace there to test the wicket, see what it has to offer. But so far, looks to be a reasonably slow pace wicket. The type of pace that perhaps Edwards is looking forward to.
On a loud appeal there, but seemed to be pitching outside the leg stump as he was finding a better length there to Pascal, who missed that flick to the onside. Beautiful day at Arnesville playing field. You wouldn't believe that, just a few days ago, last week actually, that, we were ravaged by Hurricane Beryl. Our thoughts still go out and our hearts are with those in the Grenadines who were most affected. This one is Fuller, driven but straight to mid-on. Maybe some inward movement on that occasion.
Yes, that's more in line with what we were speaking about earlier in terms of the line that he needs to bowl. Just getting the ball to swing back into both of these right-handers. And I'm sure that type of line will present more problems than the short length deliveries that we saw in that over as well.
So at the end of the first over, it's 5 without loss. And as predicted, we see James just giving umpire Blades his hat. He'll be bowling the second over, Deshaun James. Very athletic bowler. We saw him a couple of occasions in the previous edition. Very athletic run-up. As I said in the last time we saw him, that he reminds me a bit of a Jerome Taylor. Runs right through the crease and quick over the ground and gets some pace off the wicket as well.
It's coming from the backway end. Looking to get the deliveries to move away from the right-hander. So, captain doing the right thing in terms of having his left arm seamer from the airport end. And James coming from the backway end.
Similar feel, but 3 slips on this occasion to James, who can get the ball to leave the right-hander. Edwards gets it to come back in, so there was a bit more of an onside bias to his field. This one leaves him after pitching on mid-on leg. Comes on, plays it off the back foot calmly, does Theo Edward, who has looked quite organized so far in his short stay at the wicket.
Yes, and looks pretty organized as you said. So, played a lovely shot, straight drive in the previous over. And so far, he has been able to get in line with most of these deliveries. The wicket itself, not the quickest that we'll see. But still, as a batter, you just have to get used to the conditions, having been sent into bat.
This one is short. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Seems to be a leg by, but that's now being confirmed. Yes, by umpire Blades. So there are 3 slips. There is a gully. There's a man at point. 1 extra slip than we had at the other end. There's a mid-off. There's a mid-on. And there is a deep square leg and a man at the deep fine leg boundary. So very similar feel except for the extra slip to James. So what we notice is that there is no short leg on this occasion. This one is outside the off stump, leaves him, and that's left alone by Pascal.
Yes, the wind direction will also assist James with his outswingers. That delivery just on and about the off stump, moving away. Well judged there by Stefan Pascal, and that's going to be important in terms of knowing which deliveries you can afford to leave outside the off stump. We were speaking earlier about the West Indies batters currently in England. Some of them just playing a couple of nothing shots really outside the off stump, waving their bat outside the off stump, getting caught in the slip cordon. So it's something that you have to do, especially in the longer form of the game. This one is punched out to cover for another single. So Pascal as well, a very confident start from him.
Yeah, James. Both bowlers have been back on the length so far, and maybe with the ball, as we have seen so far from the first few deliveries, there's a bit of movement out there. Maybe it might be a good idea just to go a bit further up to the batsman, around the top of off stump. This one is short again outside the off stump. A wafty shot there being played by Edward, but all is well that ends well. He made no contact with it, but his skipper is going to have a word with him now.
Yes, a bit of a lift there from James. He tends to bend his back a bit more on that occasion and getting the ball to leave the right hand as well as a bit of bounce for 2 wicketkeeper Williams. And as you mentioned, it's not really the best of shots we've seen from Theo Edwards so far. Another short of a length delivery there from James, and Edward is covering up. A bit more confidently played there from the young man. And that's the end of the second over. At the end of it, having been insulted the Windward Islands, they're 7 without loss.
So good over there by James. I think that, as we spoke about before, that he probably needs to get the ball a bit fuller. Edward's looking more to tickle the ribcage of the batsman with his field set and getting the inward movement to cramp them. Can be a little bit short at times, but I think James really, in this opening bout, really needs to just get the ball a bit fuller to both batsmen. We saw that the pitch doesn't have a lot of pace in it, so it's giving them a lot of time once the ball is short to get in line or to make a decision whether or not to play. So they should try to be a bit fuller. So the loud appeal, and as we mentioned, getting the ball fuller, that was a quicker, fuller delivery. Seemed to rush Pascal there for pace. Struck him just on the toes, but deemed by umpire Mokan to be going down the leg side.
It's a very close call there. Good delivery there. A surprise delivery, I would say, given the length that we've seen so far from Ryan Williams. As you mentioned, just perhaps swinging down the leg side a bit. It's a very good start to this over.
Yeah, Edwards there changing the length up. Good. As you mentioned, it was a surprise. Pascal was looking for something short. This one is full again. It's played off balance by Edward as he was looking to drive that one through the offside. Coming off the inner portion of the bat, there's no run.
It's just losing his balance on that occasion, Edward. Maybe perhaps trying to hit the ball a bit too hard through the offside. Another full-length delivery there from Ryan Edwards. And just taking the opportunity to ask the batsman, how is this going so far?
This one is another full delivery, and this one is driven out by Edward into the offside there. Have time for a single. So we have seen that adjustment in length in the second over from Edward. Don't know if somebody had a little chat with him.
Yes, it has been a tale of two lengths really from Edwards. He has either been too short or on some occasion a bit too full. Just need to find that in-between type of length in that area of that corridor of uncertainty, especially with the new ball against these two opening batsmen.
Yes, as you mentioned, a bit of throats either at the toes or at the head from Edwards. So comes in again to Pascal. This one is on a better length, close And quick single taken there. The feelers in the covers, they're a bit deep. It was softly played there by Pascal. Easy single in the end.
Yes, well played there by Stefan Pascal. Played with soft hands. Just maneuvering that delivery. Delivering a very good length there from Ryan Edwards. But very well played by Pascal. And Windward Islands will need more of that in terms of the start that they're going to get here this morning. And how they're able to manipulate the field. And one way to do so is through getting singles.
So Edwards to Edward. This one is playing it back to the bowler, who feels of his own bowling. And so what we realize is something there in this competition, that you have, I think we have 4 Edwards now, and 2 are Edward, and 3 Edward and 1 Edwards. So it's a bit of a tongue twister from time to time. We have Nathan Edward for the Leeward Islands. We have Theo Edward and Tariq Edward for the Windward Islands, and we have Ryan Edwards for Jamaica. So it's either S or no S. How's that? This one is driven and coming off the edge down to the boundary for 4, in that gap between the gully and the second slip. And you can see he was going that one with some gusto. He threw the kitchen sink at that one.
Well, we spoke about the field placing earlier in terms of when Ryan Edwards is bowling, he only has 2 slips and a gully, whereas Deshaun James, he has been afforded an extra slip, and that delivery was wide outside the off stump, and Edward going for a booming cover drive, getting the outer portion of the bat and in the area, in the vicinity where a third slip would have been. So something that the captain might want to reconsider in the next over.
So 14 without loss, for the Windward Islands. So it's a good start for them. They're going at just over 4 runs and over, so 4.5 runs and over. 14 after 3. They'll be pleased with this start, so far having not lost a wicket. As you mentioned, if they're going to bowl that line, especially Edward, if Edwards is going to bowl that line, then he will need some reinforcement in the slip cordon. James will be continuing from the Beckwith end. Another lovely day here at Arnesville, as is usually the case. And we hope that it may continue that way throughout the competition. This one is a bit straight. Looking to turn that one on the onside. Pascal. Signal coming out from umpire blade, so leg by. Score moves up to 15 without loss.
Yes, a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Pascal looking to walk it on the leg side. Missing it completely, but he was also able to get a leg by. So far he has been able to maneuver the strike and get the scoreboard ticking. No real alarm so far from the Windward Islands, apart from that last shot from Edward in the previous over, which went through the slip cordon. There's not really been that sort of challenge really for both of these batters.
This one is short down the leg side. Good take by keeper Williams, but that was way too short from James. As we mentioned, the center of the wicket, it's not very quick. So that length will not really spring off the wicket as you may expect.
Both of these opening bowlers not really finding their radar so far. There've been quite a bit of inconsistencies in their lines and in their lengths. Hasn't seen a clear plan from them so far in terms of how they're going to approach bowling to both of these right-handers. As we mentioned, a rather confident start from the Windward Islands openers.
This one is flicked. This one just forward of square on the onside. It should have time maybe for 3 runs. Young men, they're quick between the wickets. Throw comes in now, but Theo Edward is safe. And they complete 3 runs of that shot.
Another misdirected delivery there from Deshaun James on the line of the leg stump. And there was Edward just walking it neatly out to deep square leg, where they were able to get 3 runs. So once again, the total keeps moving on here for the Windward Islands. (18) without loss.
This one is short. A nice looking shot there from Pascal. Standing up tall, punching on the outside. Not fully timed. They don't have time for two. As a throw comes in now to keeper Williams.
It's a signature shot there from Stefan Pascal. He's a tall man. Likes to stand tall and punch these deliveries through the offside. Another delivery on the shortest shy there for Deshaun James, and he was able to just punch it past the man there mid-off and get 2 runs added to his total.
I'll get back to you after this delivery, Osnet, with a quick question. This one is short again down the leg side. It's a no ball called by umpire Blades. And again, you see that shortish delivery. Do you think that the Jamaican bowlers, seeing that the pitch is not as quick as they may have anticipated and that there's some moisture in the pitch, do you think that they have missed the trick in terms of their length so far?
Yes, they have. And it's not only their lengths, but their lines. We've seen quite a bit of deliveries on the line of the leg stump. Easy pickings really for players of any sort of caliber at this level. And they've just not been able to find a sort of consistency that the captain himself will be looking forward to from his 2 opening bowlers, at least so far.
This one is another lifting delivery on the leg stump and strikes Pascal on the hip area. Goes back down the pitch to the bowler. No runs are added. No run is added to the total.
Just to remind our viewers that coverage coming here from the Arnisville playing field, which is the only playing field that you'll see coverage, live coverage from in terms of video coverage. 2 other games being played today: Windward Islands versus Guyana at the Park Hill playing field, and Barbados versus TNT at the Sand Hill playing field. Those games are not televised, unfortunately, but you can follow them on the Cricket West Indies website.
2 quick runs being taken here again by these two, and they are making use of any opportunity to score, and that's good batting by them, good running between the wickets, good aggressive running. So far, good positivity being shown by the Windward Islands openers. At the end of over number 4, the score is 23 without loss.
That's another good over there from the Windward Island openers. We mentioned not being challenged that much in terms of any sort of consistent line and pressure being placed on them. From the Jamaican perspective, I think they'll be disappointing the 2 opening bowlers, them not being able to just string a consistent flow of deliveries to these Windward Island batters. But it must be said, very good batting from the 2 openers. They've been able to get the ball into the gaps, and they've run quickly and put pressure on the fielders as well.
Yes, Rian Edwards to continue from the defunct airport end. We'll be continuing to Theo Edward, who has looked quite good so far in his first outing at the regional under-19 level. This one is driven forcefully. It was over pitched. A good stop there by the fielder there at extra cover. It looks like Michael Clark. So he's kept them down to 1. But another aggressive shot there by Edward. He's prepared to go for those drives outside the off stump.
Yes, a similar shot to one they played in the previous over versus Rian Edwards. This time getting more of the middle of the bat, but well stopped in the cover region there from Michael Clark. Saved this team a couple of runs.
This one is driven over the top by Pascal. Just a couple of bounces into the boundary now for 4. A very classy shot there by the Windward Island skipper.
Yes, well played indeed there from Stefan Pascal. We mentioned he's a tall man. He has a bit of reach. Delivery on the line of the off stump. A bit full as well. Was able to play it with a straight bat, straight over the fielder there at mid-off. And gets himself a welcome boundary for himself and Windward Islands. They move on to 28 without loss.
This one is a bit wider, tempting him maybe to go for that injudicious drive outside the off stump. So clearly the length here from Edwards has changed. I think probably he's just a touch too full A lot of those deliveries are half volleys or maybe just touching down just before the pop increase. Maybe he could bring it back just a little bit to touch the top of off stump. This one is a shorter delivery, not lifting up, not getting up too high. Evaded there by Pascal, who swayed out of the way.
It's another short delivery being attempted. Actually bouncing before it reaches wicketkeeper Williams, so it tells me that there's not a lot of pace in this wicket. So it appears to be reasonably hard work for the fast bowlers. They will have to really utilize all their skills that they have in order to make things uncomfortable for the batters.
This one is a Yorker length delivery. Seemed to be a slow delivery as well. Dug out there by Pascal and fielded by Johnson at gully. This one is another quick single. Good feeling there by the man at mid-wicket. Keeps them down to 1 run. Sharply across to cut that one off. And that's the end of over number 5. And the score of the 5 overs is 29 without loss.
Another productive over for the Windward Islands. 6 runs coming from that. Not really being challenged in that over as well in terms of being in any sort of difficulties. So both batters here looking reasonably comfortable. Pascal on 12 and Theo Edwards on the same score, 12 from 14. So 29 without loss after being insulted. That's not a bad start from the Windward Island openers in this first encounter.
James will be continuing. He'll be bowling his 3rd over. Slight change in the field. See the square leg has come up from the deep square leg position. He's now just about 30 yards or so from the batsman. Other fielders remain in the same position. So you have 3 slips a gully, a point. Mid on square leg and a deep fine leg. Extremely short delivery. That's well over his head. Call 1 shot by the umpire's square leg. Maybe even a chance that could have been called a wide there, Osden.
Yes, very short delivery indeed. Pascal is a very tall man. Was nowhere near to that delivery. Deshaun James on that occasion again trying to test the middle of the wicket, trying to see what sort of bounce or pace he can extract. But so far, it's been limited in that regard as it relates to pace and bounce on this wicket. Looks to be a reasonable easy pace wicket, one where the batters can just get in line and be reasonably comfortable with the pace and bounce being offered.
This one is short again and slapped well in front of square by Pascal. Really nonsense delivery there, a long hop really. And it was duly dispatched by the skipper.
Well, I was just mentioning that the type of pace and bounce offered on this wicket is comfortable for the batters. Stefan Pascal on that occasion, a delivery short of a length and just really punching it with a bit of disdain as well. Out to deep extra cover for another boundary. So runs continue to flow here for the Windward Islands. They're 33 without loss. We're into the 6th over.
And you have to say, based on what we have seen so far, that that's not really a good ploy by the Jamaican bowlers. Let's see if they change now. There's a slight change in the field. 3rd slip comes out, now goes to an extra cover. This one is punched again by Pascal in the gap. Slight misfield there by Johnson, but they have time for 1.
Yes, another good looking shot there from Stefan Pascal, showing all of his class, his pedigree at this level. Getting another single to add to his total. He moves up to 17. Score moves on to 44 without loss.
This one is beaten outside the off stump. Better length. That's the length that we have been calling for from the bowlers. And that one is a no ball for James there. So that's something he'll be disappointed with. But that's a much better length. That's what he needs to be doing with this new ball.
Yes, Theo Edward there just getting a bit carried away. There's no need to play those sort of shots. Just looking to play that one on the up, maybe over the top as well. He's already had a very good start so far in this innings. Just a matter of just being concentrated as long as possible. But that is the length that we have been calling for from Deshaun James. However, it's a no ball. Looks perhaps striving for a bit more pace. Overstepping the front crease. This one again is a very good length. Edward just covering up and punches it out to the man there at cover. Virgo. It's a good comeback after being struck for that powerful boundary early in the over from Stefan Pascal. Jamaica will be really hoping that they can make a breakthrough earlier, having won the toss and insulted the opposition. I'm sure by now they would have wanted to make a couple of inroads into this Windward Island batting lineup. More so, the wicket of the captain himself.
This is better by Edward. Right over this one. And also better length by James. That is where he needs to be. Thereabouts on the off stump, maybe just outside. Not full enough to drive, but also not short enough to play those back foot shots. And that's where he needs to be challenging the top of the off stump. Having the batsman make a decision as to whether to play or to leave. This one is short again. Not comfortably played at all by Edward. He seemed to be in two minds. He was looking to pull and then he kind of pulled out of it. In the end, played it quite awkwardly. And now at the end of the over there, the score is now 35 without loss. The Windward Islands.
Yes, another productive over there from the Windward Islands. 6 runs coming from that over. They've really made a very good start so far. 35 without loss, 6 overs completed. So the run rate of just around 6 runs per over. And given the fact that they were inserted here at the Annesville playing field in this CWI Rising Stars Under 19 tournament, I'm sure the management team and the captain will be pleased with the start they've made so far. As we see Ryan Edwards starting his 4th over. 3 over so far, none for 70. Not the best of starts so far. And as we welcome our new commentator, Mr. Kesrick Williams. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you as well. Feels good to be here at Annesville. Looks good, doesn't it?
Very good conditions for cricket here this morning. Jamaica having won the toss. Sent in the Windward Islands to bat. They would have been hoping for a breakthrough by this time, but the Windwards have been resolute so far. Although it must be said that the bowling hasn't really been that consistent from the Jamaican opening bowlers.
Not really seeing what I need to see from the youngsters in terms of consistency. They've been back in the pitch. Should be using the pitch a bit more, bowling a little bit fuller. You have the feel for that. Having 2 slipper gully, guy at point. Extra cover, which means you're inviting that batter for a drive, but they're more back in the pitch, more often, should be a bit more fuller.
I think it's safe to say that it's not the type of wicket where you really blast batsmen out, given what we've seen so far. I mean, you're a fast bowler as well. I think you know better than me as it relates to fast bowling. But it doesn't appear to be the type of wicket where you're going to blast the batters out. You just have to be smart with your mode of operation in terms of lines and lengths and even changes of pace. See, Edwards was changing his line, coming around the wicket this time, trying to present a different challenge for the batters. And again, Pascal looking to punch through the offside, not timing it as well.
Really think he's one of those players here in this tournament that you'd really look out for in terms of scoring runs consistently. He has been doing well so far. Just need to continue in that vein. West Indies on the 19th skipper as well, so he need to show that. So far with Tia Edwards, they have been chugging along nicely. Give kudos to them, they have been punishing the bad deliveries.
And it's something we spoke about all in terms of the tournament this year actually has a lot of youngsters who have had a bit of experience at this level as well as the regional level. Some of them have been able to elevate themselves to the senior setup. So we are looking for these players to really put their hand up and show that they are a class apart from perhaps some of the less experienced players in the tournament. So the likes of Stefan Pascal, Jordan Johnson, these are players who have been around a while. So we're hoping that we can see big performances from them moving forward. This one is full again, driven out to the man there at a deep point region. Bit of mix up there in terms of the calling, but all is well that ends well. The end of another over, 7 overs completed. It's 35 without loss, Windward Islands. So it's going to be Deshaun James, to continue from the backway end. He'll be bowling to Theo Edward. Edward 12 from 18 deliveries so far. So a steady start from him. This one again is short of a length. Something that we have really been repeating all morning.
Just need to be a bit more fuller on this pitch. As you mentioned, it's not really the pitch to blow out any batter. Just need a lot. Has to do a lot with consistency, and we're not really seeing that from the Jamaican bowlers. They have now placed a man at a cover instead of extra cover, so they're kind of blocking up that gap. Still shot into the pitch again.
Well,
what's the mode of operation here when it comes to picking up a wicket for the Jamaica boys?
Well, to be honest, that length has actually caused a bit of problems for Theo Edward. Pascal has been more comfortable against that particular length. I'm thinking if that is the length that you're going to bowl, then perhaps we need to see a man in a short leg.
Exactly what I was thinking. If you're going to continue with that sort of length to your Edwards, you need to have a guy at short leg.
This one is cut over the top of slip into the boundary for 4. So another short of a length delivery, but this time giving the batter there a bit of room, and he was able to just throw the kitchen sink at it, as they would say, getting the top portion of the bat and getting himself another boundary. So total moves on to 39 without loss. Edward moves on to 16.
And that's what will usually happen here, especially on this pitch. A lot of deliveries will find the top edge because of the lack of pace in this pitch. We'll somewhat get a lot of balloon bounce, as we may say here in St. Vincent. And these two batters that's at the crease now, naturally aggressive, they like to feel bat and ball, so they would, punish the bad deliveries.
39 without loss into over number 8. It's again short of a length. Well played there by Edward. Out to the man there at square leg for another single. So just getting the runs at will here, the Windward Islands, just being able to consistently find the gaps as well as put away the bad deliveries. Just what the doctor ordered for them, having been inserted this morning.
You'll definitely want to see someone like the Pascal score some runs in this tournament. Didn't really set the world alight in the last under-19 tournament that he played. Scored a half century against England. So you would want to see a player like him score some runs in this tournament, along with Johnson.
Well, having looked at Pascal over the last couple of tournaments, I think this is a danger period for him. Ever so often you will see him having these stats, 20s, 30s, and then tend to give it away at that particular stage. So it's something that he has to work on if he has to really elevate himself to the highest level, getting through these 20s and 30s. And we all know he has all the shots in the book. He's a guy who scored pretty runs, as they would say. And we'll be hoping that we could see that sort of consistency is being manifested in this tournament. This one is beautifully played for 6, I believe. Yes, it is. So we're just speaking about his talent and the fact that he has all the shots in the book. Another short of a length delivery there from Deshaun James. How often have we said that this morning? And on this occasion, punished really with a bit of disdain once again. Over deep square leg for a massive 6. Score rose on to 46 without loss. 8 overs completed.
That's a good shot. A shot of authority, you call that. And that's the aggression that we were talking about, Kato. He's that type of guy that likes to feel ball and bat. And you would want him to score some runs. Really well played. Standing tall. Punished with some authority.
I think it was just a lack of awareness there from the bowler. I think, as we were mentioning earlier, that lent him to be causing a bit of problem for the other batter, which is Theo Edward. He perhaps not as adept at the pull shot as Pascal, but Pascal is a tall man. He tends to stand tall, and we saw a shot in the previous over where he stood tall and punched him through the offside for 4. And on this occasion, basically deposited him over the next side, other side of the wicket for a massive 6. So James there just have to be smarter in terms of how he's operating against both of these batters.
Well, last year he did pretty well for Jamaica. Picked up some wickets for them. I think he picked up the most wickets.
The no bowler is Michael Clark. I'm replacing Rian Edwards here from the old airport end. Clark, a steady medium pacer, tends to get the ball to move away from the right-hander a bit. So hopefully he'll be able to find that length that his predecessors haven't been able to find consistently so far in this innings.
He did pretty well for them last year as well, so he's the bowler that they depend on. Quick one.
Bit of a suicidal run being attempted there from Theo Edward. Just guiding this one out to the man there at point, Tamara Redwood, and setting off for a single. His captain sending him back, and thankfully he did so. A direct hit perhaps would have been interesting on that occasion, but
didn't really cause any problem there. Was safe, but as I was mentioning, that Clark did pretty well for them last year. He was the go-to man in terms of picking up wickets for the Jamaica under-19 team in last year's tournament right here in St. Vincent. Had a chance to chat with him as well in Jamaica while I was there earlier.
Yes, a bit of an all-rounder as well. Very handy with the bat. But we've seen the best of him we have seen is with the ball in the tournament last year. He'll be looking to bring a bit of calm to proceedings. So far, the Windward Islands have been able to score freely in the 8 overs we've seen. So he'll be looking to just pull it back here for his captain, hopefully exert a bit of pressure on these two players who like to feel ball and bat, as they would say, and hopefully effect a breakthrough.
What I like about Clark is that he has a tunnel vision in terms of what he wants to achieve. From early this year, he said, listen, I want to come back. I want to be able to take wickets again and use my bat more this time. So that is something good. He knows what he wants to achieve. He wants to play in the West Indies on the 19 team. And this is something good. Pretty good all-rounder. Hits the ball really hard. They won the finals this year in the school T20 tournament in Jamaica. So he's doing a fine job there. Just needs to continue from where he left off last year, being that go-to man to pick up wickets for the under 19 Jamaica team.
This was on the line of the leg stump, misdirected on that occasion. Theodore will feel that he missed out on that particular delivery. So it's the end of the first over from Clark. It's a maiden, and the score remains 46 without loss here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Tournament 2024. Jamaica, they won the toss earlier and elected to field first. So far, they have not been able to effect a breakthrough. The Windward Islands will be pleased with proceeding so far.
I will definitely be pleased. What's pleasing is sitting in the com box and looking at Beckway at the back. Really good view. Sure, a lot of folks who probably sitting here presently enjoying the view. Seeing lovely Beckway in the back, Kato.
Yes, it's always lovely to be in the island of Beckway. Perhaps we'll take a visit sometime soon. Still enjoy the warmth, beaches.
Just wonder if our camera crew can give us a little picture of Beckway sometime during the day, so that the people in the Caribbean can see how beautiful it is here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Indeed so. I think the new bowler is going to be the leg spinner, Tamari Redwood, who also did very well last year in the tournament. In terms of wickets, got the ball to spin. It will be interesting to see how this wicket reacts for the spinners. So far hasn't really offered a lot for the fast bowlers, albeit their lines and lengths hasn't been consistent. This one a bit short, bit of slow turn as well. One thing we know for sure is not a quick wicket really. Whatever turn there is might be slow turn. And Pascal just have to get used to the conditions once again as it relates to the spinners. So far he has handled the pacers very well. So it will be interesting to see how he goes against the spin.
And this is a really good test for the spinners on this pitch. It will help them to learn what pace they should really bowl on this pitch. I want just off the leg. Yeah, only one, no damage done, but it would really help them to learn how to vary their pace on this sort of pitch because it's a slow turning pitch. So this will help them to, or teach them a bit more in terms of the pace that they should bowl on this pitch. It will turn. That's something that we know.
It's a critical
Side leg.
It's a critical point in the game. It's Windward Islands so far. It's made a very good start. And traditionally, the introduction of the spinners tend to slow both the scoring rate as well as lead to wickets being falling in clusters as well. So from a Windward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping that isn't the case this time around.
To be honest with you, Kato, this is something that we're trying to take out of our cricket in the Caribbean. It's the end of the over. It's 47 without loss. This is something that we're trying to take out of our cricket, introducing our spinners early. Now you have to play for the conditions. You have to play to the conditions. Not gonna wrong a skipper to bring in a spinner early. But what we need to breed fast bowlers here in the Caribbean. And introducing a spinner before 10 overs is bowled, or on the 10th over, it shows the slow nature of the pitch. And this is something that we've been speaking about over the years in terms of the conditions that we have here in the Caribbean. We need our pitches to be a bit more conducive to fast bowling. Not really having that. I want just straight down the leg side.
Yes, very good point you made there as it relates to the pitches here in the Caribbean. If it is that we want to be competitive in terms of world cricket, we need to start to breed more fast bowlers, as they would say. If you look at the Indian setup, for example, we're now seeing India producing some of the best fast bowlers they've ever had. Likes of Bumrah, Shami, Siraj and these guys. And this one is hit straight out to the man that mid-off, just evading him. There, Pascal, a rather loose shot there from him. We mentioned the fact that Michael Clarke has the ability to just stifle the batters in terms of not offering a lot. And Pascal on that occasion really trying to force that one over the top, not getting the type of connection he needed. But thankfully for him, was able to evade Virgo there at mid-off, a tall man, perhaps the tallest on the field, and all's well that ends well for him.
Pretty aggressive, but we need to be smart as well. I don't think that was a full shot. Down the leg side again by Clarke. But what do you think about that shot, Kato? I think it's a full shot. Wasn't needed at that point. You're well ahead, doing well.
Yeah, it is. It wasn't a full delivery as we saw from him earlier, where he was able to just play through the line and get it over the man there at mid-off. This one was a bit more back of a length, looking to force it as you said. The pace, the lack of pace as well in the wicket didn't really assist as he tried to play through the line. As this one is played out to a square leg region, another short delivery there from Michael Clarke. Not really the pace. He doesn't have the pace to really trouble the batters at that particular length. More so Stefan Pascal.
Reminds me a bit of, they call him fish head in Jamaica. Udine Smith, short run up, strong build, use a lot of shoulders. It's pretty impressive that he could get it up at that pace, to be honest. Especially not really getting that momentum in his run up. And he can get it up there. Strong guy.
Yes, he's not the tallest man walking around, but he has broad shoulders and tends to get the ball to skid onto the batters. A bit of movement as well. And I think it's just his consistency, really. So far, he hasn't really given a lot away.
Well, the 50 is up.
It's a drop catch. It's a very good catch, is it?
Is it?
It will be interesting to
wait.
see. Yes.
Still have to wait on the umpires. A lot of excitement from the Jamaica boys, but we still have to wait. We're not sure.
Well, the batter is walking. It's walking because it was an interesting delivery. They delivered a bit of lift, taking the outer portion of the bat. The wicketkeeper for a moment there looked like he had spilt it, and then had it again. Just looking at the replay on the screen here now. So he had it originally. Yes, I think it's a safe catch, really. I think it's a relatively safe catch, having seen the replay. So
As you did mention, Kato, he was getting a bit of problems with the shorter delivery. That one kicked off nowhere. You just mentioned that Clarke is the type of bowler that skids onto you, comes onto you a bit quicker than you expect. Picks up a wicket, second over. He's doing the job for the, should I say, reggae boys?
Well, you call him the go-to man earlier, and definitely living up to that name, getting a breakthrough here for the Jamaican team. A very good wicket. Theo Edward, he was looking good. And they managed to break this partnership. So 50 for one. Last batter being dismissed. Theo Edward, he went for 17 from 33 deliveries.
Well, guess what, Kato? I'm looking for a bit of celebrations this year from the Jamaican team. Last year I was a bit disappointed. I didn't really get any sort of dancing. And we know that they're the dancing king of the Caribbean. So I was looking for a little bit of dancing from the Jamaican boys. Last year I was disappointed. I didn't get that. But I'm hoping to see it this year.
Well, we know that you're a celebration man, you know.
I'm the celebration king here.
Yes, you are. So maybe you could pass on some of the moves and the knowledge to them whenever you have the chance.
It's really good to see that we make mention of him as a wicket taker, and he came in and did just that. He's feeling at point as well. Don't normally see a fast bowler after bowling a over really at point, which means he's a fit lad.
He is, I mentioned, well built, not the tallest of players, but seemed to be a strong young man with a very good cricketing brain. Once again, a bit of slow tone. That's what we've seen so far from Redwood. Perhaps not flighting it as much as he would like. He has a man at slip. A man there, a bit of protection on the long off boundary as well. So he can afford to flight it a bit. It's a better length.
So something that you made mention of earlier is Pascal scoring the 20s to get in the starts. He made his first class debut this year. Getting into the 20s on debut.
This one is the outer portion of the bat, looking for that booming cover drive again, Pascal. So, just exerting a bit of pressure here, Redwood. Good over so far.
Tell you what, Kato, I looked at that innings, that 26. To me, it was like a 40. The way he played.
Well,
good turn.
Is it? Oh, yes, he is. Very good delivery there from Redwood. We mentioned the fact that he has not been able to flight the ball enough. He has been a bit on the shorter side. And that delivery just on a good length, and the turn on offer there, just going past Pascal, taking the outside edge, and a very good catch there from Williams, who we've mentioned before. Very impressive behind the stumps. So very big wicket there for the Jamaican team. And Windwards, they lose their second wicket very quickly, 50 for the loss of 2.
This is something that I think is creeping in with me, Kato. Every time I speak about a batter, they seem to lose their wicket. And Pascal is gone for 26, and I just mentioned he made 26 on debut. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to say anything else, Kato. I don't want to put any blight on anyone. But it was a good delivery, pitching on the line of middle and off, going away. Mentioned that the pitch will turn. Pascal was... But it's a water break here now. That wicket brought a water break to Mari Redwood, picking up the wicket of skipper Stefan Pascal. As the guys take a little bit of drink here, the Reggae Boys.
Welcome back to the Annisville playing field. We have live action here for you in the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. An encounter between Jamaica versus Windward Islands. Earlier this morning, Jamaica, they won the toss and elected to field first. We had a very good opening partnership from the Windward Islands, and we are now in a situation where they lost 2 quick wickets. A very big wicket just before the lunch break day of the skipper, Stefan Pascal. So 2 new players at the crease. They will now have to do some sort of consolidation. We have Stephen Abraham, and Devoney Joseph. And both of them will have to start from scratch here. But that last wicket, Kesrick, that was a very good wicket for the Jamaican team to get at that particular stage.
Definitely, I mean, change of bowling. Mari Redwood, as you mentioned last, they did a fantastic job for the Reggae Boys, and he came in, took a wicket. Also Clark. So they're showing the reason why they're in this team. Clark had a very good season last year as well for the Jamaica team. So they're showing their worth. That's the end of a successful over, removing the skipper, the aggressive Stephen Pascal. Also the West Indies on the 19 skipper. So they're doing the job here. Michael Clark and Tamari Redwood. Just 2 overs bowl between both bowlers.
Yes, this bowling, we spoke about partnerships, and partnership doesn't only apply to batting partnership, but bowling partnerships as well. These two in tandem, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 3 runs. So Redwood so far has bowled two maidens on the chart, and we saw Michael Clark being steady as ever. He has 1 for 3. So they've really been able to put a break on the scoring for the Windward Island, who was scoring rather freely before that. And as we said, pressure normally leads to wickets, and that's what we've seen being manifested before our very eyes.
Well, that's good because the run rate a while ago was over 5. Introducing both Clark and Redwood, it's down now to 4.17 or so. So this is really good. Stemming the floor fronts and picking up wickets as well.
Devon Joseph, another experienced player for the Windward Island. Normally bats a bit lower, number 5, number 6, so he's up in the number 4 this time around. So we'll be hoping that he can just steady his ship here for the Windward Islands. Try and get some sort of partnership going with Abraham. But I'm sure Michael Clark, he has other ideas. So far, he has been very impressive. He's taking the inner portion of the bat there, down to the man there at fine leg. A bit of uncertainty in terms of the calling. Good call in the end there from Devon Joseph. It was going to be a difficult second run.
That one just taking the inner half of the bat. Seems like he's doing a little bit with the ball. Coming around to the left-hander. Little bit of in-swing to the left-hander. Oh, he's just using the angle. Coming from wide of the crease. Coming from wide of the crease and bringing it in to the left-hander.
Well, Clark here will be looking to reproduce the delivery that got rid of Theo Edward to the right-handed Abraham here. Delivery that pitch on and about the off stump with a bit of bounce, a bit of lift. Not going to be that delivery. That one is down the leg side. Well taken again by Williams, Trevor Williams. Spoke about him before the play started. Very impressed with his glove work last year. And so far again, he's really showed his class behind the wicket. It's a better delivery.
The thing that I like about Clark is that he's bowling a bit fuller on the pitch. And he's seaming it as well.
Agreed. And if you have to be very critical of the Jamaican opening bowlers, one criticism would be that they bowl a bit too short on occasions. Never really use the wicket in the way that it should be used, considering what we saw in terms of the pace and bounce being offered. I mean, you've played here over the years, Kesrick. You know the type of wickets that we normally have here. And we'll come back to that in the next over. At the end of the 13th over, Windward Islands, after being inserted, they are 51 for the loss of 2. Abraham, he's yet to score. Joseph, he's on 1.
Well, I was asked a question a couple of weeks ago in terms of the pitch here in St. Vincent and what they should expect in terms of, the World Cup games. They asked me how the pitch would play, and I answered the question in terms of how it would play in the day. And when they asked me the question about how it would play in the night, told them I'm not sure. And they looked at me, they asked, but you've been playing cricket there for years. I said, but I've never seen cricket in the night at Arnisvale. So it's the first time we're having night cricket that was played in the World Cup. And I don't know what we're going to get. We just have to wait and see. But presently, Morris has walked into the box. Cato just left us. So Morris is into the box. Good morning to you, Cousin Morris.
Good morning, Williams. Good day here for cricket at Islandsville. Good going, smooth sailing by the Windward Islands.
So far, so good. Ever since the change of bowling. Well, look at this. It's a wicket. Redwood is showing his class here. Didn't really give a lot of celebration, so I was wondering why. What's a subtle celebration, but he's gone. Yeah. Giovanni Joseph is gone for one, Morris.
Yeah, it's an excellent catch there by the man there for a slip. He cut that one. It was a bit too close to cut and was able to get it to the man at first slip. And Windward Islands, who was sailing very smoothly and have lost 3 wickets for just 1 run for the past couple of overs. And really good tightening of the screws there for the Jamaicans. They really kept the momentum. And from where it started with the wicket falling there, they never hold it back.
Well, Jamaica is doing the job now. Ever since Redwood and Clark has been introduced, they stop the flow of runs. Also, they are picking up wickets.
Just to highlight, before the drinks break, there was a very serious chat by the member of staff to the 2 batsmen, Devoni and Abraham. And I believe that conversation would have been more to stick it out until lunch, you know. But again, Redwood and Clark is been terrorizing the Windward Island batters, and really we are seeing a stall in the runs, 51 for 3.
So far, I would give the Jamaican boys the first session, because winning a 2-day, 3-day, or 4-day, or even a test match is all about sessions. The hours, the sessions, the first hour of play, I would give that to Windwards. This second hour, it's all about Jamaica. But then when you put this session into perspective, you have to give the Jamaica under 19 boys the first session. They have gone 3 wickets now. On. Fontaine is at the wicket.
Yeah, and it is crucial because it's at critical junctures they are taking these wickets. Just when the Windward Islands are looking to set themselves in, they are disturbing the peace of the Windward Islands. And that is very good thinking by the captain there for Jamaica, introducing Clark, and not only introducing but keeping them on at a critical point where you had the first wicket, and then he searched his way through, and then here he is at 51 for 3.
Yeah, it brings me back to the comment I made earlier in terms of, you know, what we're looking for in the Caribbean in terms of fast bowlers. But as a skipper, you have to play to what the pitch is giving you. But you would want to see more fast bowlers coming out, especially from these Rising Star tournaments. But if you're playing on a pitch that is assisting the spin bowlers, you definitely have to bowl your spin. It's a smarter thing to do. But it's the end of another successful over. The score is 51 for 3, Morris.
And Williams, one of the things I would like to really see personally out of this tournament is batsmen occupying the crease for a long time. And apart, you made mention of wanting to see fast bowlers coming in and being aggressive. Yes, that is true. But we have a problem with our batsmen batting on a 2-day, 3-day tournament as if we are still playing a T20. You want batsmen to have longevity, have temperament at the crease. So when you go there, occupy the crease for a long time. That's why you're trained from this young age.
Yeah, you definitely want to see that. You definitely want to see batters occupy the crease, especially at this level. This is where we're looking at players to continue from the likes of probably like the Alec Atenays, the Kevin Hodge that's there presently, the Craig Brathwaite. We're looking from here. So we need to see some sort of temperament at this level. I mean, yes, you can play your shots. You should be able to play your shots, your full range of shots, but there must be some level of temperament in you that the selectors can sit and look and say, look, this guy is one of those guys that we're looking at.
And also it speaks about responsibility at the crease. Even though you're number 4, 5, 6, you must know the role, the position that you're batting, your middle order batsman. Yes, there is a ball that could give an awkward bounce, like what Theo Edwards got earlier on. But they were batting very well. They were playing very responsible. But then I think the lapse in concentration that caused the wicket of the captain, Stefan Pascal. For me, that's my view. So these are some of the little glitches that the coach cannot help you with, but you have to deal with personally.
And it's also, you mentioned consistency. It's also that as well, because both bowlers, they have been very consistent. What we were having in the first hour of play or so from the other fast bowlers is not that consistent. They weren't that consistent. So what happened? Stefan Pascal was really, hitting, well, he was playing ball on his merit. That's what he was doing. So him scoring is not an issue. But then you have Clark at the other end now, and it's a wicket. And these bowlers, they're causing some problems for the Windward Island on the 19.
But they're terrorizing the Windward Island batsmen, Clark and there you go. And this is what I'm talking about. The previous delivery was a short delivery. He attempted to touch the ball. And this is what I'm saying. You have to spend time at the crease. You don't have to touch all the ball. There are some ball you have to leave. Some ball you have to play on its merit. And this one would have caused his downfall. This, to me, is the shot that is no way, no foot movement, no nothing. And he just pushes back at it. And was able to get it through to the keeper.
No sort of footman. No way he's trying to get closer to that one. Clark bowling a fuller length on this pitch. Hence, he's causing some problems for the Windward Island on the 19. And this is something that we didn't see in the first hour here, Morris, from the two opening bowlers. And I think if those two opening bowlers was doing just that, they probably would have caused a bit more problems for Pascal. But where Tariq Edwards is coming to the crease now, Malcolm Clark is continuing from last year. Also Redwood. So the skipper of the Jamaica under-19 team know the players that he have, and he brought them on to pick up wickets, and they're doing just that. They're in a very good position now. I think they have already won over the first session. Scoring rate is back down now to 3.44.
Yes, and that is very crucial. You're stalling the runs. That is the vital part. And on top of that, you're taking the wickets. So clearly, Clark is doing what this captain has asked of him, and Tariq getting a forced delivery that's popped on him a bit. And I really believe that the Windward Islands has to show more responsibility in their batting. Tariq, that overcomes to, and it's 51 for 4. From 50 without loss to 51 for 4 now, Mr. Williams.
And this is good going from Jamaica. That's what we're talking about. That sort of consistency we need to see. In terms of the West Indies-England game, any scores there, Morris? I'm seeing some scores here. West Indies is batting in the second innings. It's 12 for 1. So England made 371 in their first innings. I'm thinking England is looking to probably bat once here. Score is now 12 for 1.
And yeah, you rightly call it 12 for 1 West Indies, England 371. And Brathwaite is the batsman to be dismissed.
Really good delivery again from Redwood. Really getting some purchase out of this pitch.
Yeah, the track is the similar track that was used for the ICC T20, and what you need to realize is that Rashid Khan did very well when they played here with the Afghanistan team, and he was able to pick up a lot of wickets. So there is purchase there for the spinners. Once you put that ball in the right areas, also for the pacers. I'm not trying to make you feel a bit uncomfortable there, Mr. Williams. You've been a bit possible yourself.
I'm very comfortable on any pitch, Morris. I mean, I'm that type of bowler that doesn't like to do one thing. Now, that one pace bowler, off pace delivery, the off cutters, the leg cutters. So I'm pretty comfortable on any pitch. But I'll tell you what, the Afghanistan guys, they wish they can take this pitch up and take it back to Afghanistan and travel with it. They like to bowl here in St. Vincent. Rashid Khan and the Noor Ahmeds, the Mohammed Nabis. The only thing I would like to see from Redwood is probably bowling with a bit more pace. Well, he's picking up wickets, so he's fine. But probably at the next level, you'd want to see him bowling with a bit more pace, still getting that purchase from the pitch. I think he's a little bit slow. Give batters the time to come back and punch the ball. Because the pitch is slow as well, so it turns pretty slow. But it's the end of the over again. End of another Redwood over. Score is 52 for 4.
So the Windward Islands, who is geographically located in the hurricane belt here in the Caribbean, has been threatened devastatingly by Jamaica, who have been a bit ravished by Beryl a couple of days ago. So they are really creeping back and causing a havoc here, the Jamaican bowlers, to the Windward Islands again.
Well, Beryl did damage in both places, the Windward Islands and Jamaica, so I'm not sure who's causing problems, but to me it looks like Jamaica is right now.
And this one is a bit short down the left side. They should come back for 2, and that's what you're going to get, because the inconsistency of running between the wicket and communication has caused that staggering between communication of knowing when to take a 2, when not. So what should have been a 2 ends up in 1.
Really don't want to stray too much from what's happening here, Morris, but looking at the scores over there in England, West Indies is batting now at 12 for 1. They've lost a wicket of skipper Craig Brathwaite. And I'm trying to be as supportive as possible. The reason why I'm saying that is that we're looking at our middle order here in England, and I'm really loving the players that we have. I'm looking at the players that we have in the middle. Really good players. Love those players. The Kurt Mackenzie, the Alec Atenes, the Kavim Hodge. Wonderful players. Just saying, I think that we could probably have a little bit more experience in the middle. Probably a little Roston Chase, a little Shea Hope. Try to get him back into Test cricket. This is something that I would really love to see. Love those players. God knows I do. Kurt Mackenzie, I love how he plays. The Kavim Hodge, very stylish player. Whenever he gets going. The Alec Atenes, we know what he can do. Just something we could think about.
Well,
There's not a lot of experience in the middle.
Well, in this case, Fontaine is showing the full face of the bat. But what I love about the bowling here of Clark is that he's exploiting the batsman. He's asking them, let me see what array of shots you have. So a couple of balls before, he pitched it wide, asking him to flare his bat at it. He did not. But now he's straight back onto that middle and off area. That is what you would want from your bowlers, where he's pitching it up there, but yet you're still asking questions. Excellent bowling, great thinking there. As the over comes to an end, it's 54 for 4, the Windward Islands.
Tomorrow is it ball in hand again. Let's see what he can do coming from the back way in. Bit short into the pitch. And that is something that I think he could get better at in terms of his length. His line is not too bad, just needs to work a little bit more in terms of his length. So it's either he's a bit too full or too short.
Yeah, well, being a fellow leg spinner, Keswick, one of the things that you will enjoy is when you see the ball spinning. That's the first thing. But the thing with leg spin, you have to be very consistent. Sometimes you will not get it on target, but 90% of the time you will want to get that, because when that begins to spin, it creates its own havoc.
I'll tell you what, I will never be able to bowl leg spin, because I think it's one of the most difficult art as a bowler.
But for the viewers, I would like to let a little bit of cat in the bag where this one is ripped across, and that's what I'm talking about. That within the 90% ball dropping in that area. You started out as a spinner yourself, Keswick, before you went into fast bowling.
Yeah, I did.
Give us a brief background of that one.
I used to out them too easy, Morris. So I had to stop.
Really?
It'd be too easy for me at the school level. I never think I would have made it as a spin bowler at the senior level, though. I was a bit of a Moliteran type of guy.
Right.
You know, I had the dozer, everything. But I never thought I would have made it.
Because there was a lot of spinners during your tenure, school tenure. And so you had was to compete. So in order to compete, you had was to get away from spinning and do the fast
Had to find a way, Morris. Had to find a way. Just like Jamaica is finding the way here now. At the end of the over, it's 54 for 4. Bowling card looking really good there for the Jamaica on the 19 team.
Yeah. Interestingly, with the bowling here for Clark, he's into his 6th over. He has bowled 5 overs for 26 dot balls. That is what is causing the problem for the Windward Islands. That consistent bowling that he's bowling there and getting dot balls, and that will be the 27th. And out of that extra 4 or 5 balls that he have bowled, 2 wickets in that. So it clearly tells you that Jamaica has a plan. Not also Jamaica, that Clark knows what he's about, what he's asked to do, and that is what he's coming to do at the Islandsville playing field.
This is very commendable, and he's just hitting that line just outside the line of our stump. He's moving it in and out. He's very talented. Doesn't really have the pace. So with him, it's all about consistency.
I would like
Needs
to
stay
resort.
on that line.
I would like to get some information as to the most dot balls that have a bowled in these version of the games, because I am sure he will be in that bracket.
For sure. And what I like about him is because I've had a conversation with him in Jamaica this year. I was in Jamaica this year doing commentary on the Jamaica versus the Academy and Windward games. That was in Jamaica, the first leg. Had a conversation with him and his plans was clear. He came to St. Vincent and he's doing just that.
So this one is a bit wide, short delivery for a very short man. He's gotten that one over the batsman, but wide. Signaled by umpire Mukan of Guyana, Berbice to be precise. Good morning to the people of Berbice. I know you're a man of the Caribbean and an international guy, so you may have a lot of persons in Guyana, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. I love my Guyana people. If I was there this morning, I probably would have been having some chicken curry, not curry chicken.
That's an argument, Keswick, you don't want to start on air.
Well, I'm in St. Vincent, so
Yeah.
I can say it. If I was in Trinidad, it would have been a problem. So, but I do like a little chicken curry. Probing along the line of off stump again, Michael Clark, and this is something that you want to see from your young under 19 bowlers, is the consistency, because then you could always add pace to that.
Yeah, because he reminds me a lot of Fidel Edwards. Not the slingy action per se, but his stature and his approach to the crease and that nagging outside the stump line. Just that test line, we will call it. And that is what you want. The bowler is coming. He realizes he doesn't have pace. He's medium fast. Brings you over to an end. 55 for 4, the Windward Islands.
Jamaica really stemmed the flow of runs here. Fall of the first wicket was about 50 for 1. Now they're 55 for 4. So 6 overs bowled between there. Redwood is with ball in hand now. And that's a lovely shot. Tariq Edwards. Really well played. He's off the mark with that one.
That's a flamboyant cricket shot. What we know Tariq for. He's not a batsman who likes to be bunged down much, but when he plays a shot, he plays it with class.
Open up the face of the bat and just depositing that one through the gap. Wondering how much colors of wood there is in Jamaica, because there's black wood, there's red wood. I think there's a green wood there as well. I'm not sure. Think so.
Are they related, or just to identify them, just give them different colors?
I'm not 100% sure, but Tariq just punishing bowling here now. Holding his back a bit, but that one's a bit too short. Exactly what I was telling you a couple of overs ago. His line is usually good. It's just his length he needs to work on, and his pace in terms of.
Yeah, and you see him pulling up a bit there after that counter punch. 2 boundaries in the overs so far, and as a leg spinner, you should not be disheartened by that, because that is what Tariq has to do in order to put the pressure back onto Jamaica. By doing that, it is causing him to play at a risk. So that should not dishearten Redwood in any way. Continue doing what your art, continue plowing your trade, and let him take the risk.
The only thing that I'm concerned about in those 2 boundaries, one was hit in front of point. and the other one was punched or pulled over mid-on, sorry. So it shows that he's not really consistent in terms of his length. So it's either he's a bit too full or a bit too short.
And he's got him. That's what I'm talking about. Just taking the tail end of the bat, looking to cut that one backward of point, and was able to get it through to the keeper. Tariq Edwards goes after 2 magnificent shots in the over. The end of the over as well. No, not the end of the over. It's 63 for 5. The Windward Islands sinking themselves forward into the Maraclay.
Well, he's picking up wickets. I think it's something that he's accustomed to. And he's causing some problems here for the Windward Islands on the 19 team. Redwood in the wickets again. That one you can see he's sort of pulled on that one. One was a bit short, a little faster as well. Picking up the wicket of Tariq Edwards. He also played in the West Indies on the 19 team. So Jamaica is really pulling back things here at the Arnisvale Cricket Stadium. Really have to applaud them. They stayed patient. They changed their bowling well. I must say well done to the skipper. Which is Brian Barnes, the skipper of Jamaica team.
And the good thing about it, he stuck to the wicket takers. He never opted to change them, because you know, back then you would give a D's on the 19 a 3 over spell or 4 over spell. He consistently give them the opportunity to see and search for wickets, and that's what he has done for the Jamaica team there.
Well, that's a good skipper, because sometimes you have to know the players that you have and what they can produce and the opportunities that they will bring when they come to bowl.
And that previous delivery, it's a hint of swing where it started straight and just angled down. Like, so once that swing start to take place, then Clark will be in for a good session.
Well, that's the bowler that I know he is. That's what he did last year as well. Not the longest of run-ups, but he skids it onto you. He comes onto you a little bit faster than you think. He's one of those type of bowlers that keeps his line and length. And again, Clark in the wickets. The Jamaica under 19 team, they are causing problems here for Windward Islands under 19, Morris.
My goodness me, what discomfort this must be for the Windward Island management team to see that all the guys are just walking back one after the other. As soon as one is settled, one is going out. What is happening?
And there's a delivery similar to the one that he gave T.A. Edwards, that one that left a little just outside the line of off stump. Fontaine is gone.
My
Jamaican bowlers, they're causing problems here. Just what they did last year. Michael Clark and Redwood, they're causing problems. The big celebration there from the skipper. Is the skipper had slipped? I said the Ronaldo celebration. Still want to see a little bit of the Jamaican
Adrian
dance,
Ware.
Morris.
Adrian Ware was the catcher.
I don't want to take anything away from the Jamaica team. They have been bowling pretty well ever since the introduction of Michael Clark and Redwood. They have been hitting their straps. They have been bowling well. So I can't sit and say that the Windward Island batters have been throwing their wickets away, because it's really a good spell of bowling here from these two.
Yeah, but and I will agree with you 100%. However, on the side of the Windward Island, I find they were a bit reckless in terms of shot selection. Just a few, and I would say it, some of the shots I find could have been more responsible. Yeah, and it comes back again as to how you apply yourself at the crease.
Also knowing your responsibility as a player.
Yep. Brings Kurt Murray to the crease.
I don't think that we're going to see a change of bowling anytime soon. A really good Yorker there from Michael Clark.
Before the over end, Keswick, let me pick your brain a bit. What would you, as part of the management team, now say to the remaining batsmen that are there in the hut?
As a coach, I'll just ask the guys to occupy the crease, take it to lunch, and then after there we assess the conditions and see how.
Well, it doesn't appear that there is no occupation out there.
Well, Morris, I'll tell you what. With the consistency that I'm seeing from the Jamaican bowlers, right now everybody has to go and rebuild.
Okay.
So the fact that they're in this position now, it would be a little bit ticklish to go and try to look for runs. So right now, I think it's more in Jamaica hands. We're going into the latter part of the Windward Islands batting, so there would be a little bit limited in terms of stroke playing. But I must say congrats to Michael Clark, because he said this before he get to St. Vincent. He said this in Jamaica a couple of months ago, what he wants to achieve. And he's doing that in the first game. And well done to him. And I hope that he continues in that vein, because we'd want to see him continue like that. Really good job here from the skipper of the Jamaica team. As I take my leave and introduce Mr. Crookshank back into the combox.
This one, Redwood flighted outside the half stump. A bit of anxiety, and all of the players, all 11 players went up in appeal, but Jonathan Blade from Barbados will not have any part of that festival, even though it has been festive here in St. Vincent over the past few days, and the culmination of the carnival activities. But it seems to be carnival time out there, Alan. So since you were here the last time, you left when it was no wicket, you're now back. At 63 for 6. Did you went out there with some advice to the players?
Yes, good day, Kaznel, and good day to all our viewers again. I mean, when we were on initially, we said that they were bowling a bit too short, and we saw with the introduction of Clark that the length changed, and the liners, when he tucked them up, he didn't give them too much width. And by doing so, he put them under pressure, and then with Redwood, the wickets have started to fall. And since then, we have had the fall of 6 wickets for 13 runs.
From the fall of the first wicket at 50 without loss. It's very unbelievable reporting here. But it's live cricket you're watching at the Islandsville playing field as it over comes to an end. It's 63 for 6, the Windward Islands.
Yes, looking at the Windward Islands batsmen, I think they would have depended, after those wickets fell, they would have depended on Edward and Fontaine to put together a good partnership. In the past, they have shown the tendency to be quite disciplined in their batting, but I think they'll be very disappointed that both of them got out to very loose shots. Especially Edward, after getting so many runs in that over, he had already dispatched Redwood for some boundaries in the over. Looking again to cut that quicker one, sticking it off to the keeper. He would have been very disappointed with that one.
So Clark to continue from the commentary booth and here, and getting this one a bit sloppy misfield, very rare. Allows the Windward Island batsman to come through for one caught. Murray now comes off the crease. Comes off the mark, number 58. That's Rion Edwards making that slight mistake there.
Yeah, that was a little punch there by Murray, who has shown that he has some batting ability in some of the previous tournaments. Left arm spinner, left arm orthodox. It's the first time we are going to be seeing Lee John, who is batting now. Haven't seen him in the previous editions, but he will be under pressure here.
Yeah, and as you made mention, first time we have seen him, and he have faced, and this is his 7th delivery. He have shown his full face of the bath, you know. And one of the things you're coming into a tournament for the first time, Alance, you want to create that imagery to your coach or to the rest of the staff that you know what you're about. I know why you select me. And this could be a moment where he can bring himself out, stay at the crease, occupy. But again, it will depend on his shot selection and the others around him.
Yeah, he elected to leave that one outside the off stump. I think more of that is needed. They should take themselves up to lunch, trying not to lose any more wickets. Forget about the scoring rate. That's not as important at the moment as the wickets, and try to run as quickly as possible between the wickets and put a partnership together here.
So umpire Mukan just giving Clark a warning about running on that danger area, as his action, his follow through somewhat, is allowing him to just land, just fractionally on that area that you don't want the bowlers to be traversing.
Yeah, he has to be careful. He likes to get close to the wicket. He's bowling fairly wicket to wicket. That's his strategy. That's how he operates all the time.
So he's flicked down the leg side for 4. Magnificent shot there by Kurth Edwards. Johnson, sorry. They have the same slim build, you know. And Johnson getting his first boundary here at the Annesville playing field. A welcome boundary, something we have not seen since the couple of us back. We have seen a few from Edward, but Johnson this time flicked that one down.
Yeah, John may be tiring just a little bit. Clark may be tiring just a little bit here. He tends to bowl long spells, but he has been going for a while now.
So it's John. So a great appeal there. I think that one would have brushed the tie pad on its way down. Loud appeal, and you expect that from the Jamaicans because they're in the nick of things. And they have all right to ask the umpire, Mukan. And Mukan said, no, I do not believe in that one.
Yeah, that one was pretty close. You see Clark there making the gesture to go for the review. But of course, the review system not available here. Loud appeal by the Jamaicans. John would have been very disappointed to have been strangled on the leg side of that delivery if he had been dismissed, especially in this situation. So just got the boundary down to fine leg and maybe thinking that there was one more on offer on that delivery.
Yeah, and the ITFX camera crew is doing very well, and I'm not too sure if they could give me a shot of that palm chair, because I want to speak about the wind direction and why that delivery, the 2 previous delivery from Clark's over head down the leg side, is that with the wind now that is coming into the Annesville playing field, the wind is really going across. So it is causing that ball to angle down the leg side to the right-hander. And because he's starting that ball straight, you will consistently get that ball. Hence the reason why he was able to get a 4 and also the brushing on that ball on the tie pad.
Yes, the wind direction aiding that inward movement for Clark, and also the leg spin of Redwood to turn away from the batsman. So usually leg spinner would want the drift to be into the batsman and then the pitch to get that turn. So maybe from the other end he also could operate, but we have seen him operating from the backward end in every game he has played at the Annesville playing field.
So this one is swept down the leg side. magnificently, and 4 to Kurt Murray. Brings the total now to 72. 72 for 6. Some counter punch here by the Windward Islands.
Yes, an errant delivery there from Redwood. That one pitched outside the leg stump. Almost a free hit there for Murray, who got over it nicely, placed it in the vacant area behind square leg, and was able to pick up 4 runs.
I remember in Cumberland about a year or so, Kurt Murray played a very responsible role where he batted very long to save the day for the Windward Islands. And he's a batsman, from what I've observed a couple of years now, season I should say, that would not just give his wicket away like that. He will bat for long. It doesn't matter if he's not scoring, he will occupy the crease. And that is something that the Windward Islands will want now, the lower order batsmen to be occupying the crease for a long time.
Yeah, maybe it's something that that temperament is something that was lacking from some of the batsmen who have gone before. And maybe that type of approach would have yielded a better result for them at this point.
So we see that Redwood now bowling a bit slower, looping that ball in the air, in the breeze, and let it do the rest of the chalk.
Perhaps he's trying to buy a wicket before lunch. He has already picked up 3, looking for his 4th.
So 3 for 13 so far. A bit full. Somebody got away with that as the over comes to an end. It's 72 for 6, the Windward Islands.
Yeah, Windward Islands, they started off well this morning. They were 50 without loss. They have lost 6 wickets for 22 runs, a real quick collapse from them. Maybe they are trying to emulate their senior partners at the international level, who lost about 7 wickets for a handful of runs yesterday as well. Falling from 88 for 3 to 121 all out in that first innings. But what we're seeing here is that the Jamaican bowling, they have adjusted to the conditions. They have pitched the ball a lot fuller than they were pitching it in the first 30 minutes or so, when they were being banged all over the place by the 2 opening batsmen for the Windward Islands, the skipper Pascal and the enterprising looking Theo Edward. Since picking up that first breakthrough, they have been a lot more disciplined, and a lot of credit must go to the bowling of both Clark and Redwood. They have bowled well in partnership, and they have really kept the pressure on the Windward Islands batsmen.
Well, Jamaica has given Clark a better rest, and they have introduced Deshaun James, and he will take up the spell of bowling here from the commentary booth end. He has bowled some 4 overs prior for 26 runs. So I we want to see that he really takes up back that momentum from where Clark would have left off here.
Starts well. He was going for over 6 runs and over in his first spell. So that was an indication as well to what I alluded to previously, that they were not as disciplined with the new ball as they should have been, and really got the Windward Islands off to a rollicking start by being a bit too short on several occasions on a slowish pitch. So you want to rectify that. You want to take a leaf out of what he saw from his teammate Michael Clark.
Oh, it's a good bouncer. Right toward, that would not have even reached the crest. It would have reached his chest. But he ducked that one, and it even passed right over the bills.
Yes, as we said, there is not much life in the middle of the pitch. We are aware of what you have mentioned before. Viewers have been looking from the beginning, and even during the World Cup, that these pitches have just been relayed. And I don't think that they have quite settled as yet. It will be interesting to see how they play maybe a few months from now. But they have not quite settled as yet. The pace is not really in them. They do get some good bounce. They are hard. But I think that below in the subsurface there needs to be a bit more settling over time.
Interesting field setting. This full face being presented there by Court Murray. An interesting field set there. I'm not too sure if you call it a short leg. Or
well, earlier
because he's wearing a helmet at his back very
well,
far.
he's quite deep. He's almost like a very short square leg. But that's where they had him this morning as well. He was never really on the pocket of the batsman, so to speak.
Now, the question I will ask with that field setting is, what are you expecting from the bowler? Is it that you're expecting him to bowl short consistently, or you just expecting that the batsman to air maybe from a pull shot or top edge? Or
No, I think the plan here for sure to Murray and also to John. Once James is on, I think they want to test the middle of the pitch. Not sure if I will be going in that direction because of the way the pitch is playing. But that is something that they seem to be wanting to do at this point in time, to bowl short to both batsmen.
and this one is on top of it. That is John. So he's showing good pedigree, good temperament so far. He's not allowing James to somewhat intimidate him. And they have now deployed back the 2 slips in place where they would have had 1 for Clark. And again, that short ball. So clearly there's a plan there. So end of the over, bring the over to an end, 74 for 6.
I do not necessarily agree with the short ball ploy. They have bowled the ball fuller. They have taken the wickets of the top order with fuller deliveries. And all of a sudden now, because the lower order batsmen are in, you want to switch over to bowling the short stuff. And I don't think that that's the wise thing to do. You look at the pitch and the way that it is playing, there isn't much pace in the center of the pitch. And we saw those few deliveries that John played off the back foot. He had a lot of time to get on his back foot and play them. And you don't want to see that if that is the plan that you want to use, especially when they're facing up against who is probably your fastest bowler in James, that they have so much time on the back foot. So I would instead prefer to see them bowling a bit fuller. The ball is nipping around just a bit, and continue as they were going before, and just work with the success that you have been having up to this point.
Well, change of bowler, and coming up to lunch, so they would have opted the Jamaicans for another spinner in this case. And,
So new bowler being introduced
number 7
there.
on his back.
Yes. From our end, we cannot see the number on his shirt,
Yeah.
but you just wait to see who the new bowler is.
And there's an off-spin bowler.
Yeah, seems to be wearing a number.
Samuels. There's a Samuels on his back, for sure. He's wearing a Samuels shirt, but we will verify that bowler from where we are here.
Yeah, the last number 7, Samuels was Marlon Samuels.
From your recollection. So I'm not sure if Samuels is just because he, in these cricketers, they carry their best players, their icons, names. So I'm not too sure if that would have been his iconic person name in terms of Madison. This one is tucked down the leg side, and it brings them through for just 1. So a quiet session in terms of for the Windward Islands without wicket falling for the past 5 overs, which is something
Yeah, so
very
for the
cool for them. And they have been getting some runs there, which brings the total now to 75 for 6.
Yeah, for the time being, until we could get it verified based on our records, we will say that the bowler is Samuels. Based on what is on his shirt, we don't have a Samuels on our records, but yes, so he's bowling as off spin, bowling now to John. Plays it back calmly down the pitch, just on the onside.
So it's Odell Samuels. Oh, this was a massive heave, trying to get it over the roofs. But because of that square leg position and the wind, he was able to get through for 1. So, creeping up to that luncheon hour, end of the over, 76 for 6, the Windward Islands.
Yeah, and so far for the session, we have had just over 20 overs. And the Jamaican team, they would have been worried with the start that the Windward Islands had this morning. They were going along quite smoothly, swimmingly, at 50 without loss. And then they had a loss of the wicket of Edward. It was followed in quick succession by the loss of the captain, Pascal. And since then, they have continued to lose wickets in clusters. And there hasn't really been a partnership that has been forged since the opening partnership. And that is a big concern for them. They will need Murray and John to take them now to lunch and beyond.
Well, it's a continuation of the opening bowler, Deshaun James. He's been really ravishing some pace here, but just not been successful in terms of the wicket column that has been done by Clark and Redwood, and they have really enjoyed the session, the Jamaicans. They have the Windward Islands on the back foot here at 76 for 6 at the Islands Zero playing field. Again, another short delivery. So it's a no ball this time, and that appears to be an over. Well, one for the over. That's a short one for the over. So it's a front foot no ball, that is. In this version of the game, it's not a free hit, so the batsman need to keep that in mind.
Absolutely. We wouldn't want to get dismissed of this delivery with that misconception, but I think they're well aware of that. Just for the viewers, just to bear that in mind as this delivery is bowled by James.
Again, another short delivery. So umpire agreed that it was just below the shoulder, and even though the batsman ducked, and there was a lot of argument. Or it's another bouncer. Why didn't the umpire call a no ball? But then the umpire would have agreed. The square leg would have agreed that it's below, even though he was standing, would have been below his shoulders. So
yes, and there's much bounce in the wicket. So chances are that a lot of the deliveries that are short, unless they are woefully short, are going to be below the shoulder height.
And it's good to see the aggression. The aggression is what is interesting. West Indian bowlers are known for aggression. Likes of Michael Holding out of Jamaica. He's been very disastrous in the early 90s, along with the quartet of bowlers that they had there. And it was pace after pace after pace. A fire in Babylon, and they would have synonymously known for. But again, what I believe James is trying to do here is trying to unsettle the Windward Island batsmen and then set them up for another delivery. As we see, another slip being deployed. I believe this is going to be a full delivery.
This one is short again outside the off stump. I honestly don't agree with this ploy, as I have said before. I don't think it's the type of pitch that this ploy would be useful on. Even though you're now to the lower order of the Windwards batting, because of the lack of pace in the pitch, we actually saw a few boundaries very easily dispatched earlier on when they were short, and that was with the newer ball. Cutting in front of square for 4, just a one bounce, before going into the boundary, one pull for 6, well in front of square. So it is showing that there's much pace in the wicket. And as a result of that, you really should be looking to pitch the ball up. There's enough there for you as a bowler to get those wickets with pitching the ball up. We saw from Clark what was needed. And I think really his other teammates, those who are bowling seam, should take note of what he did.
Well, this one was pitched up a bit, and then with the angle of the wind, was able to get it through mid wicket. What should be the last ball of the over? This one is played comfortably backward of point. Brings it over to an end, and picking of the bills, which signals lunch here, the one on the Rising Star Under 19 cricket tournament, Jamaica versus the Windward Islands, a session that will be given to the Jamaicans, curtailed the Windward Islands scoring, where they were 50 without loss, and now 78 for 6 going into lunch. Stefan Pascal top scoring with 26 and T. Edwards 17. And the pick of the bowlers there for the Jamaican, Clark and Redwood doing the reaping of the wickets there for the Jamaicans. They took 3 wickets apiece there. So
Yes, welcome back to the Arnersville playing field where we have live action for you just after lunch in this fixture. Windward Islands under 19 taking on the Jamaican under 19. Just saw 2 runs there from John, taking the score up to 80. 80 for 6. 1 run, sorry. So 79 for 6. Here in the 28th over. We had 27 overs before lunch. Redwood among the wickets. 3 for him before lunch. 3 for 14. 3 for 13 before lunch, and conceding a single in this over so far. This one is punched straight to the man at the cover region there by Murray off the back foot. That is the end of the 28th over. The score is now 79 for 6. Just some updates from the other games. The Barbados team were 55 for 4 at lunch. In that game at Park Hill. I'll update you with a few more of the other scores as well as we go through the afternoon. It's been a bit of a struggle here for the Windward since the dismissal of their opening batsmen. They have lost 6 wickets for 29 runs. Murray is at the crease, Kurt Murray and Lee John. John will be on strike now to face up to Samuels. So the field is a slip. A man at a leg slip. Looks like Johnson, the skipper, is at slip. There is a man just backward of point, an extra cover, mid off, long on, shortish mid wicket. Fairly straight, square leg, and a man at the deep mid wicket boundary. So that's the field for Samuels as he's bowling to John. Man at square leg goes back to the backward square leg boundary. So 4-5 field, 5 on the on. This one is short. Watching it off the pitch. And playing it back to the man at backward point was John. So very good delivery outside the off stump there. That one lifted and beat him comprehensively. It's a dangerous ploy just to be prodding around just outside the off stump. If it's not going to threaten your stumps, then you should leave it. Or if you don't decide to leave it, then it's better to play an attacking shot. Makes no sense to be getting out to a defensive prod. As Osnet Cater joins me in the commentary booth. Good afternoon, yes. Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Lance. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Just tuning in. Quite an action-packed morning we had. We started off by seeing some very good batting in terms of the opening partnership between Pascal and Edward. And then we saw a flurry of wickets from the Jamaican spinners as well as Michael Clark. So the Windward Islands looking to consolidate after lunch and hopefully put up a respectable total, something their bowlers can actually bowl at sometime this afternoon.
Absolutely. Jamaica would have other ideas. They want to wipe the rest of the Windward's batting off as quickly as possible. This one is a flighted delivery. Played a lot better there by John, coming out onto the front foot and smothering the spin. There's no pressure in terms of time. So you just need to just bat. It's a quicker one there from Samuels. Well taken by Williams, who has been impressive behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 29, the score remains at 79 for 6. That's a maiden over there from Samuels.
Yes, a maiden over after lunch. Both Windward Island batters just looking to consolidate. I'm sure the word from the management team would be to bat as long as possible. Try and forge somewhat of a partnership here. We know Kurt Murray very well. He put a very high price on his wicket. He's the type of batter you need in these type of circumstances. Lee John seeing him for the first time. He'll be hoping to just form a partnership with Court Murray, the senior partner in this partnership, and hopefully they can propel the total above 100 and beyond.
Yes, Redwood would want to continue to pick up wickets for Jamaica. He took 3 before lunch. Has been getting some bounce and some turn. Occasionally has been too short or too full, but it's something that you tend to see from time to time with leg spinners. It's a difficult art to perfect. And after this delivery, he'll just get back to you with the feel. There's a slip. There's a man there now. He's looking that he will be moving to a shortest third man, and kind of a point behind square. And there's a man dead square. There's also a deepish cover, extra cover mid-on, mid-off. This one is flighted, driven to the man at extra cover. And there's also a man at a deep square leg. So, of course, there's an offside bias for the leg spinner, turning the ball away from the right-hander, bowling to a 6-3 field. This one is flighted again, but Murray comes forward in the approved manner, pushes it back to the man down at extra cover. Lovely afternoon here at Arnesville. Very light breeze. Good conditions for cricket. On a short again, but straight to the man at extra cover. We'd be disappointed with that one, Murray. If he had found a gap, he was in for some runs there.
Yes, those are the type of deliveries that both batters will really need to capitalize on. A lot of pressure being exerted on them so far, especially from Redwood and that Michael Clark bowling partnership. So when you have these opportunities to score, you really need to just pierce the gap. And that's something that we haven't seen from Murray so far.
This one is flighted, extremely full delivery. Just coming up to the crease. Kept out by Murray. And at the end of over number 30, the score remains on 79 for 6, the Windward Islands versus Jamaica. And that's 2 consecutive maidens there from the Jamaicans.
Yes, both bowlers after the luncheon interval, they've been able to retard the progress of the Windward Island team, sorry. Both batters looking reasonably watchful. I'm sure that they'll be mindful of the fact that they need to bat as long as possible. Not a lot left in the shed by way of batsmanship. So these two seem to be reasonably equipped to deal with the bowling threat of the Jamaican team. And they'll be hoping that they can do so successfully. Murray, 7 from 25. Lee John, 7 from 33. So both players not really scoring, setting the water light in terms of their scoring rate. But from a Windward Island perspective, they'll be hoping that this partnership can be developed and sustained over the next 10 overs or so, minimum.
Summers to continue from the commentary box end, the end towards the former E.T. Joshua Airport. John comes forward, pushes out to the man there in the covers. Looks like Rion Edwards does the fielding. Sedate started just after lunch. This one is played out onto the onside for a single. So nicely done there from John. A bit straight on that occasion was Summers, a bit too straight.
An interesting ploy, Alanson, in terms of starting with 2 spinners after lunch. Normally, most captains will opt for one of their frontline seamers and the spinner from the other end. Any specific reason you think behind that decision?
I'll get back to you shortly after this delivery. Oh, and that one is flighted. Almost an opportunity for a stumping because Murray seemed to have overbalanced there as he was stretching forward to play. I think that they've started with the spinners because the 2 opening bowlers were wayward this morning. I think you would have probably wanted to start with maybe Edwards And Clark, the other seamer, had a very long spell prior to lunch, so he would need a bit of a rest. I think that his hand has been forced just a little bit because of what he saw from the seamers in the first session. Clark aside, that is.
I actually think that Rian Edwards would be the freshest of the seamers. I don't think he bowled a second spell. I think Deshaun, he managed to switch ends and bowl from the airport end. And as you mentioned, Michael Clark, he bowled a pretty lengthy spell before lunch. So it's correct in terms of what you're saying in terms of the reasoning behind the two spinners we're seeing in operation at the moment.
It's fielded nicely by the skipper Barnes. It's the end of another over. This time there was 1 run from the over. And it takes the score up now to 80 for 6 after 31 overs. The Windward Islands here doing battle against the Jamaica at the under 19 level.
Not a lot happening after the luncheon break here at the Annisville playing field. A bit of a cat and mouse game, as they would say. The Windward Island batters not really showing a lot of intent in terms of scoring. And both spinners so far been pretty tight. Seen some turn from Redwood. We have seen that all day, as a matter of fact. He seemed to be the more threatening of the spinners in operation at the moment.
This one is driven nicely over mid-off. Should threaten the boundary. Gets there now. So that's 4 runs to John. That one was a bit more flighted from Redwood. And there was John coming forward, driving it nicely. Not getting the power that he may have wanted initially. The mid-off fielder was interested for some time, but got it to the boundary in the end.
We're just speaking about the lack of intent, and that is contrary to that opinion. It was a flighted delivery, and the good thing about that shot, he actually went with the turn over the man there at mid-off, and a very good shot. 84 for the loss of 6.
This one is a better delivery from Redwood. It was on Midland leg stump, turning across. Similar to the delivery that he got Pascal with. Got turned across him, taking the edge. Not a good delivery there. So after flighting that one and giving him a bit rough room outside off stump, he has tightened his line just a little bit, bowling more Midland leg in the next 2 deliveries.
But personally, I would have left the man there at mid-off and tempt John to go over the top again. I think it's a bit defensive to just let that man retrieve all the way back to long off and bowl a tighter line. What you want to see is the batter playing a bit more shots. And as a leg spinner, you're always in with a chance.
This one is punched straight to the man at mid-wicket there where I agree with you that he should have kept the mid-off up. I don't mind the adjustment in line because you probably want to give the batsman a different challenge. Say, well, if you could hit me from there over mid-off, try hitting me from a little bit straighter. But keep the mid-off in the circle. I do agree with that for sure. At the end of over number 32, the score is now 84 for 6. Lee John is on 12 of 41 deliveries, and Kurt Murray is on 7 of 29 deliveries. Tamara Redwood 3 for 18 so far in a spell of 11 overs.
Yes, the partnership continues to go along, not necessarily at a frightening pace, snail-like pace, although we saw a bit of intent in that last over from Lee John, playing a very good shot over mid-off and getting himself a boundary. Windward Islands will be hoping that more of the same is done over the next 5 to 10 overs. Bit of assessment in terms of the first inning total that they can actually muster at this point.
Yeah, I definitely would have tried one of the pacers. As Samuels comes now into Murray. And as you mentioned, Edwards has not bowled from his first spell. He bowled 4 overs, none for 17. So he should be fresh to continue after lunch. I think this type of bowling is allowing the Windward Islands low order batsmen just to get their eye in just after lunch and settle in. Good delivery there from Samuels, but well played by John.
Based on what we have seen from Summers so far, he's not offering a great deal of threat to the batters. He has been reasonably tight. A tall man, seems to be extracting a bit of bounce. Doesn't turn the ball a great deal. So what he has done so far is kept it reasonably tight for his captain. In terms of the penetration that the team might need, in terms of their quest to demolish the remainder of this Windward Island batting lineup, I think he maybe not be the most accomplished option. As we see a lovely shot through the offside once again. Seemed to be a shot that he favours Lee John. Gets himself 2 runs. 2 more added to the total, 87 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, Samuels, he reminds me a lot of the role that Hines played for them in previous editions. Left arm spinner on that occasion, but quite miserly. Good line and length. But not that threatening in terms of turn and so on, and deception, and guile. I think they need to be a bit more attacking now, the Jamaican team. As John comes forward, plays that one immaculately.
Yeah, so it just appears that the Jamaican team is waiting for something to happen as opposed to making something happen. So Captain Barnes really need to assess in terms of how he's going to get a wicket and how he's going to move forward in terms of getting this Windward Islands team in a position where he's comfortable.
Yeah, it seems as if he's waiting, especially against Samuels, who is quite disciplined. He's bowling a good line and a good length. He's waiting for something injudicious from the batsman, as opposed to trying to prize these wickets out. And I think he'll be well served by getting one of his more attacking bowlers in from the commentary box end.
Well, Redwood once again will continue proceedings from that Beckwith end. Mentioned the last over that man at long off. So he starts at long off at the start of the over.
And he starts at long off to Court Murray, who I don't think will be going over long off. What it does open for him, though, is a push down the ground for a single.
Correct.
One turning away nicely from the batsman there, from Redwood.
I haven't really seen the googly from Redwood. He used it quite sparingly last tournament. Not too sure if he has the confidence to try one of those. As this one is high into the air, it would take a very good catch to take this. Not getting there in the end, Samuels. So Court Murray lives to fight another day. It was a full toss, a juicy full toss, which should have been somewhere in the vicinity of that double-decker stand. But never really timed it as well as he would have liked there, Court Murray. And thankfully for him and the Windward Islands, fell safely in the end. So 2 more runs added to the total, 89 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, he's not the strongest of batsmen, is Court Murray. Doesn't have a lot of power. That one really should have been put away, especially with the field up. This one, he just comes forward, plays it back to the bowler.
That's the thing about leg spinners sometimes, Alan. So they offer these goodies, but somehow they get away with it. I don't know the art of leg spinning, but there it is, a juicy full toss and almost presented an opportunity for a wicket.
It can happen at times. I remember in 2003 when Australia were here for a series that Darren Lehman got a few wickets with some full tosses. He was bowling left arm spin. A few batsmen from the West Indies just chipped those full tosses neatly into the hands of the Australian fieldsmen.
As they say, you get junged in the honey. And that could happen at any point in time. As another over gets completed here at the Annesville playing field. Windward Islands, they are 89 for the loss of 6, having been insulted this morning by the Jamaican team.
I think so far after we have come back out from lunch, the Windward Islands will be more pleased of the two sides with the progress that they have made. The two batsmen look quite assured. They have shown good temperament so far, and I think it's clear in their minds what they want to do. I think the Jamaica team now needs to try something to unsettle them and to get that wicket, because, one can bring two, as they say.
We definitely saw that earlier in terms of a cluster of wickets. After being 50 without loss, it slumped to 51 for the loss of 4. So that's something we have seen not only today, but in previous tournaments where wickets tend to fall in clusters.
It's something that you should try as much as possible to avoid if you're a batting team. Give a few minutes to the bowler when you're new to the crease. Summers has elected this time to go around the wicket in this over. Nicely driven, but straight to the man at mid-off. Yeah, give the bowling team the first few minutes. Don't try anything. Just try to keep your wicket intact. That's one of the ways that you can prevent yourself from having these collapses.
So
it's nicely driven just in front of point. You will get a single, John. Yeah, so you reduce your risk. It's about risk management. You reduce the risk. And if it is that you have been dismissed as a team by some, wonderful deliveries, then you say hats off to the bowling team. But quite often there's some personal error in there as well.
Huge appeal there. I think the one would be missing the off stump, despite the fact that no shot was offered. Always a risk to do so.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that. We mentioned before that Summers is not getting a lot of turn. I think that an off spinner who turns the ball a bit more could have had John in some discomfort there. That could have been a long single. Refused there by both batsmen. This time he's getting one shot, goes onto the back foot, tucks it just for the square on the onside. They think of two, but there's never two there, especially to James, who was coming in from mid-wicket. He's very quick across the ground. And at the end of over number 35, the score is now 92 for 6, the Windward Islands.
Yes, another over with 3 runs coming from it. Type of over that the Windward Islands would like at this point in time. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Trying to accumulate as much runs as possible. A bit of a partnership brewing here between these two. And they'll be hoping to take it as deep as possible for their team.
So Redwood will be continuing. Has some nice figures so far in this game. Has taken 3 wickets up to this point. 3 wickets apiece for him and Clark. This one is driven over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. That goes all the way for 6. Effortless power and ease there from Lee John, and that was a mercurial shot.
Very good shot indeed there from Lee John. He has been the more aggressive of the 2 batters at the crease. Seem to be more comfortable at this point in time with the bowling on show. You're mentioning that Court Murray, it's not really within his game to play over the top on all these things. But that was a good shot. The previous over, he hit it over mid-off, got a boundary on. But on this occasion, he liked the look of that delivery, a bit of flight, and managed to hit it straight over, long on for a massive 6. Well played.
Yes, and looking at that replay, he kept the head down, so he was hitting over it. Good hitting technique, good batting technique there shown by the young man. I like that from him so far. I mean, I don't want to see how he goes through this tournament, but what he has shown here today has been quite promising.
Indeed so. Mentioning his partnership, a partnership of 35 from 89 deliveries. So it's been slow going from the start, but we have seen a bit of impetus being injected into the partnership in the last couple of overs, especially by Lee John.
Yeah, that one getting some bounce and some turn there from Redwood. So he's just reminding John that he's still here and he's still a threat.
It's a delivery we haven't seen a lot of from Redwood, as he has not been that consistent on that particular line. It's a similar delivery to what got the wicket of Pascal, in terms of just pitching on and about the middle stump and turning away. But he just hasn't been able to get enough deliveries in that particular region to continuously exert pressure on the batters.
It's every time he bowls there, he looks $1 million, because he does get the ball to turn and to bounce. So he will always be a threat once he's around that particular line and length. This one is shorter. And with the slow nature of the pitch, it gives John enough time to just go on the back foot, pushes out to cover. And at the end of over number 36, the score is 98 for 6. The Windward Islands here batting against Jamaica.
Here's a 6 runs coming from that over. A lovely shot over long on from the first ball of that over. Redwood were going a bit flat after that over. Managed to close out for no run from the remaining 5 deliveries. But not too sure that the Windward Islands will be too perturbed by that. This partnership is going along well. And they'll be hoping that they continue to build and build as they seek to establish a reasonable 4 innings total here in this opening encounter in the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament.
Summers will continuing to Murray, who has done a good job in support of John in this partnership and has held his own as well. He's been contributing to the scoring, knocking the ball in the gaps when he has the opportunity. Comes forward. And that's around the line or length that you will expect from Samuels. Seemed to be quite a disciplined bowler. Has good control. This one is tickled fine. They should get 2 here. And they're turning now for the second. Should get there comfortably as Barnes gets the return into the keeper, Williams.
Both batters using a different mode of operation. Murray quite prepared to play the long innings, working the ball into the gaps. Doesn't have the power that Lee John has shown us. And John, on the other hand, looking for any sort of misdirected deliveries to really take full advantage of, and something that he has done relatively well throughout his innings so far.
John playing in his first regional under-19 tournament from the island of St. Lucia. And we say hello to those in St. Lucia, those here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Dominica, and of course those in Jamaica. Good afternoon to you. And we don't want to forget the neutrals as Murray pushes this one down the ground for a single. For those watching who are not from those nations but from the others in the Caribbean and those in the diaspora and those who are just interested in Caribbean cricket, good afternoon to you. 100 for 6. So there's a score here now, 101 for 6. Windward Islands 100 coming up after 36.2 overs. Going at a run rate at around 2.7 thereabouts. And that's the end of over number 37, and the score remains on 101 for 6.
Another over completed by Samuels. 3 runs coming from it. So slowly but surely the Windward Islands showing a bit of progression. Lee John has been more aggressive. 23 from 59 deliveries. And Court Murray is there with him. Just trying to build a partnership here. Michael Clark, pick of the bowler so far. 3 for 11 from 8 overs. So we mentioned that lengthy spell that he bowled before lunch. I'm sure it won't be too long before we actually see him back into the attack, given what we have seen from the batters after the lunch break.
This one is down the leg side, short. Doesn't turn. Wait for the signal from umpire. Blades. There's no signal, so that one must have been a chance. May have gotten a little tiny inside edge on that one, Court Murray.
Well, we have been showering Williams with praises all morning, but on that occasion, not really coming across as quickly to effect that catch. So it's an opportunity being put down, it must be said.
This one is fuller down the leg side. This time he comes across. Doesn't collect cleanly, but bandy line there from Redwood. And we wait on the signal now from umpire Blades. Looks like it would be a bye signal, yes. Bye is the signal.
Redwood into his 14th over. So reasonably long day for him so far. Both of his first two deliveries on angle down the leg side. This one is outside the off stump. Jordan Johnson can prevent that single in the cover region. So another single to John.
That's the Murray.
To Murray, sorry. 104 now for the loss of 6.
This goes back to what I said a few overs ago when he moved the long off back. He moved the mid off back to long off. That it was giving Murray, the more defensive of the two, an easy single. So said, so done. This one is going to be caught. And that's John. He goes looking to lift that one over the long off feeler. And as I mentioned, the long off, I mean, he hit it straight to long off. There goes John after a promising start.
Not very smart batting, Alonso, to be honest. The man at long off was strategically put back a couple of overs before that, given the shot that we saw from him hitting, evading that man in the circle. And if it's anything, he needed to go over long on like he did previously. He was always going to take a risk going in that direction, knowing that a fielder is actually there.
I think looking at the replay, he was aiming to go over long on, but the turn got the outside half of the bat and took the delivery to the fielder at long off. I think based on the line of the delivery, it may have actually served him best to go in the extra cover region. So that's the end of John after a promising innings. Murray will be joined at the wicket by his twin brother, Kirsten Murray. Kurt Murray and Kirsten Murray. We saw Junior Randolph Murray earlier today. He's here with the team. Good afternoon to him. And of course, he's here also, I suppose, to support his progeny.
It's just when the Windward Islands were getting a foothold again into the game, we saw batter really just giving it away. There was really no need for that type of shot. Jamaicans were really running out of options after the luncheon break. They were just waiting for something to happen, as we mentioned before. And that wicket just basically presented itself to the Jamaican team, and they gleefully took it.
Absolutely. So Redwood again in. And looking at how Redwood has gone through this batting lineup along with Clark so far, I see that Barbados has one Zishan Mutara in their setup, who has already played first class cricket. It'll be interesting to see how he grows against the batsmen in this tournament. He will have some helpful conditions.
Yes, the spinners really having a field day today. More so Redwood. And
so at the end of the 38th over, it's now 104 for 7. And I'll be replaced here in the commentary box by Keswick Williams, who will join Osnet Cato.
So 104 for the loss of 7. Earlier today, Jamaica, they won the toss, elected to field first, a decision that perhaps they doubted for a period of time when the Windward Islands, they were going along very well, 50 without loss. And then we had a loss of 4 wickets in quick succession, reducing the Windward Islands to 51 for 4. And then we have that partnership now recently broken between Court Murray and Lee John. So 2 very good partnerships in the innings, but in between those partnerships, it hasn't been smooth sailing for the Windward Islands. As we welcome back Keswick Williams. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Cato.
And just as Kesrick joins us, his favorite cricketer, Michael Clark, comes into the attack.
I wonder which Michael Clark you're talking about. Is it the one from Australia?
Uh,
But I mean, I like the youngster. The thing about it is his confidence that I like. I mean, when you set certain goals and you're achieving it, speaks volume.
Agreed. What we're speaking earlier in terms of the decision to start with 2 spinners after the lunch and break. And I'm not sure what's your input on that decision by the captain, or if you would have started with one of your seamers.
It's not a bad ploy. You know, the wicket is offering a lot for the spinners. The onus is up on those spinners now to use the pitch, get the ball in the right areas, and it's a good shot on the up. Was in the air for a while, but it was safe. Didn't get enough legs to get to the boundary. Just 2. But yeah, as you asked a while ago, I mean, looking at the pitch, it's conducive to spin bowling, so it's not really a bad ploy. But when you have a bowler like Michael Clark in your team that can come in and always pick off a few batters, you always want to use him short spells.
I think
So far, so good.
I think that was a challenge for the captain as well in terms of as this one is edged through the gully region, should be able to get a second again. So 2 runs again to Court Murray. He moves along smoothly. Yes, I was saying that in terms of the spell that he bowled before the lunch and break, it was a relatively long spell, 8 overs on the trot. So maybe that's something that he would have considered in terms of not willing to start him directly after lunch. But here he is now. He's a fit young man. You could see him well built. And I'm sure that he's ready to put his hand up and be counted here for his captain.
I listened to him having a conversation with Sunil Ambris and Ryan John, who plays for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And he was telling them that one thing he don't have is pace. But one thing that works for him is his consistency, being able to hit good areas. And he always say, I have a little bit of, ins and out with the ball. I don't know what ins and out means. But he said, I don't have pace, but I have a little ins and out with the ball. So I work with that. But it's the end of the over. It's 108 for 7, Kato.
Yes, 4 runs coming from that over. The Windward Islands continue to accumulate runs. We've seen a succession of overs where they've managed to get 3 or 4 runs per over, and that will put them in good stead as they seek to make some progress here in the first innings of this encounter. Remember, we're bringing you live action from the Arnesville playing field in the opening day of the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. Match being played between Windward Islands and Jamaica. Earlier, Jamaica, they won the toss and elected to field first. And the Windward Islands, they are in a relatively sticky position here, 108 for the loss of 7. We're looking to accumulate as much runs as possible to give their bowlers a chance to bowl at something. As we see Redwood continuing from that Beckwith end into the left-handed Murray. Another delivery on a good length coming back in. So it's the first challenge he had so far in terms of a left-hander. He's managed to bowl to all right-handers so far in this innings.
This is a good challenge for him as well, being able to bowl to both right and left.
This one is
We'll
forcing it
see how-
out to cover. There, Johnson not feeling cleanly.
Just think I'm not really getting a lot from Redwood. Still think he needs to put a little bit more into his bowling.
Something we alluded to earlier in terms of not really seeing if he has a googly in his armory. Haven't seen the use of it. I'm not sure if he has put it on hold or he's waiting for the special occasion, but I haven't seen it. We've seen all leg spinners so far. This one is down again to long on and should be taken, yes. So another poor decision there from Murray in terms of choosing to go in the direction that a fielder is in terms of the boundary rope. And disappointment from him, but another wicket goes for Windward Islands. They're now 108 for the loss of 8.
Trying to seal Try to seal my lips on this one, Kato, but yes, these guys are still developing, but you would want to see a little bit more sense into their batting. Leg spinner, ball is spinning into you, full. Could have just played it down the ground. Straight to the man at long on again. Another catch.
I think a better
Makes it
option
Kirk
perhaps would have
Franklin.
been go a bit wider in terms of mid-wicket region, mid-wicket cow corner, because that long one was reasonably straight and hit it straight down his throat. Comfortable catch here from Samuels. He seemed to be enjoying his day in the field.
Something that I'm not seeing a lot from our young players is being able to use their feet down the ground and hitting it down the pitch and hit it down the ground for one. Not really seeing a lot of that, and I would take it even further and not saying youngsters, Caribbean players. A lot of Caribbean players use their feet and they go for big sixes.
Agreed.
We don't see a lot of Caribbean players using their feet, get to the ball and hitting it down the ground for one. And it is something that's lacking from our cricket, I think. And if you have to start it, you have to start it here, at this level.
Agreed.
Get the guys, use your feet, get down to the pitch of the ball, stroking it down the ground for one. That's not something that we're seeing.
This one is short of a length. Well played in the end there from Courtney Franklin.
Courtney Franklin, well, he's at the crease now. He's not really too known for batting. But I tell you what, score some useful runs at times.
Yes, he's a good strike of the ball. He's not the type of player you will see nodding it around. Just have to be selective in this particular situation. As another over comes to an end, 108 for the loss of 8.
He has a number 47 on his back, and his favorite player is doing Bravo.
Just to take you back on the point before in terms of use of feet, it's something that we have seen gone out of the game to some extent. I remember the likes of Marlon Samuels, Ramner Sawan, Carl Hooper, and BCL.
And
all of these guys,
dance,
yes.
guys used to dance down the pitch.
Yep. Shanda Paul. So it's something that we have had in the past. So I'm not too sure if perhaps some of these guys could be some spin bowling consultants as it relates to batting spin. I mean, none better than the great BCL himself. But it takes a lot of confidence, I think. I think a couple of players perhaps run down the track unknowingly at times or without any sort of structure or plan, and they lose their wicket, and from that they tend to lose confidence as I don't want to do it again.
Question, Kate, have you ever run down the track to any spinner and get stumped out? Have that ever happened to you, Kato?
I've never really played cricket at the highest level as such. I play.
Don't worry about the highest level. The folks want to know if you ever run down the track and get stumped out.
I think that has happened to many of us many times. That's something that you enjoy.
I'll tell you what.
But
one of our commentators here was famous for that, Mr. Morris. He used to be a leg spinner, so a lot of guys he left down the track. I won't call any names, but I know that won't happen again. I don't get any bright ideas, folks. It wasn't me.
as we see Clark starting his next over, he's into his 10th. Figures of 3 for 15 so far, so he has been rather miserly as well as being penetrative. This one is a Yorker length delivery, a bit of in-drift as well. Murray there sizing up to hit that one through the covers, taking the inner portion of the bat. Thankfully for him, evading the stumps. As we see Courtney Franklin having a word with him. Franklin, the local boy, also played for the Windward Islands last year. He'll be hoping to make his mark on this tournament. Has a bit of pace. I think he has added that this one is hit not as well as he would have liked, out to deepish point and gets 2. And the thing about Court Murray, his game is not the power game. He's more time off the ball. Likes to bat a long time. So they'll be hoping that he's able to just continue in his vein and accumulate the runs in the way that he knows best. He's driving this one again straight to the man that mid-off. Just as we were saying, he doesn't really have the power really to evade the infield. He's more inclined in working the ball into the gaps. Perhaps out of character there, Court Murray trying to go over the top against Michael Clark. Once again, getting the breakthrough for his captain. His 4th wicket, and Windward Islands, they lose their 9th. It's now 110 for the loss of 9. Court Murray goes for 21. Number 11, batter heading out. Number 11, sporting on his back, coincidentally. Aaron Joseph joining Courtney Franklin. 110 for the loss of 9 Windward Islands. A disappointing batting effort so far from them. They were at one time poised to put up a reasonable total, as we mentioned, having been 50 without loss, and it's now 110 for the loss of 9. Somewhat of a collapse by the Windward Island team.
Looking at the last probably 6 balls or so with Kirk Murray at the crease. They have never actually played any attacking stroke until the loss of his brother, which is Kirsten Murray. I guess he's just trying to get as much as possible because he's really batting with the tail.
Agreed. I think he felt the need to really push the scoring around, but as we mentioned, he doesn't really have the power to do such.
Well, you could see he doesn't have the power. He's a very small guy in stature, so that's not his game.
So Joseph facing up to Clark for the first time. This one again, and Joseph looking to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity of our commentary box here. Misses it completely. 110 for the loss of 9. Another successful over there from Michael Clark. He has figures of 4 for 17. And Windward Islands, they are 110 for 9, having been sent into bat this morning.
They have lost 9 wickets for 60 runs.
So these 2 players we mentioned bowling in partnerships. Redwood 5 wickets and Michael Clark 4 wickets. So both of them really creating havoc. Havoc is a word that we have heard a lot in recent times with the passing of Beryl. A similar effort here from the Jamaican team as it relates to demolishing this Windward Island batting lineup. This one is swung and taking the top edge, and a good effort there in the slip cordon. And a chance for run out, and a poacher there from Clark. As a flighted delivery there, and Franklin looking to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity of the party stand, getting the outer portion of the bat. Good effort there in the slip cordon by Captain Barnes, just evading him in the end. So I'm sure we'll see some shots in this over from Courtney Franklin. Once again, he's pouring this one over mid-off for 4. We mentioned that he has a bit of power. We saw him in the Windward Island tournament, really having a field, having opening the batting in a couple of those games as well. So I'm sure that he'll be licking his lips here, facing up to Redwood at this time.
The thing about him, Kate, as I mentioned, he's not the prettiest of players, but he usually scores some useful runs for his team, or whatever team he plays for, whether it's locally or regionally.
This one is swung again out to deep mid-wicket for another boundary. So Courtney Franklin dealing in boundaries here at the Annesville playing field. Something for the Windward Island supporters to shout about.
Another full toss. But that's the thing about Franklin. He's the type of player that if he gets out, he doesn't mind. And that's the kind of mentality he has. Like, he would play shots.
As we're seeing the boundary line being decorated with Jamaican feelers at this point in time. We now have a man at deep backward square, beef square leg. This one again, a full toss. He would be very disappointed there, Franklin. Certainly missed out on that one. Gets a single. And Aaron Joseph here coming into strike. It'll be interesting to see how Joseph goes in terms of his mode of operation. Based on the first delivery we saw in that previous over, I'm sure that he will be perhaps operating in the same vein as Courtney Franklin. And this one is hit again straight down the ground. I think the fielder there, Samuel, come around and mop up. So a bit of intent being shown here at the back end of the innings as we look at the groundsmen. So a bit of dark cloud to our left.
You're going to see two things here now, Kato. It's either we score runs or we get out. Both players are playing in that mode, that frame of mind. But it's the end of the over. That was a good over for the Windward Island team.
It's 122 for the loss of 9. As we see. Yeah, and just to add to what you were saying in terms of using your feet earlier, Kenroy, we saw a wonderful dance down the track there from Courtney Franklin, and just playing with a straight bat to extra cover, something that you've been calling for and you want to see more from, especially the top order players.
Well, I think he prides himself a lot in terms of his batting.
I think we'll have a delay in proceedings here as we're going to have a pause for some weather, a bit of rain coming across the ground as the groundsmen make their way out into the middle. So a reasonable couple of overs there for the Windward Island team, just pushing along to 123. A small partnership being developed here between Franklin and Joseph. But we're going to take a small break and we'll be back with you when we have live action after this rain interruption.
Yes. And we're back here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium. Had a little bit of interruption, a little bit of rain delay, but we're back. The sun is out, Kato.
Yes, in all its glory.
Probably the brightest we have ever seen it for the day. We're seeing Beckway in the back there, shining bright as ever. A little bit of doves flying around. There's a little bit of... And he's not skylarking this Courtney Franklin, that is. He's a type of player, as I said, he's not pretty, but he would dispatch bad bowling. He's on 12 now, of just 8 deliveries. Probably might see a little T20 innings from him. Little bit of laughter in the com boxes. And I think it's because the sun is out. My grandmother used to tell me whenever you see doves flying around, rain is up. Is that so, Kato? Is that the same thing in Beckway? Because I know you're from Beckway. Every time you speak of Beckway, you always put a smile on. So I know that you, what do you call yourself? The Beckwarian? What is that? I'm not sure.
As we see, I'll get back to you after this delivery. And Michael Clark again, looking to mop things up here for the Jamaican team. Well, I think everybody can attest that you've mentioned the word Beckway more than anybody else in this Comanche box, Mr.
Yes, because I do
Williams.
love Beckway. I love my country.
We all do. It's a lovely place to go.
Very, very proud.
I'm sure all of us have had some great memories in Beckway. Courtney Franklin here looking to create some memories for himself on 16 from 10 deliveries.
Just hoping our good friend here who's here representing Cricket West Indies out of New Zealand, Mr. Ramesh, he's enjoying himself here in St. Vincent. Fall in love immediately when he get to the venue and he saw the venue. He was so happy to be here. Courtney Franklin again thumping that one through mid-wicket. Just 2 though. Well, he's settled for 1. I think he's trying to keep the strike.
Yes,
I think it's a shield.
Yes, another single there for Courtney Franklin moves on to 17. The Windward Islands 128 for the loss of 9. And as you mentioned there, Franklin thinking about facing the first ball of the next over. I think rightfully so as well. He's the more accomplished of the 2 batters at the crease. It'll be interesting to see if they persist with Redwood from that Beckway end. Franklin really took a liking to him before that rain interruption.
Jamaica doing a fantastic job winning the first session this morning and looking like they're well on their way of winning the second session as well. Had a little bit of rain interruption, but they're back. The sun is out. Probably the brightest we have seen it for the entire day. Hoping it stays that way. It's now the rainy season here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so we'll have a few stops during this tournament.
Another flighty delivery there, rather uncharacteristic. Prod into the offside there from Franklin. I'm not sure we'll see more of that shot throughout this innings. As Redwood comes around the wicket this time. He's swinging again. Out to deep mid wicket. Field is well placed. And for a bullet arm there from Deshaun James. He has been electric in the field so far. So it's a predominantly leg side field with a man there at deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Long on, long off. So a lot of boundary riders for this particular partnership. Jamaica will be looking to mop things up and get their batting innings going. Windwards will be looking to delay this inevitable as long as possible. Another good delivery there from Redwood.
Still not seeing enough from Redwood. He has 5 wickets already for 42 runs, just 16.2 overs or so. Big sweep again. Move nothing but air.
Is it Joseph?
Bulk of the runs scored in the back end of the innings from the tail enders. Not a lot of technique being shown from the lower order from the Windward Island on the 19 team, but it's the end of the over, end of another Redwood over. It's 129 for 9.
Yes, a quiet over, considering what we've seen before. Both of these batters looking to be ultra aggressive. Maybe it's the right thing to do at this point in time, trying to muster as much runs as possible. Franklin getting the best of Redwood in the previous over, but on this occasion not doing so.
Clark is back with ball in hand, trying a short delivery, not really getting what he probably wants, a wide delivery. Not something that we have seen a lot from Clark. He did mention himself that when you talk about pace, you can't really call his name, but when you talk about consistency and line and length, that's where you'll start to mention his name. Slower delivery. Franklin again moving a lot of air since he's at the crease. Really a strong on-side player. There's a feeler on the long on boundary. Deep mid and backward of square. And that one punched through. Extra cover. Could get 2. A little bit not getting enough spike in his shoe, I think. Aaron Joseph slipped on the return, so just a single. Courtney Franklin moves on to 19, sorry. Score is kind of you know what? That's a proper T20 shot, you know. I tell you what, that's a lot of risk. That one was taken off the off stump. Would like to see that again, that shot from Aaron Joseph, if our producer would allow us to see it. Another slow delivery.
Joseph here swinging for the fences.
I must say, those sort of shots in T20 and T10, you see those shots and you're like, amazing, taking it off the off stump and playing it through the onside. Another short one. This could be a catch, but just going over the feeler at extra cover. Franklin is really having a good time here at the crease. Asking for a bit of H2O.
Yes, that delivery just evading the man there at cover. James. So living dangerously, as you said, but the runs keep adding to the total. 132 for the loss of 9 at this time. I think the longer they delay the dismissal, they'll really give them a bit more confidence going into their bowling effort. But frustrate the bowling team as well. As another over comes to an end, Windward Islands are 133 for the loss of 9. Joseph is there on 2. And Franklin is on 20.
A couple of deliveries ago, Kato, I make mention of the shot that he played off the off stump, playing it on the onside. But my mind was telling me, wait a minute, don't say much yet on that shot. Let's see if it's actually a shot that he can play or he's just playing across the line and he's not playing straight. And exactly that, the next delivery that was bowled to him, you can see that he's just playing across the line. So it's not really a shot that was intended.
So Redwood to continue. It'll be interesting to see once again Franklin on strike. Scoring areas, I think, would be more on the leg side. Once again, this one is hit high in the air and falls between all three fielders. He's definitely living a charmed life at this point in time.
Well, he's on 20 now, Kato. You can see the field is packed. He has a long on, deep mid wicket, square, deep square, and fine leg. Well, back with a square, I should say.
He's definitely going to try and target the leg side. If you look through the offside, there's nobody back on the deep extra cover boundary, but that would be a difficult shot to execute. Not to show if he has that in his armory. As this one again is up in the air, should be taken, is taken, and that's the end of the innings. So his charmed life comes to an end. Courtney Franklin, he goes for 22. And the Windward Islands, they are all out for 135. Okay. So 135 all out, the Windward Islands. They were inserted by the Jamaican team earlier today. And last wicket there going that of Courtney Franklin for 22. Joseph, he remains not out on 2. And 135 for the loss of 9. Redwood finishing with figures of 6 for 44. A very good effort from the young man. Really came into the attack and really stifled the progress of the Windward Island team. He, in tandem with Michael Clark, really dented their progress, and they were able to put a break on the progression of the Windward Island team as we go through the batting card of the Windward Island team. Captain Pascal, he was caught Williams bowl Redwood for 26. Theo Edward, he formed a very good partnership with his captain at the top of the order. He went for 17, caught Williams bowl Clark. Devon Joseph caught Barnes bowl Redwood for 1. Abraham, he was caught Williams bowl Clark without scoring. Fontaine, the under 15 captain, upgraded to the under 19 team for the first time. Caught Williams bowl Michael Clark for 2. Tariq Edward, one of the senior members of the squad, he was caught Williams bowl Redwood for 8. Lee John, for a moment, he threatened to really take the game back to the opposition. He was caught Samuel bowl Redwood for 23. Caught Murray, he was resolute in his attempts. Caught Weatherboard bowl Clark for 21. Corsten Murray, the twin brother of Court Murray, he was caught Samuel bowl Redwood without scoring. Courtney Franklin played a very good cameo in the end. He was the last man to go. Caught Clark bowl Redwood for 22. 13 extras. So Windward's 135 all out. What about the bowling, Kesrick?
Yeah, so fantastic work here from Jamaica. They really fought back well. It was 50 without loss until the introduction of Redwood and Clark. Clark taking 4 for 26 off 12 overs, and Tamari Redwood taking 6 for 44. Other bowlers didn't really cause any sort of damage. The damage was done by Michael Clark, who really did a lovely job last year for them with the ball and coming back this year and doing a great job as well. Him and Tamari Redwood, that's the most that we could speak about here. But well done from Jamaica. Windward Islands under 19, they are all out for 135. We'll be back here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium where you can enjoy a lot more of the West Indies under 19 Rising Star Tournament in a
So welcome back to the Islandsville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have in the West Indies under 19 Rising Star Cricket Tournament. Jamaica taking on the Windward Islands, and the Windward Islands, having completed their first innings, was kettled out for just measly 135. And the top score coming there from Stefan Pascal, the captain of 26. But the pick of the bowlers, Tamari Redwood, he's gotten a 6 for 45, and that really reaped havoc for the Windward Islands. But the bygone is the bygone. We have now the first innings now for the Jamaican, and they will take battle to see how much they could do for the rest of the evening here, and to opening bat here for the Windward Islands, the Jamaicans, sorry, and it will be Kivanji Vogo, number 6, and the striker there, number 14 on his back, Adrian Ware, and Ware would have opened for Jamaica for a number of years and a number of tournaments, I would say, and we are seeing the number 6 for the Windward Islands being going through his warm-up, Corton Murray, in this case left arm seam. He's looking to go across with that wind that is angling across. And we still have the luxury of former West Indies. Well, I don't want to somewhat call doomsday on your career, but Kesrick Williams here in the commentary box. Kesrick, good afternoon to you, hot sun here in St. Vincent. You're person not accustomed to be here for a long period.
Good afternoon to you, Morris. I mean, I should be welcoming you to the combox, but, you know, I would love you to say former. It's okay. You can say it. But
So the first ball of Murray. This one is short. Well set field. The man had fine leg. So he got the first run off the board here for Ware. And Jamaica off with a scoring.
immediately he plans on the shorter delivery. First one. Don't mind the short one first up, but what you look for when you're someone that understands the cricket and knowing what you want to get out of the cricket, you want to see them hit the errors first up, and being consistent.
Yeah, and you as a fast bowler, you would like the first ball that sets the tone or the momentum for you, and you would not want to hear no ball or a wide.
I like his approach to the crease. They're just 2 deliveries. Still want to see a little bit more of him. First time seeing him operating. Looks just like his brother, I would say.
And the family is very
Actually,
slim.
twins.
Yeah, they're a very slim family. And, you won't expect much in terms of stature.
Kirsten Murray and Kirk Murray, that's it. Exactly what we mentioned a while ago, Morris. We saw the problem in the first innings when Jamaica bowled the first 10 overs or so. Everything was almost in the middle of the pitch. Nothing really happened. You saw Courtney Franklin just showing Kirsten, bring him on the front foot. That's what you need to do. Bowl it a bit fuller. Try to use what little the pitch has to present that opportunity of a wicket.
Oh,
Finds
straight,
the edge.
just dropping short of that second slip fielder. Excellent, great work there from Murray. Something would be very encouraging for him to see that ball shaping away from the left-hander.
Really well bowled. finding the edge again, but this time through slip and gully. Should reach to the boundary for 4. First 4 of the bat off. Mr. Virgo. What if he's familiar from in Virgo? I have to ask that question. After he comes off, I'm going to ask him that question.
Well, Keswick, it's not all Williams are related. So it could be just name purposes.
I'll tell you what, all Williams and St. Vincent is related. It's a small island.
And what about outside of St. Vincent?
I'm not really sure.
Oh. Wow.
But all of us here are related. There's a few of us here. Probably fill the phone book. If you look in the phone book, you'll see the most surnames is Williams. So I have a big family here.
Are you good to all your family members?
Very good.
Excellent. This one.
Really well played. Just in front of point from Virgo. Didn't get enough leg to reach to the boundary, but it's a good shot.
But excellent save there on the point boundary, and you will expect, because it's a new ball, it will race across the outfield, but there was a bit of rain, so the dampness of the outfield will slow it down. But excellent save there, cut down 2 runs, and Jamaica at the end of the first over, they are 9. 9, yes, without loss.
Something that we spoke about in the first innings, Morris, is the length on this pitch. We want them to be a little bit more fuller. It's not that kind of pitch that will blow out any batter, so you need to be consistent. We saw how Michael Clark, who don't even have the pace like Kirsten Murray, how he bowl on the pitch, picked up 4 wickets. So that is what we want from the Windward Island on the 19 bowlers now, is to use the pitch, bowl it a little fuller, give it time.
So Joseph, another left arm seamer coming from the Grenadines end, with the wind somewhat across him. Now he will be more comfortable with that angling across with the left hand to the right hander, because he will use the natural angle of his arm and that of the wind as well. So he has a lot of aid with him. It will be very interesting as to how he uses it in terms of the pitch, whether he uses it into the pitch or, as you rightly call it, pitch it up and let the ball swing from there.
Sometimes it's pretty hard to get youngsters to follow simple instructions as pitching the ball up, especially when the ball is new. When you are young and you have a little bit of pace, you always want to buy land in the middle of the pitch. That's a little better, but
tremendous cricket shot to cover, and not a soul can move except the man retrieving the ball at the boundary.
Well, where in Jamaica is known for running, but that one run across the field really well. That's a good shot.
Where I spoke of how he gotten 100 in his last outing here when he played here in St. Vincent, in Cumberland, to be precise. And I watched his batting, and he shows great resistance in terms of his batting. And he's one to look at in this tournament from my personal perspective. And if there are scouters around, one that they would really want to keep an eye on in terms of his ability to score and to occupy the crease.
Looking at him, I really think he didn't change size from last year. So it's either he's maintaining.
And it doesn't speak of his ability to mobilize himself in the crease. Good backing up there by Court Murray, number 5. That one was dart across the field, but diving effort backing up there. So good fluent scoring here by the Jamaicans. They're not being perturbed by the shyness of the delivery or the 2 left arm seamers of the Windward Islands. They are going along smoothly, 14 without loss. Still have Courtney Franklin to come in to bowl. And then you'll have the quartet of spinners to come, including Tariq and Kurt Edwards and those spinners to come.
It's been a while I haven't seen two left arm seamers operating for Windwards. We had that in the past in Dayton Butler and Kenroy Peters. But it's the end of the over. So score is now 14 without loss. But yeah, Morris, we saw Kenroy Peters and Dayton Butler playing for Windwards for a number of years, where both bowlers opening the bowling for Windwards for an extended period of time. But now we're seeing here Kirsten Murray and Aaron Joseph, both left-handers. Sure, they would like to follow in the footsteps of a Dayton Butler or Kenroy Peters, who is now the head coach of the Windward Islands senior men's team.
Murray to continue. Oh, that's when it's tucked him into the tie pad area. This camper through, let's see the signal. Sounds as if there was some. Okay, no. So, leg by. So, leg by is camper through there. The Butler, who is now into the umpire panel here. So there's a lot of mileage for young cricketers who want to come through. Whether or not you cannot make it onto the senior team, there is still avenues in which you can choose from, like commentary as well, and umpiring, and so don't come to it all done and out when you feel that you would not have made it onto a senior team or some other team.
Love the energy of the Windward Island team. They seems in good energy, a little bit more energy than probably what the Jamaicans give this morning. Just need to follow up on that and use that energy to take some early wickets.
Yeah, it will help to build that momentum. For example, they had an opportunity that dropped short. Well, not an opportunity, a ball that dropped short of the second slip in the first over. And that really catapulted them to really get a hype of energy. And that too can really work with the energy. The energy is very important. What you don't want is like the Windward Innings, a 50 without loss, and everybody goes, somewhat sleeping on the field, because that could determine how the Jamaican go on from this time forward. Very pitched up. When they could get one, Courtney Franklin doing the bulk of the fielding there.
Needs to find the right length.
But what do you think there, as the opening bowler, left arm, what would you have encouraged him to do in this case?
It's just a matter of just finding that right length, being able to bowl in that spot consistently. He's shaping the ball away from the left-hander. He'll bring it back into the right-hander. And that's a good skill to have. But it's really a waste to have so much skill and you're not really putting the ball in the right areas constantly. It really won't trouble any batter if you're back in the pitch. Now, if he can get it fuller, then he would create some problems. Trying to remember here now from the World Cup, Faruqi from Afghanistan, who was a left arm seamer as well, that brings back the ball into the right hander. Most of his wickets was bowled down, and that is by pitching up the ball and swinging it back into the right handers, opening up that gate, going through that gate. So with that length, where wouldn't really be uncomfortable with that length? But it's the end of the over. 16 without loss.
The continuation of Aaron Joseph. And Williams, I'm not sure. From my point of view, the slips are very close. That's right. What a catch. What a magnificent catch. First slip. I just talking about that slip region. And a diving effort across the keeper would have shadowed him, but the first slip was able to still maintain his position, and the Jamaicans would have lost their first wicket. And Aaron Joseph making all his strikes here for the Windward Islands.
Really a nothing shot, not getting close enough to that delivery. But it was actually the first ball that was actually pitched up. Don't look like you have a clue what happened there, Virgo. Kavanja Virgo. Pitched up outside the line of the fourth stump. That's a good catch. And that's what you want.
Well,
that's the first wicket there. Down. Aaron Joseph taking the first wicket. Good catch by T. Edwards there.
Well, with that wicket down, it brings Jordan Johnson to the crease. And Jamaica 16 for 1. And the shot in itself, the foot movement, was very economical. Nothing too looking much like a cricket shot. I'm not sure if you can shed a little light on the foot movement there. And because he was somewhat stepping down to the ball. And again, with that angle of delivery moving across the left-hander.
Well, it brings Jordan Johnson to the crease, but really and truly, looks like to me that he lost his foot in there. He didn't know if he's getting close enough. Just that big stride out, just pure hands there. Could have probably get a little bit more closer. His back foot was stuck. Could have done a lot more there to prevent losing his wicket, but that's gone now. It's 16 for 1. Jordan Johnson is at the crease. The main man here for the Jamaica under 19 team.
We spoke about the energy in the Windward Islands camp, and that energy is what they use to get that wicket so in a supportive manner. As Joseph again continued to knock at the door of the Jamaicans. And I want to mention, we keep saying about using the wicket and pitching that ball up. Just at the time when he looked to pitch one up, where the uncertainty of coming forward there for Virgo, and by the time he looked to come forward, it was peeling off the edge to the first slip.
And those are the sort of areas that you want them to bowl. You could see the difference in players. Ease down to backward of square. He looks so calm at the crease. He looks a compact player. How much 100 he have scored over the last few months? Jordan Johnson. I don't know if you ever had the chance in meeting him as he's one of those type of players. He's always by himself. He's always watching cricket. He's one of those players, him and Michael Clark, who understands what they want to achieve from this game.
But this one is up and over, just dropping in front of the man at point. Opportunity evading him, and I think the wind would have taken it away.
Going very hard at that one ball, going away from
where?
From where? No sort of foot movement. But I think listening to a lot of guys in the modern day cricket, they don't think that foot movements is they think that foot movements is a thing of the past. What do you think about it, Morris?
I think this one is in there. Could be taken. And another wicket goes for Jamaica. And number 22 goes. He just came out, Jordan Johnson. Didn't really take time to look at the left arm. And a delivery looking to flick across the wicket. There you see that delivery. Yeah, and he was able to balloon it. And he was gone. And the second wicket, there goes the celebration. What else would you want in this hot sun more than dancing?
Well, it's the celebration. They call it the Spanish, but I'm not sure what shot that is because surely it's not English. But I don't know. You really expect a lot more from a player of his caliber. Like you would expect a lot better from Jordan Johnson. It's really a notting shot.
Yeah, Courtney Franklin, he's still in his carnival mood here in St. Vincent.
That celebration is actually called the Spanish.
Oh.
That's what they call it.
Is it a not Leeward celebration?
It's actually Larry Edwards' celebration.
Oh, okay.
He plays for Windwards in the regional Super 50 tournament. That's his celebration. They call it the Spanish.
Oh, okay.
That's the reason why I mentioned that must be a Spanish shot.
Well, they have more vocal now, the Windward Island players and the Jamaicans in just a spot of bother.
Really and truly, Morris, I don't want to take anything away from the Windward Island bowlers, but both wickets that fall, I think it was really 2-0 shots. Could have been avoided. But it's 2 wickets in the over. It's a successful over for Aaron Joseph.
Well, it brings Stephen Wedderburn to the crease, another experienced player for the Jamaican. Stephen Wedderburn and Ware were 2 batsmen who really helped Jamaica to win a game last season in Cumberland. And they stuck together and put on a partnership that was very vital because I think Jamaica was 6 wickets down at the time. And they came together and they were able to save the day for Jamaica. But at this time, it's fresh cricket. Here is the first day of the 2024 Under-19 tournament here. So let's see what these bowlers can do to this partnership. Again, flicked away and sweetly off the bat. And the first time for this Jamaican innings, the arms of the umpire is extended with drum exercise.
Well, it's a good shot. Every time I see this youngster play, he reminds me of Javel Glenn out of Jamaica. Same build. Attacking as well. And you could see the type of player he is. Stroking player.
Just help that one with the angle and with the wind. It tear off very quickly into the Frank Thomas Pavilion.
Deserve the treatment as well.
So excellent comeback delivery.
Better line, better length. That's where you need to be more often.
Very importantly, he's able to regain back that length, as you rightly spoke about. So you would have realized that he erred, and with Ware being very watchful and will pounce on any sort of loose delivery, he got his way back home safely. Good channel.
Anything around that channel is what you would want them to stay at. Because from there, he has that one that is seaming back to the left, to the right-hander. That's where you want to be. Because from there, he can seam it back to the right-hander, that's where he's going to create problems. So that's the line and length that he needs to bowl. And then he changed it.
Oh, misfield there. Scamper you for one.
Do you think that they having an earpiece on the field listening to us, and then they just do the complete opposite?
No, I won't. I won't believe in that one. I believe that they play meritoriously.
Because you would bowl 2 deliveries, and it would be 2 good deliveries, and then you change it.
Well, again, they are under 19 and they're trying to exploit the level of consistency will come with maturity over a period of time. And it will come with being able to play consistently at a higher level. And when as you progress in training and with coaching and all these things, then they will be able to aid in that consistent level as you will expect them to. So it brings it over to an end of number 5. The Jamaican, they're 25 for 2. So Adrian Ware, he's on 14 from 15 deliveries. 9 to 4 go who was being dismissed. And Wedderburn still to get off the mark. He just faced 1 delivery. So Ware face up to Joseph. So strong breeze blowing in the back of Joseph there, tearing his shot apart. He has to do very well to keep his shot together. And just say good afternoon to the ITVFX camera crew. This one
Can't leave them up, Mr. Morris.
they're doing a very great job. And I have a lot of work coming up in the rest of the season. They have the VPL to come up with Vince Premier League, a lot of cricket to cover.
Sure, you'd be looking forward to that.
Of course, if not for other commitments. This one again, he flicked off his pads. And this time, a second exercise, but for this time it's for Jonathan Blade. And he lifts his hand to the skies, but both hands in a signal for 6 runs, 6 more to Ware.
You cannot be loose to him. And this is something that I actually like about Adrian Ware, is that he punished bad deliveries and he played each ball on his merit. So far, he's doing a good job for his team. He haven't really played any loose shots. That deserved the punishment that he got. So far, so good for Ware. Tucked around to a fine leg. It's for 1 though. Not a lot of damage done, but as you mentioned VPL, Morris, who would you be back in this VPL?
You put him in a spot of bother because one of our scorer who's here is a very staunch supporter of a team.
Okay.
And she's always, down my throat saying that I'm a full supporter of a specific team, which is the Botanic Garden Rangers. And she don't like it. So she wants me to back her team.
Oh.
But I would not say who I'll be backing. I'll be backing good cricket.
I like that. I like that comment. Just like what we're doing here, we're supporting good cricket. Because what we're looking at here is the West Indies under 19 tournament. We call it the Rising Star under 19 tournament.
So these are the future.
These are the future of cricket. It would be amazing to have probably a few players like this playing in VPL to give them the exposure. That would be good. So some of these players that are here will definitely move on to playing for West Indies A team, playing for their franchise around the Caribbean, playing for West Indies.
Excellent channel, beating outside the half stump there, and it allows the batsman there, Stephen Wedderburn, to be in a state of uncertainty as he brings it over to an end of over number 6, 32 for 2, the Jamaicans.
Joseph reminds me a little bit of Ian Bradshaw of Barbados, who played a few test matches for West Indies.
Yeah, with that last delivery there for Joseph, we see that ball tail back at the last moment. It started somewhere out of the 5th stump, but the keeper was able to stand this position and catch it just on his right leg, to say. So it tells you how much the wind is a factor on that delivery. So Murray to continue. None for 17 so far. Both wickets has gone to that of Joseph. We'll see a little bit of high tide in the background there, Williams, to go down to Beckway this evening into the lower Grenadine, Southern and Grenadines. This one is wrapped on the paddle out appeal, but I think that one is just pitching outside leg. Umpire Mokan determining that one.
Really good decision. Definitely pitching outside the line of the leg stump. And with his natural angler, he usually brings the ball back into the right-hander. And he goes across the right-hander as well and take it away from the left-hander. Where's the keeper going? He was trained down the leg side. Down the leg side a bit.
Yeah, I think that this delivery actually caught the keeper off guard as well. He was already angling down leg. I think he was looking for it to pitch a bit straighter, but it kept its natural angle across the right-hander.
One is actually pitched on off stump. Keeper was already going down the leg side for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But it could tell you the natural angle that he bowls with. So he actually gets the ball to go across the right-hander and he can seam it back. Looks a compact player, Adrian Ware. Looks like he's very strong on the leg side as well. Anything that's pitched on the line or leg stump.
And Williams, I like the bowling. Apart from the odd boundary balls that he would have bowled, Murray, he's constantly nagging outside that test match length, as we will normally say in cricket. He's not allowing Ware to be that flamboyant player of playing shots. He's just nagging outside that half stump because there are 3 slips waiting still. If I was a captain, I would have float the third and let him be more aggressive out there. No ball this time by Murray. So a rarity of an offense committed there.
Probably the first one we have seen for the day. That's probably just putting in an extra effort.
Wait, is that a natural thing, Kesrick? That when a bowler puts in an extra effort, it goes straight on the ball?
I tell you what, I had a few in my day. I'm not sure if it's extra effort. I just can't keep it behind the line.
Yeah, you just consistently do
I
it.
just got to be honest.
Habitual for you.
I'm an honest young man. I want to say it's habitual, but I'll just say it's just there are just some days when it's just not working.
Yeah. But what do you do then as a bowler like that? You're just not getting that day that you want, and you know, the entire Caribbean is on your back.
It's all about
It's
fighting.
not just the 10 players that are out there.
It's all about fighting it out, Morris. It's about grinding it. Understand the reason why you're there. And there must be a good reason why you're on the team. So it's not by a chance. So there are days you're gonna have bad. The days you're gonna have bad times on the pitch, on the field. It's just a matter of putting it behind you at the end of the day and come back stronger the next day.
Takes
That's
a
what
lot of
cricket is
mental
about.
work. Takes a lot of mental work.
You would have a lot more bad days than good days. It's just a matter of how do I come back from those bad days. And that's what makes you the player that you are. The
Interesting.
ones that fail the most and come back from those failures and do better. Learning from your failures. And that's what we want these players to do. It's okay for them to fail, but you want them to learn as fast as possible. Because that's the only how that they're going to learn. It's just the first game of the tournament here at the Arnisville playing field. But it's the end of the over. Score is now 34-2. Just a couple more minutes before TR or so. Aging way on 21. Looking very comfortable. And it'll just be a single down to fine leg. So far, Aaron Joseph created opportunity for a wicket and picked up 2. That back leg of Adrian Ware just probably jogged around a little bit too much. Looked like they squared up behind that one. A question for you, Morris. Do you think that these players are actually thinking about, you know, the format of the game, or they're just thinking, look, it's just 2 days, we need to win and we're just playing to the conditions? Do you think that their mindset is about batting long and being able to stay at the crease, knowing that it's just a 2 day?
Well, Williams, what I would truly and honestly think is that the management team, the staff, the coaches will transfer their mindset to apply themselves at the crease. They should be able to be in that frame of mind. You're coming here to play cricket. You're not coming here to have fun or go shopping. So the intent first and foremost is to, one, you have already made the team. When you go out there to bat, you are allowed to bat. The position that you're batting should let you know that how critical you are in the team. So yes, I believe that their mindset will be that of applying themselves for a 2-day format, 3-day format. You could even see that in the way the Jamaicans are applying themselves. They get loose deliveries, they hit them. That is cricket. But if the good deliveries are there on good line, they apply themselves and play to its merit.
I'm just wondering the mindset of the coaches. If it's about winning or it's about being able to apply what they want to get out of these sort of 2-day games. Because 2 days is not really a long time. We know that it was actually a 3-day format, but because of the situation, because of the weather with Hurricane Beryl and the destruction that it caused throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines and probably other Caribbean countries. You think it was a catch or is he's lucky?
It's a return catch that was spilled and it almost ricocheted to the man at mid wicket. So that's why there was all those anticipation of oohs and ahs as it brings the session of tea. It brings the second session to a close. It's tea time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the Jamaicans, they're 35 for 2 going into tea. They are a good fight back from an early loss of 2 quick wickets. The Windward Islands would feel they would have won this session. Ward, he's on 22. Jordan won, and the batsman who lost it, Weatherborn, he's on 9 so far. But the pick of the bowlers there is Joseph, who got the 2 wickets. As we will have a short break here as T will resume. We will resume shortly and join us back here at the Islandsville playing field where we'll have live commentary again at 3:30 p.m.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field here, where we have the Jamaica under 19 team taking on the Windwards under 19 team in the Cricket West Indies under 19 competition, the Rising Stars competition. Here with me in the studio is Kaznel Morris. Good afternoon to you, Kaznel.
Well, good afternoon to you, Alanson, and good afternoon to your viewers around the world.
Yes, Jamaica under 19 in response to Windward's score of 135. They are now 35 for 2, just 100 runs behind exactly. And earlier we saw Tamari Redwood taking 6 wickets for the Jamaican team and a 4-wicket haul from Michael Clark.
Yes, and clearly with that, it was all about consistency of pitching up the ball. And we have seen that early o'clock from Joseph here for the Windwards, who have gotten 2 early scalps. And Cost and Murray, who will continue here from the commentary booth end for the Windwards. But that one again, searching channel and where, I don't know if it is lapse in concentration, just miserly pushing forward at that one.
That was a very good delivery, and we have seen from Murray, he has having a very nice action, economical action, not much energy being expended, at least apparently from the onlooker. And he's getting the ball to go through at a reasonable pace on what is a fairly slow pitch. Just some things to tighten up in his action, and I think he could be a good prospect once he develops some consistency, because he's getting the ball to move, which is very important as well. Three slips in place. This one is fuller, just a little bit over pitched, and the way was just coming forward cautiously, playing it back down to the man at mid-off. The feel is that there are 3 slips. There's a backward point, a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket, and a guy. We would say that he's not really a deep square, nor is he a deep fine leg. I would say he's quite a fine square leg.
I would say more backward.
Yeah, even more backward than the usual backward square leg, yeah? Just a bit more
Deep backward
fine.
square?
Yeah. There's Murray. This one is hitting way on the thigh as he looks to turn it on the onside. So not a bad start so far from Murray after the break.
Yeah, you tend to have that lapse in concentration, and a tea break is just between 15 minutes to see. That could be very crucial and vital either way the batting team or with the bowling team. But here we are seeing that both teams still being watchful. Again, that strong wind is playing a factor with that ball tailing back into the right-hander at the last moment. So clearly, the captain, Stefan Pascal, is continuing to search for wickets, and that is what will be crucial if you have to restrict Jamaica here.
This one, he's on the pad again. He's lifting this one high and hard over that man at the deep backward square leg. We have seen 3 of those 6s already from him, where anything on his pad, it's going to go.
Yes, the hint of error. Again with the wind, if you look at the direction, that ball is pitching on leg stump line, and he's just helping it. And that's all that he needs. The wind will do the rest, and all that fielder had to do there was just retrieving that ball.
Yes, he's very strong in of that particular delivery. A little bit of length on the pad, and he's going to go with it. He's lifting it. He's not trying by any means to hit a 4. He's always looking to clear the boundary with those shots. So, Costin Murray needs to make that adjustment. Cannot be too straight to where. Has to look to bowl around off stump. He has 3 slips in place, and he needs to angle that ball across, occasionally looking for the one that straightens into the right-hander. This one is driving hard.
And flashed very hard. Good save, sorry. And that one was actually struck very firm, but the man at cover was able to take some pace off it, and there was camper 2 for 1. So good feeling, good running, good all-round cricket.
It's a fielder there at extra cover doing a very good job, because that was hit ferociously by Ware. He's a strong young man. 1 point he may have had in mind taking a catch there to feel out cover, but it just fell in front of him, so he did well not to get deceived by the bounce.
This one is on the up. Excellent cricket shot, and it peels all the way out to cover, and they will retrieve Courtney Franklin. 2 runs, restrict the Jamaicans. But an exquisite cricket shot there.
Yeah, Weatherburn now, he's off the mark. He was not able to trouble the scorers before they went into the break, but getting that one, he's pushing that one nicely on the up through the offside. Not looking to overhit the delivery. One was leaving him slightly, and he just went with the movement, and he was able to collect 2 runs. So at the end of the 9th over, the score is 44 for 2. Resuming the bowling from the southern end, was it? It looks like Joseph, he will continue to bowl, so the 2 opening bowlers will continue, Murray and Aaron Joseph. Several Josephs in the Windward contingent, several Murrays as well. Twin brothers, Corsten and Kurt Murray.
From Grenada, are they?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So to the people of Pitimatney, Karaku, good evening. Those of you who are able to have enough electricity to watch this coverage. Those to the north of Grenada, such as Union and those areas.
Yes, and those in Union Island and Palm Island, PSV.
Exquisite cover drive out to cover, and it rushes the rope with some ferocity, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Myro and Canoan. That was a lovely shot again there by Way. He has shown the ability to put away the bad balls, as Keswick mentioned earlier. He is very good at dispatching anything that is loose, whether it's off the front foot or the back foot, whether it's through the offside or the onside. So one has to be very careful with your line and length when you're bowling to him. He has been troubled slightly by the good delivery just outside the off stump that is leaving him. He has pushed out a couple of them. We saw the first one when he came back from tea, he did so. So that might be a good area to try to stick to against Ware, because he definitely will be. Oh, and that's another good shot. This one will. Is it stopped? Looks like they have made the save, and he will only get 2. Very good feeling.
Yeah, great work there by Courtney Franklin. That's what you're going to get. He's going to give you 100%, even down to dice stages. And he really traced that one out to the boundary. It was flicked away very hard there by Ware. And as you see, Courtney stopping that one just at the nick of time.
Yes, and if you look at Ware's wagon wheel, you'll see that he has been very productive through that onside. Anytime you go straight, he's freely having a good swing at those deliveries. Always less populated the leg side when you're bowling seam bowlers. Yeah, that was an excellent delivery there by Joseph. Squeezed out by Ware. They'll come back for 2. But that was a very good Yorker delivery. He was able to squeeze it between the man at second slip and the man at gully. Completes 2 runs.
Brings up the 50 as well for the Jamaicans. 52.
Batsmen coming together just to have a little reassuring conversation after that 50 coming up for the team. They still trail by 83 runs now. Adrian Way is on 37 not out of 34 deliveries.
Yeah, this is one of the partnership, as I made mention earlier, that is going to be crucial if the Windward Islands is going to make any inroads into the Jamaican team. This partnership, if they give you an opportunity for a catch, you have to take it. If there is an opportunity for a run out, you have to hit the stump. They are not just going to give you their wicket like that. They are very solidifying their batting, and they are going to stay there as much as possible until they weary somewhat the bowlers for the Windwards.
Definitely agree with you. Windward Islands, in trying to take that wicket, you see that they have two slips, a gully. So with that angle that Joseph is bowling, going across the right hander, they're looking to get an edge maybe in that slip corner or to the keeper, Abraham.
I think there's a change of bowling that should be imminent anytime soon. You do not want to weary these. You want to give them a spell in the last 9 instead of overs of the day, maybe the last 5, to keep them warm.
Yeah. I'm thinking if we didn't have the tea break, their spells may have already ended by now.
Yeah, well, all you have, yes. I think it will be 5 apiece. So I believe, I'm not sure, there might be a rest after this over. Maybe bring in a Courtney Franklin, or bring in a spinner. I see Courtney Murray was doing some stretching. I'm not sure. We're seeing the over coming to an end now. At the end of the over, it's 53 for 2. Jamaica trailing by some 82 runs.
Yes, the Jamaica team here in a very strong position, and they'll be pleased with their progress so far in this innings. We're looking very dominant. As is expected, scoring just at about in the region of a run a ball is something that he does often. And I think that it may be time for some of the slow bowlers to get a chance at the wicket during this partnership, where it tends to be a bit more dominant against the pace bowling than the spinners. And he has proven to be so up to this point. They don't want to put some taboos on his scoring and to dismiss him. The others, although they do score, and they score quickly enough, they are not going to score as quickly as Ware is scoring. And if he stays there for maybe another 5-6 overs, I think that the deficit will be almost, better than erased by that time.
As we see the introduction now of Koth Murray, number 5 on his back. He will be one of the most used spinners on this track for the Windward Islands. You have had a long, rich history from the time you have joined the team from the under 15 level, and he would have played even up to this point. So he would have some importance in this team. I remember that he took a 5-wicket in the previous tournament with that left arm spin. So he has some experience with him, and his bowling action is not one that will be attractive to see to any coaches or anything in terms of his speed. But he always gets wicket with them.
Yes, very consistent left arm spinner. Gives the ball generous flight as well. Varies his pace nicely. We see for him there's a deep fielder at long off, and there's a deep mid wicket in place. Everyone else is within the imaginary 30-yard circle, as this is a red ball game. So this first delivery was just on the off stump there.
Not bad. And see that Captain Pascal is. This one is in the air, could be taken. Second delivery. That's what we were talking about with Court Murray. And boy, that wicket of Ware has to go. He's been the danger man for Jamaica. 38 he goes for, ballooning one in the air, and that's it. Jamaica losing their third.
Yes, just a comment on the dismissal, and we mentioned just before Murray came on to bowl that Ware will be more comfortable against the pace bowling. He has shown that so far in his career. And if you look at that delivery closely, it was pitching quite wide off stump, and he was looking to go with the stock sweep over the mid-wicket area rather than hit the ball over the offside. So he was going against the turn, and he did so fatally on that occasion. So very important wicket there, prized out by Court Murray. And Where will be replaced by the Jamaican skipper, Barnes?
So just at the time where we would have believed that Jamaica is continuing their mark of scoring, the Windward Islands making all inroads after tea here. It brings the skipper, as you rightly mentioned, to the crease. And at a run rate, so the run rate is not something to be worried about at 5.21, but that wicket of Ware, to me, was a bit reckless.
Yes, it was a poor shot, given the line of the delivery and what he was saying, which is a shot over the mid-wicket region. So he will have to put some thought into how he approaches playing the ball that is turning away from him and how he attacks that. It's good to have an attacking mindset, but there also must be some level of technical thought process behind it in terms of hitting with the spin. So Barnes comes out to replace his opener. There's a long on in place and a man at deep mid wicket. Bowling slowly here is Murray, and even with an action that seems quite laid back, he's getting the ball to turn. This one is full, driven nicely there by Barnes, but straight to mid-off. Franklin intercepts. Score still on 53. 3 wickets down.
And there you see that energy coming back into the Windward's team. They need to get that right through if they are to get wickets, if they have to maintain some sort of position in this game. So clearly, the wicket is coming, but you cannot allow the run rate to escalate.
Yes, and what we have seen so far today, as we wait for this delivery. This one is off the inside half of the bat, goes down to the man at long on for a single to Barnes. Maybe since Barnes wasn't off the markers yet, they could have had that long on up in the circle. You say if you want to go over mid on, then be my guest.
Well, it brings you over to an end of the over number 11. It's 54 for 3.
Yes, this will be a very important partnership here. The skipper, I think a couple of the games last year, really showed that discipline that was required in various moments for his team and really put his head down and batted. The Jamaica team, they are the defending champions in this tournament. So they will need to dig deep. The next few overs or so, the next hour of play will be very important in determining who ends up being in the ascendancy after the first innings for both teams have been completed as Tariq Edward comes into the bowling.
Yes, Tariq Edwards is a great introduction here. He has been a masterful off spinner for the Windward Islands during the under 15 stages. I've seen him around for quite a long time, and he's dropping short of the captain, Stefan Pascal, first up. So and that's what you would get where you have this left-right combination sometimes, where you have the left arm of Kurt operating and the right arm of Edward. So it will somewhat cause that indecisive action by the batsman at times.
Quick single take and direct hit would have been out.
Of course. He would have been taking a van back to the dressing room because of the slow nature he went down there with.
So the Windwards have definitely been buoyed by that wicket of Ware, who was putting them under some serious pressure with his scoring rate, having made a very paltry 135 in the first innings.
It appears that this 50 area seems to be a problematic area for both teams.
Perhaps. What we're looking to see from the Jamaican pair at the crease is with their experience that they'll put their head down and forge a partnership. And this is good from them. This is good cricket.
Oh.
They are looking to maximize the scoring, trying to run some quick singles, nudge the ball in the gaps. This is good cricket. Less risk.
So it's driven hard outside the cover region. It goes out to the boundary for 4 and a welcome boundary there by Barnes. 58 for 3.
Yes, that was a very full delivery, flighty delivery there from Tariq Edward. Almost as if he was trying to tempt Barnes into something injudicious, but he executed well and got it wider off the man at mid-off for 4.
Spectators catch.
Yes. So at the end of the over, we have a score of 60 for 3, Jamaica. At this point, they are now 75 behind the score of the Windward Islands. They have to be very careful here that they do not let the Windwards back into the game after they ended up coming back so well this morning with those spells from Redwood and from Clark. Very incisive spells in which they took all 10 wickets between the two of them. As I say, good afternoon to Osnet Kate, who is joining me in the commentary. Good afternoon, Osnet.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Alanson. Good afternoon to all our viewers in the Caribbean region, worldwide, who are tuned into this coverage. A very good contest on our hands here. Jamaica dominating most of the day's proceedings. Windward Islands just trying to get back into the game with a couple of wickets. None more so important than that of was moving like a runaway train at one point.
Yeah, so Lee John comes into the bowling now, off spin. And I think what they have done is Murray, he was bowling when there was a right and left combination, but now that there are two left-handers, they have put on both off-spinners. It's a trend that is getting into the game, that match-up trend. But I think if you're a good bowler, you could bowl to anybody.
Agreed. And I think it would have been interesting to see how he goes against the two left-handers, at least give him another over. He's one of your senior players, Court Murray, played for the senior setup as well, the Grenada team. But as you say, I guess they're looking at it from the perspective that he's an off-spinner, John, and he also had a very good day with the bat, so a bit of confidence coming into his bowling innings at this point.
That's an excellent delivery there. That one shaved the outside of the off stump. Just a coat or two of paint separating that one from clattering into the off stump of Weatherburn.
Yes, a brilliant delivery there from John. Just enough flight, enough pace to pitch and just leave the left-hander. Missed everything in the end. I think Weatherburn would be fortunate that he didn't get any sort of connection on that one.
This one is shorter, being punched to the man at extra cover. Does the feeling, that's his skipper. There's no run. Actually, it's Theo Edward who does the feeling. His skipper is at full slip. This one is hit down the ground. That's a magnificent shot by Weatherburn. It was all the way for 6. Too much flight, and it got sent on its way.
Well played there by Weatherburn. It's a flighted delivery once again and hit that one straight into the vicinity where we are here in the commentary box. Straight as a die. And he gets half a dozen added to his total. Very good shot there from Weatherburn. I don't think John would be too perturbed by that shot though, Melanson. It was a reasonably good delivery. He's managed to extract a bit of tone on this wicket. 2 balls ago, he was able to beat the outside portion of the bat. So it's good to see that sort of aggression from Weatherboard. It really makes for an interesting contest.
Indeed it does. It's flighting again, but this one more of a Yorker length delivery. Dug out there and jammed down on it. And so Weatherburn lives to fight another day. Score is now 66 for 3 at the end of over number 13.
Yeah, 6 runs coming from that over. That wonderful hit from Weatherburn. One over there by John. So it'll be interesting to see how long they persist with him. You mentioned the fact that Court Murray winning 1 over, being successful as well in that over, getting the big wicket of Ware was removed from the attack. These 2 left-handers at the crease would want to form a very good partnership here for the Jamaican team. A bit experience in the middle order here for them. Both players would have played in previous editions of the tournament as well.
One is played off the back foot. There's no run as Edward continues. So the plan is definitely to use the 2 off spinners to the 2 left-handers. Excellent cricket again by the batting pair at the crease. And this time there's an overthrow. And that's poor there by the Windward Islands. He was always safely home at the non-striker's end. And then that throw afforded them the liberty of an extra run.
There's a bit of sloppiness creeping into the Windward Island game at that point, allowing the batters to cross for a second run. Score moves up to 68 for the loss of 3. The current run rate for the Jamaican team is pretty good, similar to the Windward Islands innings. They started reasonably well, scoring at a rate of 6 runs per over at one point in time. But when the spinners were introduced along with Michael Clark, that really dented their progress by way of wickets lost as well as the scoring rate.
Work there by Edward to his own bowling, showing some aggression, shying back at the stump. But what we saw is that Clark, while he was bowling, there was not much initiative in even turning the strike over. This is the difference that we've seen from this experienced pair. They are not allowing themselves to be bogged down by having the bowler bowl at one person for an extended period of time, and that's an excellent shot there by Barnes. That's straight down the ground, and that's hit powerfully for 6, and that's smashing blow.
Powerful indeed from Barnes. He's a big man, well built. Seemed to be able to hit the ball over the fence at will. And I think the good thing about that shot, it was aimed straight and it ended up being straight over the umpire's head into the fence for a massive 6.
So a bit of a counter attack here by the skipper. And really and truly, it's by and large quite risk-free cricket from him.
I think the fact that they're assessing their options well in terms of the areas of the field that they're targeting. What we've seen from them so far, we've seen a wonderful stroke in the last over through the offside from Barnes, from off the bowling of Edward, and now we are seeing one down the ground as well. So he's aiming in the region where he feels is safest. This one again is over mid-wicket for 6. So Tariq Edward there just overcompensating from the previous delivery that was flighted, jacked it down short, and there was Barnes onto the back foot and a powerful blow over deep mid-wicket for another maximum. So 2 maximums to end that over. 14 runs coming from it. It's now 80 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and Barnes moving quickly and swiftly on to 20 of 14 deliveries. So he's saying to the Windward Islands team, if you think by dismissing Adrian Ware you have gotten the better of the situation, and you have eased the pressure on yourselves by slowing down the run rate, you have another thing coming. I will keep my proverbial foot on your neck, so to speak.
And it goes back to what we were saying in terms of that matchup. You mentioned matchups and the off spinners bowling to both of these left-handers. What we have seen so far in the partnership, the bowling partnership, hasn't really caused a lot of issues. Yes, they went past the outside edge of Weatherbourne in the last over, but we have also seen some runs being scored as well.
I always say if you're a good batsman, you play any kind of bowler. If you're a good bowler, you bowl to any type of batsman. Another thing that I think that this matchup theory does is that for the bowlers, they don't learn how to bowl. The right-hand bowlers don't learn, the off-spinners don't learn how to bowl to right-hand batsmen. And the left-hand bowlers don't learn how to bowl to left-handed batsmen. And you have to do that. You have to learn those skills if you are to be successful.
Agreed. You haven't seen Franklin so far. The right seamer. There's a bit of pace. I thought we would have seen him with the ball being relatively new. But so far, the captain has opted for his 2 left arm seamers as well as his 2 off spinners, along with Court Murray. So I'm not sure at what stage we'll be able to see Courtney Franklin.
I personally think that if you're 80 for 3, you have the opposition 80 for 3, they are 55 runs behind your score. You have a quick bowler, probably the quickest bowler on your side, and you haven't bowled him as yet. I don't think you really have any intentions to bowl him. You should have really been, if he's not given the new ball, after an over or 2 or a couple from those with the opening spell, then you have to try your fastest bowler to see if he can make some inroads. And then you throttle back from there if needs be.
Agreed. So a lot to ponder here for Captain Pascal and the management team. I'm sure some of this decision making would be down to them as well. And they have had a break, a recent break in the form of the team interval. So I'm sure that would have been discussed at that particular point as it relates to the use of the bowlers. John seemed to be trying to just push through these deliveries a bit too quickly. Having been hit for that massive 6 in the last over, I think that is really curbing his intention to flight the ball a bit more.
Yes, and with that, he is not getting as much spin as he got in the previous over. You have to take that risk sometimes to get the wicket. Also, if he is bowling and the intention is to take a wicket, you have to ask yourself, where are they looking to take that wicket? Because the field is up, so they encourage him to go over the top. But I think if so, you should probably at least have the mid-on and the mid-off maybe a little bit deeper, right on the edge of where the 30-yard circle would normally be in white ball cricket. So encourage him to go over, but if he miscues, then they are back far enough at least to take the catch.
Agreed. 15 overs completed, 81 for free. So the scoring rate is 5.40, which is relatively healthy in this form of the game. As we see Edward to continue. And this time around we have a change in the field. We have a man back at long off. So Weatherbourne and Barnes will have to be mindful of that. The man at mid-on is in the circle. There's a short mid-wicket, a deep square leg. So a ring of fielders on the offside as well.
See Barnes there looking eager to get back up on strike after taking him for some runs in the last over, 14 runs also. Really, he's chomping at the bit at the non-strikers end to face Tariq Edward.
You and I both know the energy that must be flowing through Barnes' veins at this point in time. Having hit those 2 massive 6s in the previous over, I'm sure he'll be wanting to just continue to let that adrenaline flow. So he wants more of the strike as possible. Keep himself warm, as they would say.
Yes, 81 for 3 here in the 16th over. This one is cut away uppishly. Evades the man at point who was diving to his left. Fielder there, Devonny Joseph. Usually a wicket keeper, so quite acrobatic, but it was past him before he was able to dive across.
Yes, another shortish delivery, but getting a bit of bounce. He's a tall man, Tariq Edward. I think that's one of his strengths in terms of the bounce that he normally gets. It's a bit uppish shot there from Weatherbourne, but in the end, just managed to evade Joseph there at a backward point position. Gets himself 2 more runs. I think the thing with Edward that we have seen a lot of him from the under 15 level to the under 19 level. He has also played for the senior St. Lucia team as well. So he's quite a steady bowler. He doesn't get a great deal of tone. I think what what his best attributes are is that he's consistent and tends to find the right lines and lengths on a consistent basis. As another over comes to an end at the end of it, Jamaica responding to 135 made by the Windward Islands. They are 83 for the loss of 3. Weatherborn, he's there on 12. And Brian Barnes has made an enterprising start. He's on 20 from 16 deliveries.
Yes, 83 for 3. Not a bad position, of course, for the Jamaicans. They would have been a little bit worried when they were 54 for 3. But Barnes, having come to the crease, has shown that captain's leadership, where he has really just averted that little bit of difficulty in a quick manner by adding a few quick runs and eating into the deficit significantly, especially in that over, that previous over from Tariq Edward. So they're only 50-odd runs behind now, and they would want to put up a big first inning score so that they will be in an unassailable position in this game.
As John continues in the Comanche box end, and he's driving this one. Barnes out to the man there at mid-on for an easy single. Feeder there, Murray, back on the edge of the circle. Jamaica trail by 51 runs. As you mentioned, the first innings total is nothing really out of the ordinary in terms of 135 runs. So all it takes from the Jamaican team is just a partnership of some sort. And I'm sure that their confidence will continue to grow. And the longer this partnership grows, the less confident the Windward Island team would get in terms of their bowling resources. This one is sweeping this one off the stump, a risky shot. Man out there at deep square leg.
Nicely executed sweep. He was sweeping from up to down, getting his wrist over the ball, so he kept it on the ground. And it was definitely well executed there by Weatherborn.
Once again, Barnes is just pushing this one to mid-on. Very good batting here from these two. As you mentioned, not soaking up a lot of dot deliveries. They're able to put away the bad balls as they come along. But the running between the wickets also have been very impressive between these two.
Yes, there was just one exception there when Barnes was a bit slow to get to the non-strikers, and when the direct hit would have gotten him short. But definitely very good running between the two. And Barnes, he's showing some good cricketing now. He's weighting the ball in a way that when it gets to mid-on, he's able to get to the single. He's not hitting it too hard. He could smash it to mid-on and not get a run. But he's hitting it softly enough that he could get an easy single.
This one a bit wider, getting a bit of turn as well there. Lee John, not totally troubling Weatherborn, and all's well that ends well for him and the Jamaican team. So at the end of the 17th over, Jamaica, they are 86 for the loss of 3. The current partnership 33 from 39 deliveries. So they've been able to score at a reasonable rate, this partnership. A bit of a counter punch really to the Windward Islands.
Yes, they've been doing a good job, and the Jamaican team would want to see them continue here. For the Windward Islands, they would be thinking to themselves that they need to break this partnership as soon as possible. And the question is now, what are the options? I am not sure if I agree with removing Murray from the attack quite hastily after he took that wicket, just because you have two left-handers at the crease. I think that he's one of their better bowlers and really should have continued, having started so well. Doesn't matter whether it's right or left-handers who are batting.
I totally agree with you, Alanson. I think that was a rushed decision. At least give it a couple of overs to see how he would have been bowling to these two left-handers. Got to be honest as well, the off-spinner, John, he hasn't really threatened in a way that really justifies the decision of the captain.
And they do need wickets. They need many of them, and they do need them quickly. If they are to stay in this game, they cannot afford for the Jamaicans to get a big first innings lead. This one was shorter from Edward. It bounced, took the glove, but it was well played in the end by Barnes, who dropped his hands quickly, keeping it from going to the slip fielder in the air. Better length there and better line from Edward, who is honing in now into the top of off stump.
Well, he's a powerful man, Barnes, what we've seen from him so far. He has the ability to clear the boundary, but I think he also plays with soft hands as well. And 2 deliveries ago, the ball taking the outer portion of the bat, but just falling short of the man there at slip. I think we've seen it on a couple of occasions as well. This one is punched back to the bowler. Tariq Edwards testing the surety of his hand. No harm done. 86 for the loss of 3. So looking around the field, there's a man there long off. Cover extra, cover point, backward point. A man at slip, mid on, and a man there square leg and deep mid wicket. So field predominantly an offside field to the off spinner, as we'd expect. And another over comes to an end, and at the end of it, Jamaica responding to 135 being made by Windward Islands. They're 86 for the loss of 3.
Yes, 86 for the loss of 3 at the end of the 18th over. They now trail by 49 runs, the Jamaica team. And they are definitely putting out there a lot of pressure on the Windward Islands here. At the fall of the 3rd wicket, there was a bit of chatter, there was a bit of choppiness from the Windward Islands team. That has basically gone now from the game. Still the occasional applause here and there, but really and truly they are in a bad position now as I hand over to Keswick Williams, who will join Osnet Kato.
So it's John to continue proceedings here from the commentary box end. A full delivery this time, forcing it out to the man there, Edward, at point. There's no run. So Jamaica just making light work of this total so far. This partnership really denting the confidence of the Windward Island team. But I'm sure they will know that most times wickets do fall in clusters. It's just a matter of getting one, and they can get themselves back into the game as we welcome back Keswick Williams into the commentary box. Good afternoon again to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Mr. Kato.
Jamaica 86 for 3. What's your take on the proceedings at this point?
Good comeback for them. I mean, this partnership that's building here, they need to continue in that vein. Brian Barnes, I think he have a really good understanding of what he needs to do as a skipper and how he needs to carry on from here also to Weatherburn. He has been there for a while, but Barnes coming to the crease, play some shot. He's off. He's on 22 off 24 deliveries. So you could understand what's happening here.
Well, one of the things we mentioned earlier is that this Jamaican team, it has a lot of experience, especially at this level. Some of these players, they are returning players. They've played in this tournament a couple of years. They've also played for the West Indies under-19 team. So they bring a wealth of experience, and I'm thinking that experience is shining through to some extent in terms of how they've gone about their business so far in this innings.
Well, the last couple of years, what's going on here? Is he praying on Mr. Kato?
I think that one kept a bit low. Well played in the end there from Weatherboard. Another over completed in the main over from Lee John. Jamaica total remains on 86 for the loss of 3.
But as I was saying, is that over the years, Jamaica cricket, they have been depreciating somewhat from the senior level, and then they won the Super 50 in Antigua a couple of years ago. Also to the female, they won just about a year ago or so. The female won the Super 50 tournament. Pretty sure could walk over there. Samantha would correct me if I'm wrong. But the female team won the tournament. But in terms of the 4-day cricket, the male team have been depreciating a lot. they have been always at the bottom of the table.
As we see Edwards starting another over. That one, first delivery was punched down the ground nicely there from Barnes. Good looking player, very compact. And we've also seen his power in previous overs. Tariq Edward working hard to really effect a breakthrough here for his captain. No surprise that his captain has opted to employ him at this point in the game. He's one of the more experienced players on this in this outfit. This one is a bit quicker. Taking the inner portion of the bat. The man there at mid-on comes around. And there's no run. I think the key here is just to exert a bit of pressure. So far, both of these players have been relatively free in their stroke players. This one is brilliantly played through the offside. Should be able to get close to the boundary. It does, but well fielded there by the fielder. We've seen it on a couple of occasions now. Fontaine. Haven't seen him with the ball. Didn't really do well with the bat. But he has been very athletic in the field. Saving his side 2 runs. Another very good shot there from Weatherburn. So it's a packed offside field there, and Weatherburn was able to penetrate that field. As you look at it again, it was a bit uppish as well. A bit of risk attached to it. But the fact that he was spot on with his placement put him in good stead. This one is walked out to a square leg region and should be able to get 2 actually. A bit of misfield there from the man there at square leg.
I must say there's a lot to like about Tariq Edwards though. Like his approach to the crease as a off spinner, tall, good bounce, comes over his left leg really well. Delivers the ball from a high trajectory as well. So there's a lot to like about him. He's good with bat in hand as well. We didn't really see that today. But he's a good player. Just need to combine or bring all facets of the game together to become that all-rounder that we know he can be.
Yeah, it's a very good cricketer, Tariq Edward. We've seen a lot of him at the under-15 level as well as the under-19 level. I think he also played for his senior team as well in the recent Windward Islands Senior Men 50 over tournament. So, bit of experience there. This one keeping a bit low. Again, I think the last delivery of his previous over behaved similarly. This one again, short of a length outside the off stump, and there was Barnes looking to punish him for the offside. The lack of bounce on that occasion not affording him that opportunity. .91 for the loss of 3. So earlier on this morning, Jamaica, they won the toss. They elected to field first. They were able to dismiss the Windward Islands for 135. And in response, there's a chance here for a run out. Well done in the end from Weatherburn. Was always going to the danger end, and in the end made it quite comfortably. 92 for the loss of 3. Barnes moves on to 24. So the sun is slowly leaving us, and I'm sure at some point the Jamaican team will be thinking about closer play and where they want to be at that particular stage. I think they want to be somewhere close to that Windward Islands score, even surpassing that first innings total.
Wondering what their approach is at the end of play, because they can get a outright win out of this game. They're in a very good position. They're 92 for 3, just 20 overs bowled. But as a coach, I would want to say, yes, guys, we want to play the game the right way. We want to execute all the plans that we have. But it's a 2-day format. You don't want them to bat out of character.
This one is beating him outside the off stump, and
delivery.
the impression I get from the reaction of the fielders was that there was some sort of outside edge on that occasion. Wicketkeeper Abraham there looking quite guilty as he makes his way down to the opposite end. Ever so off.
As a coach presently, Kato, what I'll do, I would assess the conditions and see what's going on now, and then I would have asked my batters to probably press on a little bit more, taking it closer to the score, or even surpassing it, as you mentioned. Probably if I could get probably about 25 to 30 runs lead today, and then tomorrow probably bat an hour, and then put them back into bat. So you want to get at least about 60 lead minimum.
This one again is another lovely shot. This one is nice. You do it twice, but that's the fourth six that we have seen from Barnes. A delivery on the line of the middle stump, and this time the man at mid-on was in the circle, and Barnes was able to present a reasonably straight bat and an on-jive really for six.
Really have touch of class behind that one. Straight bat. Really well played. Fully controlled. All effort for hitting it for six.
He's dealing it sixes here, Barnes. That's his third six. And once again, another shot straight to the man there at cover. The previous over we mentioned, a shot from Weatherbourne was airborne, evading the man there at cover. But this time, Barnes, his eyes lit up once again, having seen that ball being given a bit of air, and a very good catch there in the cover from Court Murray, I think. So the partnership has been broken. A very good wicket there for the Windward Island team to get its 98 for the loss of 4.
He has given it some air, invited Barnes, but he could have only gotten it to the man at extra cover. He's gone for 30. This is what you don't want to see from players who have starts in this kind of tournaments. You have starts, you need to carry on. And as a skipper as well, you must be disappointed. We just mentioned the fact that you would want to press on, but you want to do it smartly. But he's gone now. He's gone for 30. In comes the wicketkeeper, Williams. Good sharp catch. You would want to see a more intent made to put a price on your wicket. It's got 98 for 4.
Yes, that partnership was really threatening to take the game out of the reach of the Windward Island team. As we see the groundsmen once again, we mentioned that we might have that sort of day in terms of a stop-start sort of day, and unfortunately for Barnes, he's dismissed on the brink of a rain interruption. So Jamaica then 98 for the loss of 4. Williams, he just came to the crease. Weatherbourne is there trying to hold the innings together, 17 from 46. As we see the groundsmen and the umpire in some sort of consultation. I'm not sure if they're coming off. Waiting to see. Yes, I think the decision in the end is for the covers to come on. We're actually seeing one set of covers. The other set of covers, we are not seeing it being taken onto the field as yet. What we'll do, we'll take a short break at this time, and we'll bring back a live coverage to you whenever that opportunity presents itself. Welcome to the Annisville Cricket Stadium. We are resuming here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. Encounter being played between Jamaica and the Windward Islands. Jamaica responding to 135 being made by the Windward Islands. They are now 98 for the loss of 4. Had a short rain interruption. Hopefully the rain will stay away and we'll be able to complete all of the overs slated for today. We'll get that information for you from the third umpire at some point in time. So Jamaica 98 for the loss of 4. A pretty healthy scoring rate. About 4 runs per over. I think the Windward Islands, they'll be buoyed by the wicket of Barnes. They were able to snatch just before the rain interruption. Flighted delivery. Barnes looking to go over extra cover. And Murray taking a very smart catch there in the cover region. So a very good breakthrough there for the Windward Islands team as Edward continues to Williams, taking strike for the first time. Welcome back, Kesrick.
Yeah, after a little bit of rain interruption, we're back here. Regionals on the 19 tournament. The rising stars of the future. Still not really seeing what we want to see in terms of players doing the right things to achieve what they're supposed to achieve going forward. We're seeing some good cricket, but in patches.
This one is flighted a bit more. Williams there, the wicket keeper, not able to find the gap on that occasion. And I totally agree with what you're saying in terms of we've seen some cameos, really. That's what we could call them throughout the day. The likes of Barnes, Ware, even Stevan Pascal. And to some extent, getting starts, not able to carry on and put up a substantial total for their team.
Really and truly, there's only one part of the match today that we have seen that we really like is the fact when the Jamaican under 19 changed the bowling, they introduced Redwood and Clark. That part of the game in Jamaica point of view was really good. But that's the end of the over. End of a successful over for Terry Edwards and the Windward Islands on the 19 team. But yeah, apart from that, Kato, there's nothing to really write off on in terms of how they have been playing, what we have been seeing from a Jamaican under 19 point of view. After the 9th over, when they changed bowling with Redwood and Clark, we have seen some good cricket from Jamaica. But apart from that, we can't really see anything to write off on. We have seen good batting in patches.
As John continues, this one going on with the arm, missing the leg stump on that occasion. And
haven't really seen anything substantial to really write off on.
agreed.
Especially you want to see players who have dominated the year before come back and even dominate more. On the 19 players who would go on to make the under 19 team.
This one is a very naughty shot, as they would say, where the ball looking to go over cover once again. Missing it completely. Just need to get back his concentration. 17 from 47 deliveries so far. So he has been there a while. Should have gotten accustomed to the pace and whatever the bowlers are offering up.
I must say I'm impressed with what Cricket West Indies is doing when it comes to, the youth cricket level. And there's no academy team where from here you go into the academy team and they have a chance to play first class cricket. I'm pretty sure going forward you'll see someone like a Zashan Matara in that setup. The captain for that team in Naeem Young probably will move on to playing for Barbados. Maybe pick up a franchise contract. We still have Akeem Ogis, McKenny Clark from the Windward Island, who would probably move on to the franchise level. And this is what you want to see. Guys graduating, making that transition from the under 19 level, going into the senior team.
This one is on the line of the leg stump again. Rather hopeful appeal there from the Windward Island fielders. I think it will be signal leg by umpire Mukan. Yes, I totally agree with you, Kenrick. I think what has happened, they've identified a pool of cricketers that they think that they can invest in, and by doing so, they're able to develop these youngsters, and hopefully they'll be able to make the transition from each level that we are speaking about, from the under 15 level to the under 17, under 19, and up to the senior side. So that's something I'm sure Cricket West Indies are hopeful for, and we as Caribbean fans are also hopeful for.
And I'm happy that they still have even players that are playing in the senior team still in this academy setup. So there's a player like Matthew Ford, who's in West Indies senior team presently, is still in the academy. So he's learning as he go. He's one of those bowlers that I think, given time, he can be a force in West Indies cricket. He naturally can swing the ball. Early in the innings, you just need to develop how he's gonna handle bowling the old ball.
This one is taking the outer portion of the bat, a chance for second here. A bit of lethargic running there from the Jamaican team, something that we have not seen so far in their innings. All's well that ends well, as the 100 comes up for the Jamaican team, 100 for the loss of 4. Williams is off the mark. Where the ball is there, he's on 17 from 50 deliveries. Just to update our viewers that the close of play today, because of the interruptions that we have had, would be at 5:50 p.m. So just about an hour or so from now. The Windward Island team, they'll be hoping to get a couple more wickets, put more pressure on the Jamaican team. And I'm sure the Jamaican team, they'll be hoping to get some sort of a partnership going once again and try and put themselves in a position where they are very close to the Windward Island total, or they are actually leading. Tariq Edwards continues, and this one is hit straight back to the bowler. A difficult chance, I must say. But I'm sure, given the caliber of player we're talking about in terms of Tariq Edwards, a very good all-round cricketer, he'd be very disappointed, that he hasn't taken that catch. So he's giving off the impression that he perhaps didn't see it. Getting a bit dark here. Not dark enough to go off, but the sun has definitely left us. And that will go down as a drop chance there for Trevor Williams. I think he was aiming somewhere in the region of mid-wicket, but just managed to hit it straight back to the bowler, who perhaps wasn't really expecting that delivery to come back with that pace. 101 for the loss of 4. Current run rate 4.36. So this one is short and hit straight out to mid-wicket and eludes the fielder there on the boundary. So one bounce into the fence and another boundary there to Weatherbourne. So a poor delivery there from Tariq Edwards, perhaps still thinking about that earlier chance he had in the over. And another boundary to Weatherbourne, 105 for the loss of 4.
He looks like the type of player that has a lot of patience, a lot of temperament. And this is what you need, especially at this level.
This one is hit straight to the man there. Short third man, just evading him actually. For a while they thought the man would take a comfortable catch. And Weatherbourne lives to fight another again. And a very risky shot on that occasion. Looking to go over cover once again. Taking the outer portion of the bat. And just eluding the man there at shortish third man, Lee John.
Come on, Weatherbourne, don't make me look bad. Come on. Just giving you some props.
It's a shot that wasn't really called for, having pulled that previous delivery out to deep mid-wicket for boundary. Was really no need to try and make something out of that delivery. This one is a bit full as well. Something that Tariq is famous for in terms of that Yorker length delivery. Interesting point to note, Kesrick, is that Court Murray only bowled 1 over so far in this innings. Got a wicket in that over, then was removed from the attack. And my co-commentator Lanzo was alluding to the fact that perhaps the 2 left-handers at the crease was the reason for that. Haven't seen him since. We now have a right-hander and a left-hander.
There's no Christopher Henry Gale at the crease.
This one is punched down the ground by Weatherbourne for a single.
It's like the question I was asked this morning by, I think it's by you, Kato, when you asked me what I would have done in terms of the fact that the skipper Brian Barnes continued with the 2 bowlers and they take most of the wickets. If I would have done the same thing. And he's just showing here that, look, the guy came in, he take a wicket, it's time for him to come off. But he's one of their main bowlers. He's one of those bowlers that will reap havoc in the Windward Island tournament. So you need to give him the ball to bowl most of the overs, especially on this sort of wicket. But it's the end of the over. Not really sure what the plans are, but
Well, he's actually coming into the attack at this point
Yes,
in
they're
time, so
listening to you.
maybe they're listening to us, Kesrick. I was just about to say, pretty sure that before the end of the day's play, we'll see Court Murray once again. It will be close to illegal for us to not to see Court Murray having another spell before the end of the day's play. 108 for the loss of 4. To Court Murray, sorry. It's a solitary over so far. 1 for 1. Getting the big wicket of Ware. Trying to hit somewhere over deep mid wicket. Getting the outer portion of the bat and a comfortable catch for the man at cover. So he'll be looking to replicate that sort of performance here, Murray, and get the wicket of Wedderburn, who is a very important man in this lower order for the Jamaican team. So far, he has been pretty resolute. So a bit of carelessness creeping into his play in the previous over. I'm sure from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be hoping that he can continue in that vein, as once again, he's playing a low shot there from Wedderburn, which is saying that he has been rather careless in his stroke play, his selective stroke play in the last couple of overs. Just need to settle down again. 108 for 4. Behind by 26 runs. 27 runs actually. So again, Murray. A good delivery. Just perhaps striking him outside the off stump. Where the ball was forward. And pretty close delivery there. Murray once again causing problems early on in his second spell. This one again is back of a length, punched out to the man there at cover. There's no run. So there's a man at slip, a mid wicket, square leg, deep mid wicket, point, cover, mid off, and a man at long on. As we see Murray once again short of a length, and where the ball goes back, plays it comfortably. Current run rate 4.41, so they've managed to maintain a healthy scoring rate throughout their innings, Jamaica, thanks to the efforts of Ware as well as Brian Barnes. And this one is a bit quicker, bit of bounce as well, and missing it completely with the ball, so he seemed to have lost his timing and his concentration to some extent. This one again is hitting the inner portion of the bat out to the man here at long on. Bit of indecision in terms of the running, and in the end opted for the single. So one more added to the total, 109 for the loss of 4. Jamaica responding to Windward Islands 135 that they made earlier. So 109 for the loss of 4. Coming down to the back end of the day's proceedings. But the play will finish at 5:50 today. Had a couple of rain interruptions earlier as Edward continues with his off spin. And where the bomb punches out to the man there, Murray at cover, who took a very good catch to dismiss Barnes previously. Tariq Edwards, 7 overs, 1 for 41. We're disappointed with his efforts, as normally again this one is hit upishly from Wedderburn out to a deep point area, and Yes, hit officially and coming back for a second. So it's a shot that he has attempted on a couple of occasions now, Weatherborn, without much success. The fielders in the circle on the offside, there's no one man stationed back at deep extra cover, so he has to be mindful of that. There's a long one as well. This one is walked out to square leg for an easy single in the end. Score moves on to 112 for the loss of 4. Just in the last couple of overs, we've seen Weatherborn just trying to hit the ball perhaps a bit too hard, diverting from what he has done so far in the innings in terms of walking the ball into the gaps and putting away the bad deliveries. Seem to want to force it to some extent. Jamaica will be hoping that he just gets settled down again and continue with this partnership with Williams. Williams 2 from 8 deliveries. Haven't seen a shot in anger from him so far. So again, he's a long way forward, plays it up back to the bowler. Edward getting through his overs quickly as usual. I've seen a lot of him and Court Murray in operation in previous tournaments. Spin twins, left arm, right arm. They've done well for the winner. This one is hit over the man there at short fine leg. A poor delivery there from Tariq Edward. Hasn't been his best day with the ball. And Williams gets his first boundary. He moves on to 6. And at the end of the 26th over, Jamaica, they're 116 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, very good shot there from Williams. As you mentioned, it hasn't been Edwards' best day with the ball. He is usually their premier spinner in past editions from what we have seen from them. But today he has been quite errant in his line and his length. He has bowled a few short deliveries, a few deliveries that have been a bit over-pitched. And he has been punished. He has been put under pressure by the Jamaican batsmen. And definitely hasn't been one of his best analysis. 8 overs. He has bowled 1 for 48. So he has been quite expensive going at all of 6 runs and over.
Yes, not what we have come to expect from Tariq Edward. Mention his experience at this level. As another experienced campaign in the form of Court Murray comes in, and this one is hit down too long on, and he should be caught. A poor shot there from Weatherborn, it must be said. We mentioned that in the last couple of overs, he seemed to be very itchy. He seemed to want to get after the bowling, but that really wasn't a smart shot indeed. Another flighty delivery from Court Murray, doing the business for his captain, and it must be said, another poor shot selection there from the Jamaican batter.
Very, very poor shot. And I'm going to say that when I was on the last time, I mentioned that Murray should not have been taken off when he was taken off. That was when both Weatherburn and Barnes were at the crease, when they were new to the crease. I think that the Windward Islands have made a big error. You had a bowler who just took a wicket in Murray, and you removed him simply because he was bowling to 2 left-handers, and he's a good bowler. Why do these decisions continue to be made at this level? You have one of your best bowlers. He's bowling well. He just took a wicket. Let him continue to bowl. There's no reason why he should have been taken off. And I'm pretty sure he will continue to bowl well today. And then they might ask themselves at the end of the day, what if? But there are certain things in cricket you don't change. If your bowler is bowling well, it doesn't matter who is batting. You don't take off James Anderson because a left-hander is batting. Do you? Do you take him off the bowling?
I totally agree with you, Lance. And it's something that we discussed in detail earlier. And it just didn't add up to me. I mean, we are assuming that the cause of the withdrawal from the attack would have been the 2 left-handers. That's what we, based on our knowledge of the game, that's what we are assuming. Not to show if there were other reasons or other factors in that decision-making.
But he's not injured.
Well, clearly he's not injured at this point. And he has managed to take 2 for 2. So, interesting times indeed as we see Michael Clark, who had a very good day with the ball in his hand. He'll be looking to add something to the total here as Jamaica march towards this 4 innings total. Clark, a bit of an all-rounder in this team. So most of his bowling in the last tournament didn't really shine with the bat as such, but he does have a batting ability.
So So the Windwards have kind of clawed their way back into contention here in this game. Another few quick wickets before they get to 135, and they'll definitely have the pressure on the Jamaican team.
This one is well played there by Michael Clark, well timed, should be able to get two. Just evading the man there at mid-on. Very good shot, getting to the pitch of that delivery and just playing an on-drive past the man there, Franklin, who we have not seen in the bowling attack for the afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a provocative question, Osnet. What is the role of Courtney Franklin in the team?
We'll get back to that after this delivery. This one is short of length and he's punching it out to the man, the extra cover, yes. And yes, we had that discussion earlier. It's now 26.3 overs completed. So we are saying that he's picked for it predominantly as a new ball bowler. Has a bit of pace and wasn't used with the new ball. We had the two left arm seamers with the new ball and we haven't seen him since. It's been spin-dominated attack ever since. And I doubt that we'll see him before the days plays out. Because Court Murray is doing very well from this end. And I think Tariq Edwards, given his experience, even though he's having a bad day, comparatively speaking, I'm sure that he will continue from that backway end. This one is hit over cover, but not timing it as well as he would like. And comes back for a second. He gets it in the end. So a bit of risk attached to the stroke play of the Jamaican batters. I'm not sure if it's intentional. They're trying to get to this total as quickly as possible. But it comes with a lot of risky stroke play in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, that might be the mindset to try to get rid of the deficit as quickly as possible. However, there's no need to go over the top. I mean, we have already seen them lose a few wickets to that type of stroke play. And Murray, who is turning the ball away from the right-hander, it would be wise to try to get as close to the pitch as possible and play him along the ground in the gaps on the offside as risk-free as possible.
Yeah, so far from the Jamaican batting perspective, they'll be reasonably disappointed. Some of the dismissal that we have seen, players getting themselves in and basically throwing it away. Seen some of that as well from the Windward Island team earlier. And it just continues to beg the question as to the mental fortitude of some of these players. As we see a switch of ends for Lee John coming from the backway end. So no sign of Courtney Franklin Alonso as we were speaking about in the last over.
Yeah, attempting a very expansive drive there was Williams, looking to go square of the wicket, and he was beaten. Yeah, very interesting to see that John has changed ends. And I'll get back to you shortly.
Well, I was just about to say that I don't want to be devil's advocate, but here we have an off spinner bowling to two right-handers.
Yes. Yes. And no disrespect to John, I'm sure he's a good bowler because he has good figures of 12 overs, none for 6 overs, none for 12. But I'm pretty sure that Murray is probably a better bowler than John. And yeah, there are some things that are quite baffling. Anyway, the Jamaicans won't be complaining. They are getting closer and closer to the 135, 136 that they need to be ahead of the Windward Islands first innings score.
This one is peeling off the outside portion of the bat. Should be able to come back for a second. Well done. There from Devon and Joseph, preventing a second run.
Yeah, and since Clark has come to the crease, you've seen some enterprise from him. Of course, we have mentioned even from the very first edition that we saw him, he has the name of the great Australian captain, Michael Clark. A good all-round cricketer with bat and ball. And he showed that this morning with the ball, and he'll be looking to back that up with his batting performance this afternoon.
For Windward Islands, on the other hand, they will be looking to go further into this batting lineup of the Jamaican team. Try and limit the lead that they succumb to in the first innings as much as possible. They will know themselves that they will have to put up an improved batting performance if they have to get themselves back into this contest. As we see a man there long on. Square leg, short fine leg, mid wicket. Mid off. Cover, extra cover, man at slip. And a man out at deep mid wicket. So 2 fielders back on the leg side. Off spinner coming into the right hander. He's sweeping this one out to that man at deep mid wicket. Gets a single. One more added to the total, 122 for the loss of 5. Clark, he's on 5. Williams, he's on 7. So 121 for the loss of 5. 122 actually, 122 for 5. So for the 14 runs needed by the Jamaican team to step ahead of the Windward Islands 4 innings total. And that's something we spoke about all in terms of what exactly the intention of the Jamaican team would be at the end of this scoring, at the end of the day's play. For the 40 minutes or so, 42 minutes or so to go in a day's play. So all things being equal, with 2 spinners in operation, they might be able to get through 10 or so overs. So I'm sure the Jamaican team will be in the lead. But they'll be hoping that is the case as Murray continues. Shown a lot of guile so far. He's hitting this one again. Should be able to clear the boundary. 6 runs there from Michael Clark. Really showing us what type of batting talent he has.
He's that type of player. For his school, he's known as the T20 King in Jamaica. Hits them really far. Saw him in the T10 G11 tournament there in Jamaica as well, hitting some balls on the roof at Sabina. So he can hit a long ball.
I think that's a good option from him in terms of aiming straight. Most of the players who have perished so far have chosen to go across the line, as this one is a bit flatter. Getting it out to square leg for a single. So Murray into his 4th over. 2 wickets for 12 runs. So pretty economical from the young man. I was always on the cards in terms of saying that he's one of the trump cards for this Windward Island team. As Williams comes in to strike.
He's one of those bowlers that you don't think that's doing much with ball in hand. I think this year he looks a bit more aggressive. Last year he was more like he's just getting it out of his hands. That's it. He want to get it out of his hands, but now looks like he have a little bit more pep in his step. He's actually coming over his front down really well. So he looks like he actually wants to deliver the ball. Now he's bringing around that left leg.
This one is missing the off stump by a coat of varnish there, as they would say. This one, Clark looking to go across the line this time. Missing it completely.
No need for that right now. You have the game in your hands. Still trail by 5 runs. I mean, knock yourself in. Get yourself in. You can probably do that tomorrow. Probably in the first hour or so.
This one is officially again. And just evading the man there. The diving effort there of Fontaine. Trying to effect a catch. But in the end, all's well that ends well for Michael Clark. So he's definitely living a charm life at the end of today's display.
Wondering what the intention is. I mean, coming close to the end of this play, you wanna hit everything on its merit. You wanna be able to finish today's play. Already gone 5 wickets down. Well, we could see his intention and what he wants to do. He's looking to score fast and nothing's gonna stop it. It's the end of the over. Really good attempt there in the field by Fontaine. Scores 132 for 5. that one, just pulling himself away from that one. Something that I realized that the youngsters have been doing, they're pulling themselves away from the body to go into a cut shot. Supposed to get as close as possible to the ball and cut it, and not pulling yourself away.
Oh, that's powerfully driven by Williams, but he doesn't find the gap. Yeah, you're correct. He should get that back and across movement into the cut shot. And that's a single taken there by Williams, who has been there now for some time. Clark has been quite belligerent since he has come to the crease, looking to erase the deficit as quickly as possible. They are now only 2 runs behind the Windward Islands. He's on 14 off 12. This time he goes over the top again, living a charmed life here, but this one goes into the boundary. Not where he was aiming, he was looking to go down the ground, but he's strong enough that he got enough of it that it cleared the offside field quite easily. 4 runs again to Clark, and now they're in the lead.
I think that was the plan, or that is the plan for Jamaica. Him going out there and trying to score quick runs. I want just taking the outer half of the bat, going over cover. He did pick up 4 in the end, but not convincingly though. But you could all see his intention: score and score quickly.
So they are now ahead by 2 runs, Keswick. So Jamaica in the lead by 2. Should pick up some leg buys here, at least one. Wait on the signal from umpire Blades. Yes, leg buy. No? We have gotten some contact with the bat, so no signal by Blades. 138 for 5. So that's looking for an expansive drive over the offside there was Williams.
Well, there's no message being sent out or anything, so I'm guessing at this point that this is the main intentions of the Jamaican batters. Score runs quickly. Let's try to get up to a good lead. Wants a quicker one.
Wonder if they think that they could bowl back out the Windward Islands again for about 100 or 120 again in the second innings, and maybe chase a quick score to get an outright win.
Well, I'm really thinking that the minimum they want to have in terms of lead should be at least about 60 or so to be comfortable. But it's the end of another over. End of another lead John over. It's 138 for 5.
It's 138 for 5. As we mentioned before, we have not seen Franklin in the bowling as yet. I was asking my previous co-commentator, Osnet Kato, if and what really is his role in the team if you select a bowler in the team. Everybody has had a bowl. Some bowlers have come off and come back on. Some have changed ends. And as a fast bowler, you still haven't gotten a bowl. You'll be asking yourself, really, what am I playing for?
Well, it's been 30 overs bowled. I still don't know the reason behind of it. I was kind of hoping to see him with the new ball. But who knows? I mean, the skipper will have his plans and how he want to go about things. The most we can do in the comment box is wonder why. Or probably ask a question after.
We definitely need to ask a question. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll get an answer, but it's important to ask questions. As you saw, another expansive shot there from Clark. And almost like he's trying to get out, really.
That one a little bit slow punch off the back foot by Michael Clark. That's definitely I like the observation there. Because we still haven't seen him yet. He's down at the...
This one is hit straight. One bounce for 4 by Clark. That was a good shot. That was too full from Murray. And he got the treatment. So he doesn't need to go looking for those shots. He'll get deliveries like that, which he can play without much risk. That one was full enough for him to go down the ground. And so he doesn't need to go searching for those shots.
It's a good shot. It's straight. That's the most important thing. Franklin is down at long on boundary. Still wondering why he haven't bowled as yet. At this moment, he's just playing everything across the line.
Yeah, he's just looking quite agricultural at the moment. He's better than that.
That's better. Standing tall, punching through, well, in front of point. That's what you prefer to see and not going across the line. I could remember having a conversation with Cater earlier about batters coming down the pitch and pushing it for ones and twos. We have only seen one batter today doing that in Franklin.
Batting at number 10.
Batting at number 10 as well. The only batter who was successful in doing it, and he do it quite easily.
So end of over number 31. The score is 143 for 5. The Jamaica team, they are now ahead of the Windward Islands. They lead by 8 runs. So Lee John, he will continue bowling to Clark, who is sweeping uppishly out to square leg. Should be caught. Yes, he's caught. And it was only a matter of time, Keswick, before he lost his wicket. And that's the wicket there of Michael Clark.
Not really surprised. Another batter going in the 20s. Like, you're getting starts. Throwing away your wicket at this level, that's not something that we'd want to see. It was only a matter of time. Good catch by Kirk Murray. He's gone for 24. Jamaica losing their 6th wicket. They're slipping here. They need to be very careful.
Yes, and they could find themselves giving up a strong position as Rian Edwards comes out to join Williams at the crease. Rian Edwards, the opening bowler, left arm pacer. Quite a stodgy batsman. Type of belligerent character is Edwards. And really, Clark really just gifted his wicket away to John. And if we could think back at all the wickets that have fallen today, all 16 wickets, we will struggle to find where more than about 3 or 4 of them have gotten very good deliveries. Loud appeal, but going down the leg side. This one is defended nicely in front of him. Edwards, we have seen from him in the previous editions is that he has a good defensive technique. Doesn't have a lot of shots, but he can play some shots when he's in. All he needs to do now is to support his teammate at the other end, Williams. And the pair should be seen if they could take it to the close of play.
I want to ask something though. Have you seen anything from your point of view? Have you seen anything spectacular for the day? Sitting and looking at the game, young players. This is the next batch of West Indies cricketers that we have in the Caribbean. These are the guys that's going to represent us in the next 4 or 5 years or so. Have you seen anyone for the day that you could say this player knows exactly what he's doing? You're seeing it, but you're seeing it in patches.
Yeah, only glimpses here and there. You'd want to see it more consistently and over a longer period of time. Clark, he scored 24, but he gave it away. He took 4 wickets as well. So if you look at the analysis, you may say, well, he had a fair enough day, but in the context of our batsmanship in the Caribbean at the moment, we are seeing it in the test level. We've seen it to some extent in the T20 level. We're definitely seeing it in the 50 over levels as well. That, batsmanship is declining region-wide. And what we would want to see from these young batsmen is the ability to make big scores, to bat long, to understand the situation, and to bat accordingly.
Haven't seen anyone really taking up the responsibility or batsmanship that they should. So a lot of these players have been out in very loosely, not really putting a price on their wicket. Guys have been getting starts, looking like they can't get out and then give their wicket away. For example, Barnes looked really good, hit the ball pretty easy, get to the boundary pretty easily, and then give his wicket away.
This one is hit straight to mid-on, and that's out again. Williams goes. Another wicket for Murray. Not Williams, sorry. It was Ryan Edwards. And that's a poor shot by Edwards. He really should have been giving his senior partner some support at the wicket. And really, they are opening the door for the Windward Islands to rush back in as a torrent, even from Hurricane Beryl.
Well, this is just opening up the doors here, Alan, and you don't want that. You don't want to give them a sniff, because you want to give yourself a good lead. Put yourself in a position that you can see a win. You don't want this. You want to see good cricket. Yes, you want teams to win, but you want good cricket. At the end of the day, this is where we're going to look for our future West Indies players. So you'd want to see some sensible cricket, some thought process being put into what they're trying to do. We're not seeing that as yet. I don't want to harp on the negatives, but a new batsman is at the crease.
Yes, Samuel's coming out to replace Edwards. And the Windward Islands will be very happy with this flurry of wickets as they near the close of play. They may find themselves close to parity at the end of the day if things continue as they are now. Some turn, some bounce there from Murray. Murray so far with 3 wickets. Pick off the bowlers. Oh, and that's a flighty delivery. Another big shot being attempted there by Samuels.
What do you think is the plan here, Alan? Like, I'm clueless as to the plan from the Jamaica and the 19 players.
I don't know. I don't know if it is a case that they do not trust their defense to last long in the innings, and they're just trying to get as many runs as possible. But since the reintroduction of Murray, in particular, we have seen. I would not call it an aggressive approach, but I would call it a hyper-aggressive approach from the batsmen, with the exception of Williams. And he has been there all the time. He is just knocking the ball around. Hasn't played too many big shots as some of his other partners. But I'm not too sure why they are taking that ultra-aggressive approach, especially to hit the ball in the air. It's a big ground. The ropes are not all the way back, but still a fairly big ground, especially at the under-19 level. Lots of spaces and gaps where you can get the ball on the ground and get some runs.
I think the problem here is making the transition into the red ball format, because a lot of these guys are playing the T10 format. Team 11 have a lot of T10 cricket happening around the Caribbean. There's one in Jamaica, there's one in Dominica. Stephen Pascal just played the one in Dominica. There's also one in Barbados, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. So I'm thinking that the transition is it's probably a bit difficult for them to get from the white ball format to the red ball format. Yeah. So that in itself is creating a challenge, I think.
I'm a firm believer that when players are at this stage of their cricket, that they should not be playing 10 over cricket. Get your basics down, get your technique down, and then you expand from there, because you start developing bad habits that will go into the other formats.
Hence the reason why Christopher Henry Gill was so good at T20.
Definitely.
Because he had such a good defense from Test cricket. And he always was packed with this power, raw power. So the fact that he had his technique down pack and everything he was a complete player before T20. So the transition was a bit easier.
This one is fall short. Almost carrying down to the man at long on. Almost another wicket there for Legion. And it's almost like they're trying everything to get out this afternoon. Is it that they want to have another crack at the Windwards this afternoon? It's only 2 days.
Hence the reason for my question earlier. Do you think that they're playing with the intention of, look, it's 2 days cricket, but we need to play the cricket as if we're playing a 3-day game or a 4-day game and play properly? Have that temperament and everything like that? Or should we just look to win the game because it's 2 days cricket? Because if you're looking to just win the game, these things will happen. You'll try to score faster, then you will have a lot of loose shots.
Based on what I'm seeing, I'm thinking that they want to win the game outright. At least they're trying to from this position. Now 146 for 7 after 34 overs. But even so, I think that there needs to be a method as to how you go about attacking the bowling and getting the runs on the board. I think that there's a bit of a hyper.
I think that they should implement here as well, Alan, so is the bowling points and batting point system. Even though that they're having 2-day cricket, implement points. So you're not really playing for a win, you're playing for points. That way you can get what you want out of these players, because presently if you're playing to win, you will get these sort of games. You will get games where guys going to come in and just try to score and not play proper cricket.
Another wicket. This one will be caught by Tariq Edward. He will not drop that. And just to respond to your statement, they do have bowling and batting points. I know they have a certain amount of bowling and batting points in this tournament. They have had over the past few editions as well. But another wicket, yet another wicket for Murray, and he can end up getting 5, as that was not a bad shot. And what is really happening here now? 8 wickets down for the Jamaica side after they took the lead, having only 5 wickets down. And Samuels, it seems, has been dismissed. Yes, Samuels goes. And Williams, he really has just been losing all his partners by the wayside. Just waiting to see if there will be a short drink break. Yes? Seems like there will be a short drinks break. So at this time, we'll pause and then we'll come back to you with some live action. At this time, Jamaica on the 19, they're 146 for 8, replying to the Windward Islands 135 all out. They lead by 11 runs.
Welcome back here at the Annisville Cricket Stadium. Jamaica, in reply of Windward's 135, made 146 for 8, declared off 34.1 overs. Windward Islands on the 19, trailed just by 11 runs. I'm joined here with Cosnell Morris. I don't know. I just want him to analyze what he saw in the last session from the Jamaica batting, and how would you analyze it, Morris?
Good afternoon to you, Keswick. And as the sun is setting, it says the relaxation and fatigue is kicking into the players. Right away, I see a cluster of wicket fell for the Jamaicans, and it clearly shows irresponsibility. That's just the one word I'll put there. Irresponsible actions by the batsmen. Loose cricket shot, and that is uncalled for. They should have been Jamaica going into the next day, day 2, maybe 5 down. But they declared with 8 wickets down and just 11 runs ahead.
I think the whole declaring purpose is to not let the Windward's team get that extra bowling points.
And also forcing in points.
Me personally, I would like to hear from the coaches after this game what the plan was going into that last session of play for Jamaica, because I'm thinking it's a lot of irresponsibility that has been shown in the last session there, because
it's Rian Edwards to open the session of bowling for Jamaica in the second innings, and Rian bowling left arm from the commentary booth, and not a lot will be working for him. The wicket is dried out though, despite the fact we have a couple of rain interventions. It would not have affected the pitch per se. So Rian, the Jamaicans will be looking to get quick wickets here tonight. What a shot that is! Magnificently played, and it's. How would you describe that shot? It's a shot that he was looking to leave it, but maybe the extra bounce caught on the bat, and he just whipped it away.
Did a little bit too much for him. It's not really. I don't think he meant to play it there, but I think it was a leave alone. But it made connection with the bat, and he has some good bats. That kid, sponsored by KG, out of Sri Lanka. It's definitely a good bat.
That's
good
interesting, that shot. It was going down the leg side, and Stefan would have
made some good connection, I would say. But me looking from shot again, the mode of operation that they started with this morning and they didn't really get a lot of success with. Honestly, looking at the game and how it played out, me being in Jamaica position now, I would have started with Michael Clark.
Yes.
The fact that he bowled pretty well this morning, he's one that bowls a fuller length, he seams the ball around. Probably would have started with Michael Clark, see if I can get some early in-rolls.
But Williams, that short delivery there, the feeler had somewhat of a shortish square leg, I would say, more than a conventional short leg. He ducked and the ball just ballooned over his head. He was not really alert because Stefan was really in for the pull.
Well, Tio have been having some problems with the shorter pitch delivery, so it is fine to bowl a shorter delivery to Tio. You more than likely would, present the opportunity of him losing his wicket with a shorter delivery. A little bit fuller this time, finding the inner half of the bat, running down to find like just one. But me being a coach for Jamaica presently, if I was sitting in the dugout, I would tell my players, listen, this is the situation of the game. Let us bat out the day. Let us score as much runs as possible, and tomorrow morning, let's bat for an hour and go at it and see how much runs we can get.
Well, it appears that the deficit of 11 will be
It's not far away,
cleared.
Morris.
Yes, and bring the over to the end of the first over of the second innings. Windward Islands, they are 8 without loss.
So far, I would say that Jamaica won the first session. I would give them the second session according to how this day ends. I would definitely give it back to. I'll definitely give it back to Windwards. So how I like to really, boil down winning a 2-day, 3-day, 4-day or test match is about winning sessions. You first come out and you play accordingly to win certain hours of the game and then winning a session. So far, Jamaica have won 2 sessions in today's play. Win was looking good for the last session.
Deshaun James, is a new bowler that will share. Started from this end, and he's coming out from the Grenadines end. Oh, short pitch delivery, and he was in an awkward position there. Theo, and this one is looking to fan it somewhat, we'll call, and just caught himself on the floor there.
Michael Clark have a lot to say to Theo Edwards. I mean, he have had this problem with the short pitch bowling. He's ducking, pulling, and trying to stand tall at the same time. I'm not sure what his intentions are.
Well, based on how he pulled that one, it's a good bouncer because it was straight to the crest. Yeah, and he's making him a bit roughed up. He's gotten him uncomfortable now, and you see it in the awkward shots that he's been.
Would you continue to bowl short at Edwards trying to get his wicket, or would you?
Well, if
would you
he's
just continue line and length?
If he's uncomfortable with the short ball, why not rough him up? Why not go at him? It's constantly going under that rib cage area. Let him know that this ball is coming, not at category 4 or 5 speed, but still it's coming at somewhat of a tropical storm speed.
I would have taken the mid on out. Place him at probably a second slip or so. If you're gonna bowl that length, there's no need for him. Don't waste it though. One for the over.
And as a fast bowler yourself, this modern era of cricket have now limit the amount of bounces you're allowed per over. And as a fast bowler, you will feel as if many arguments around the cricketing world will say that cricket is now a batsman paradise.
It is. Not even going to be biased. It is. It's all about the batters. People come to see T20 cricket to see 6 and 4s. Not wickets. People are not interested in that.
Is it designed to get the spectators in the game?
Definitely. It's all about the spectators. It's all about the batters. Please don't punish me, batters, if you're hearing me.
Yeah, but the question would be now, how do you get that ball on a good length to somewhat rough the batsman up as we were using our local parlance? What length would you look
to be honest with you, Morris, a lot of people think that bowling short balls is just running in and just hitting the center of the pitch. It's not like that, something that you have to practice as well to get direct bumpers. Yes, you can bowl short balls, but for now we're seeing some wasted short pitch bowling.
Well, the Jamaicans, Windward Islands are trailing by 3 runs, and Jamaica will look to get into the area of the Windward Islands. As the end of the second over, they're 8 without loss, Windward Islands.
barrage of sharp bowling. I don't mind the sharp bowling, Morris, because there are reasons behind it. The fact that you have Theo Edwards at the crease, who's not the best batter when it comes to sharp pitch bowling. You would want to be bowling, going into the pitch for him more often than not. But there must be sense behind of it.
Short, stand tall, dispatch that one. It will just creep its way to the boundary fence. Not gonna reach the boundary, but they come back for 2.
Still going short.
So they now trail by 1. Short. He stood tall and pulled it behind square, and they come back just settle for 1, and now level the score for the follow-on. What they are trailed by, well, the trailing score. So 11 without loss, and it's the end of a first day game. And look as it Stefan Pascal fancy this Ray, and it was bowling. Short.
No invitation needed when it's full, huh? Reminds me of a tour that I did in Sri Lanka. It was a West Indies 18 tour in Sri Lanka, and I don't know if you remember Leverage out of Jamaica. Tall, lanky, fast bowler. It was really quick. Shot again, but this time badly line, and it's 6. Really well played. He wasn't scared of that one that time.
Well, this one got the treatment it deserved. Actually, he had the time. He understand that there's short pitch bowling that they're going to go after him, and he was able to get enough bat onto it and got it for 6. So the lead now is by 6 runs, the Windward Islands.
I was giving him a story, Morris. So we got to Sri Lanka after 3 the evening. Again, another short pitch delivery. That one well directed. It's the end of the over. Very exciting over that one. Scored 17 without loss. So as I was saying, Morris, when we got to Sri Lanka after 3 the evening, sat in the bus for like another 4 hours to go down to Dambulla. The next morning, the coach there was Graham West and Coley, who is now the head coach of West Indies Test team. So they asked us to come to the ground and do some training. Leverage wasn't playing that game, and they asked Leverage to come to the nets and bowl to us. And he was bowling all bumpers to everybody. And Graham West came over and simply asked him, the guys just came, they're a little bit jet lagged. Just, take your time and hit some good areas. He turned to the coach and said, they're jet lag when it's short, not when it's pitched up.
I must imagine, because if it's pitched, it's driven.
When it's driven, it's been driven. Chadwick was batting at the time. Chadwick and Andrew Fletcher, they had to laugh because he said, listen, these guys are only jet lag when it's short.
I know. So Deshaun James will continue from the Grenadines end. Good going by Windward Islands, 17 without loss. Another short delivery. No ball this time. So an extra to the total. And that's one of the things that we saw with the bowling first innings. Some 13 extras were given from the Jamaicans in the 135 in the first innings. And they have to be very careful with these extras. Excellent delivery. Much better line. One of the best deliveries we've seen so far in the second innings here for the Jamaicans.
As Morris mentioned, probably one of the better deliveries we have seen for this innings. Probably more of that. Another no ball.
So again, another extra. And that sun is now leaving us, Williams, and bringing that bit of shadow across. But it's not the sunset as yet because we're seeing a bit of dark cloud on that western side. Nothing to be worried about.
Much better delivery.
Again, another short ball by James. So, James still continuing with that experiment of short deliveries and trying to see if Pascal will fall victim for that pull shot. And there's a man at deep backward square, I would say, for the eventuality of a pull shot or top edge. Well, this one well left. So good sensible batting from Windward. They realize that these two opening batsmen need to come back again in the morning to start the ploy for the Windward Islands. So they will not look to play any rash stroke, so that could cause put them in somewhat of a jeopardy. Sure, this one he got on top of it and in front of point, he got it down to the boundary for 4. A welcome boundary for the Windward Island. Behind of point, sorry.
Well, it's a good shot, a shot that we have seen him played very often. He's the type of player that likes to get on top the delivery. Really just guiding it behind point. All timing. Really well played by Pascal. He's one of those players that we're looking for in this tournament to not to really cement his name in the mind of the selectors, but to really put his name down when it comes to going on and being a part of the academy, or even, looking to move on to playing franchise cricket at the first class level?
So I want to believe that this might be the last over of the day based on how the fielders are now crouching the batsmen. And whenever there's a last over of the day, teams have the tendency of bringing in fielders to allow the batsmen to be intimidated and allow them to play strokes outside the realms of the fielders. But the new bowler, number 7 on his back for the Jamaicans, Samuels. So there's a man in deep mid wicket. This one is played in a vacant area, no fine leg, and it should go out to the boundary, but because of the heaviness of the outfield, it just sticked up, and they were able to come back for 3, and where all the running there from 4 slip. Not the fittest of athletes to get that one, but he was able to retrieve it.
Made mention of him this morning. I'm not sure if he's maintaining his size or he put on a little bit more weight. Not sure, but
maybe he's just comfortable at that size.
To me, seeing him last year, he looks a bit bigger this year, and he's a good player. He's one of those players that I think that he's a good batter, especially with the shorter format of the game. So he's somebody I think they should pay close attention to. Probably he could lose a little bit more weight than that, because he looks a little bit bigger.
But he's doing well in the top order for Jamaica. This one a bit of confusion, both with batsman and fielder, as to go, no, stay, and I'll feel that one. Oh, ouch, I will not feel that one. So all kind of confusion going on. And I believe this might be the faster ball, if I'm not mistaken. They always have that tendency, to bowl a faster ball. 2 more balls.
Just 2 more balls before the end of this play. Day 1, that is, of the regional under 19 tournament, the Rising Star tournament. Faster delivery again. It's the end of the over. Faster one to finish the end of the over and the end of the day's play. The score is 27 without loss. Windward Islands is at the crease. Skipper Stephen Pascal and Tia Edwards. Stephen Pascal and 15, Tia Edwards and 10. Windward Islands under 19 lead by 16 runs.
Yes, and it is good that the Windwards will feel much more secure going into the second day, haven't lost any wickets here into the second innings, and already 16 runs ahead, having beat off that runs that they were trailed by. And the Jamaicans, I'm not sure if they would have just settled for 4 innings and with points, bowling points for the first innings, based on how this more shortened version of the game. But that's the day's play here at the Annesville playing field. The Windward Islands, earlier on in the day, just a summary of the game where the Jamaican won the toss. They elected to bowl first. They put the Windwards in. The Windwards made 135 all out with Stephen Pascal 26. But it was Redwood who really got a 6 wicket, along with Clark, who got 4 wicket apiece. And then in the first innings for the Jamaican. They made 145 for 8 declared. And the bowling of Curtin Murray really roughed up the bowling for the batting for the Jamaicans. And then in the second innings, after being trailed by 11 runs, the Windward Islands, they are 16 runs ahead of the trailed score here at the Arnoldville playing field. So on behalf of the entire production crew and commentators, this is goodbye from the Arnoldville playing field until tomorrow, God's willing. 10 a.m. local time.